unread, ergo undiscovered, came the growth factors, proteins that can stimulate the growth, in a laboratory, of other cells, but are reluctant to do so. In vitro cultivation was ready to start. And it became possible to discover that all the isolated viruses were not strictly related to previously isolated animal viruses and that they were not endogenous but exogenous. Of course, owing to the peculiar issue connected to the HIV/AIDS retrovirus, things got quite complicated as the provirus, an intermediary between DNA and the virus itself, entered the cell as a clone mechanism, exactly like a classical tumor in the acknowledged neoplasias, and this had crucial evolutionary and metaphorical consequences. What most unsettled the minds of the first discoverers was the lack of uniformity in patients affected with ATL, leukemia of the adult lymphocyte. In each case the viral sequences were differently positioned. This meant there was an ongoing strategic superevolution on the part of the viral species or their substitutes. The replicate zombie assumed a life of its own, just like those it represented or replaced, the matrixes, the other organisms, living, organic, native. Cloning was in a position to functionally replace fertilization, and this, taken as a warning by nature for culture, was quite terrifying to say the least. Why is it that no one said, nor is anybody saying now, what this retrovirus represented, as a living and interacting model, in the evolution of our species on this unfortunate planet? So then, you realize that if we apply these ideas to television, we end up with some worrisome results. Especially now that the electoral system is changing, moving towards a majority system, so that whoever manages to start a reproductive virus message, infecting healthy cells, that is, using DNA television networks by way of a manipulating RNA, the contaminated trap message. Yes, we were talking about leading personalities that can only be considered, after reading such passages, as opportunist infections, but we have not considered the real, fully developed viral stock, our national media HIV, the healthy carrier of an infectious meme. 151. It's late and I'm afraid I'm too tired to follow this. What are talking about? The one who is inscribed in the national DNA chain by way of a contaminated trap message, the one who has attracted and integrated the lymphocytes in his own viral logic, the one who fully exploits influential personalities as opportunistic infections, in order to evolve from them, at the cost of other potential avenues, sheer pornography. And now that he can even directly influence the election, he is on the point of inscribing himself in the central national DNA chain, which reproduces the body of the nation with the features we can see. And once he is inscribed, he will no longer use that chain to replicate a representative national body, but rather to replicate his mimetic purpose, that is to say, himself. Dear friends, I'm talking of His Broadcasting Eminence, Silvio Berlusconi, the monarch of multimedia retroviruses. A worldwide test tube. Our symbol, the new God's champion, we have found him at last. Translated by Marco Graziosi, with the collaboration of Lawrence Barron. Notes for a theory. Hakim Bey. Eternal return. In fractal mapping, like the famous Mandelbrot set, that supreme fashion hieroglyph of the 1980s, the basic pattern keeps repeating itself, ad infinitum apparently. The deeper and more enfolded you go, the more it repeats, till you get tired of running the program. After a certain amount of time, you might say, the fractal appearance has been theorized more or less satisfactorily. No matter how much more exploitation of conceptual space occurs, the structure of the space is now a %gent for all practical purposes. Hasn't something similar happened with the Internet? In the late 18th or early 19th century, a group of runaway slaves and serfs fled from Kentucky into the Ohio Territory, where they intermarried with natives and formed a tribe, red, white and black, called the Ben Ishmael tribe. The Ishmaels, who seem to have been Islamically inclined, followed an annual nomadic route through the territory, hunting and fishing, and finding work as tinkers and minstrels. They were polygamists, and drank no alcohol. Every winter they returned to their original settlement, where a village had grown. But eventually the U.S. government opened the territory to settlement, and the official pioneers arrived. Around the Ishmael village a town began to spring up, called Cincinnati. Soon it was a big city, but Ishmael village was still there, engulfed and surrounded by civilization. Now it was a slum. Hasn't something similar happened to the internet? The original freedom-loving hackers and guerrilla informationists, the true pioneers of cyberspace, are still there. But they have been surrounded by a vastness of virtual development, and reduced to a kind of ghetto. True, for a while the slums remain colorful, one can go there for a good time, strum a banjo, spark up a romance. Folkways survive. One remembers the old days, the freedom to wander, the sense of openness. But history has gone somewhere else. Capital has moved on. Incidentally, in the late 19th and early 20th century the Ishmaels were discovered by the eugenics movement, which declared them to be racial mongrels and 153 degenerates. The Ishmaels were targeted for extinction. Those who did not flee and disappear were institutionalized or even sterilized. The old slum was cleared and built over, and the Ishmaels were forgotten. Something borrowed, something blue. The marriage of heaven and hell, that is, of the internet and television. The net is pure, out of control, free and undefined, an autonomous space, a Gnostic pleroma. Television is infernal, fifth-rate heroin, spectacle of capitulation, ceremonial voice of capital, etc. etc. But now they are united, for example, in point casting, whereby a commercial server offers an information menu designed just for you, while highly produced advertisements run continuously in one corner of the screen. See, you can do two things at once. Soon the advertisements will be designed personally as well. Home shopping network, that was the embryonic form of the internet, its true future. But in fact the PC and the TV were always already the same thing in at least one vital aspect, the screen, and the body slumped before the screen. Place your bets. Actually, the internet has a structural aspect that makes it somewhat analogous to capital. Both in fact are fractal or chaotic systems, both have abolished space and time, both are self-replicating, both have reduced wealth to information, both are global structures, leading to conflicts with bordered entities. But isn't it a cliché to point out that any communication medium is analogous or mirror-like in relation to the dominant cultural paradigm that co-evolves with it? When it's telegraph time, it telegraphs. And the ancient Persian postal system was an exact map of the Achaemenid Empire. Yes, these are truisms, so why should we expect the internet to be an exception to this rule? How could there exist a communication medium outside the totality it represents? Please try again later. The internet as a tool for radical organizing, the Zapatistas, the Scientology case, the McLibel case, etc. True enough, at one time the printing press also had revolutionary potential. So does the telephone, the fax, and the telex. Each new technology as it appears seems liberating. The postal system, for that matter, is still out of control, perhaps even more so than the net. Only a few letters and packages can be checked, but search engines have now made it possible to steam open every bit of email in the world. In fact, the NSA is already doing it. If I had secrets, the last place I'd air them would be the www. The interesting question about the net was never its usefulness as a tool for radical organizing. The interesting question was whether or not the net itself could be seen as an area of 154 contestation, as a world to be won or lost, or at least, as a strategic space. Clearly the answer is, no, no more than any other communication medium. For that matter, why not try to seize control of language itself? Remans policiers. As Geert Loving says, capital has now made it possible for us all to be innocent again. After all, if the movement of the social is dead, if history is ended in a burst of electromagnetic bliss, it's as if these Bodarations never really existed in the first place. Free at last. Free of that deadly burden of knowingness and belatedness. Now to plug into some real entertainment. Never happened. Baudrillard has decided that it's all over, so much so that it will not even come to an end. Not only does he quote the ex-fascist, dean of pessimists, E.M. Siren, he's even ready to embrace the evil, ready to spend eternity at poolside in his mirror shades, or is that just another 1980s hieroglyph? Ready to capitulate. Baudrillard is no longer a critic of too late capitalism, he's a symptom of it. The new innocence is merely exhaustion. Social ecology. I'd like to be a Luddite, smoking machines would gratify me, I admit it. So naturally I'm distrustful of this tendency in myself. I pity the Unabomber because he's made himself into the unwitting object Kazran of a real-world totality of mediation and separation, living proof that we cannot bomb ourselves back to the Stone Age. But the next time some Chernobyl occurs, some Bhopal, some Love Canal 1 and the people, instead of swallowing it as victims, rise up and dertruff. What will I think then? And what relevance does this have to the internet? Offline. We're all connected. The triumph of the net, not that different from telephone or TV, reach out and touch someone, be there. But not in the body. On the whole, the values of connection between or among virtual subjects appears outweighed by the deficit of actual presence. The subject and object of capital exists only in exchange, whether of information or money. True difference can only come into being outside or in opposition to this sameness. Within the sphere of the totality all that appears as difference is merely simulation and packaging, a set of masks for separation. Since full 155. Contact can only occur between real differences, and since all communications media are mirrors of the totality that excludes such differences, it follows that the contact cannot take place within or through such media. Of course this isn't true. The spirit bloweth where it listeth. Well then, let's say it may be statistically true. Logging on. Disinformation, the internet as psychic swamp, disembodied egos, information vampires. We have a web page. What to do with all these badly designed gadgets? If I put the PC into an old oaken cupboard, like rich people used to do with their TVs, I'd feel like an idiot, but if I leave it in plain sight it offends me at every moment with its smug space-age yuppie shape and designer beige plastic intrusiveness. I admit, these feelings scarcely amount to a high moral ground. But please, let's have no more posturing about the next stage of evolution either. Let's talk about something else. Growing old with Negroponte. David Cook. The problem of real time is that it is not. It is not real precisely because the real continues its ride in the virtual lane where the non-event in unreal time haunts it. Thus the nostalgia for the perfect real-time weaponry of Virilio, whether God or the Patriot missile, runs up against the entropic spectrum of real time. Who better, then, than Nicholas Negroponte to put us all straight into digital vectors where the time of your life can be had at any time of the day or night. The boom is over in old age homes. Growing old together has been the sign of America in recline, a reflection on the empire mentality of the imperial war machine. As they always have, great civilizations come and go. American civilization is now engaged in the going part, which takes the form of a fierce struggle to shift the time vector, preferably to the infinite enduring stasis of John Kenneth Galbraith's The Good Life. Nor has one given up on the fountain of youth, or, at a minimum, health in older age, which has done wonders for the American investment in old age facilities. These homes and gardens, civilizations if you will, are all the products of analog consciousness, the epitome of which is the great American monument to itself, the television. As Negroponte has it, unlike young digital companies such as Apple and Sun Microsystems, television technology companies were old age homes for analog thought. The vision of a graying America in front of the television set is a reassuring one, again witnessed by Galbraith's The Culture of Contentment. Or perhaps one would even nostalgically prefer the America of the Good Book, usually pictured beside a fireplace, complete with pre-digital citizens having the last of the good reads. But that was before the world according to Negroponte. As Negroponte states with reference to gardening and the problem of parasite maintenance, think of a CD-ROM title on entomology as another example. Its structure will be more of a theme park than a book. 3 books lose out to theme parks, or maybe a better way to express it is that books become theme parks at the moment they shed their analog existence and become digital. In either case, immortality is just around the corner once analog existence with its constant deterioration is replaced by the digital that has overcome the 157 ravages of time. While perhaps not living forever, digital, at least, has the good sense to end without a trace once the delete button is pressed or one is sent off into an unknown address in cyberspace. All that is solid melts into the ground. What all of this has to do with life is, according to Negroponte, the following. Life will have made its escape from the very vector that now creates it. The real-time world of the threatening presence of being can at the very moment of its birth be nicely avoided. That is, the now of time present can, in a fit of Derridian erasure, be indefinitely deferred. Good news for bill payers, but, perhaps, not quite what the world had in mind concerning the digital revolution. All this centers around the broadcast vector. Current television analog vector thought is still trapped in the physics of the ether. Looking to the heavens for one's solace has been the way of communication technologies that broadcast through the air. In a perverse reversal of freeway propensities, the airwaves have become like the beltway, a standing room only vector. Not only is this quite dangerous because you might and will be seen and you might and will be listened to, it is even worse as it has become like the metro, crowded. The solution is, of course, to take to ground. This results in Negroponte's principle of what one might call the groundwork for the metaphysics of digital mores. What is in the air will go into the ground and what is in the ground will go into the air. Bandwidth in the ground is infinite and in the ether it is not. 14 Here again is the bunker architecture of Virilio, now at the forefront of the vector revolution that threatens an infinite bandwidth. Demanding life of me, the taking to ground of the digital bandwidth is also a taking to ground of the individual. For the bandwidth has, within its proximal zone, no internal time consciousness. The being and time of Dacian suddenly finds with being and digital that time's manifold has lost its horizon. Finally emancipated from time, being is coded into the cyber grid, a serial existence fed now, through the Ethernet port, new digital ether rather than the ether of classical physics. For Negroponte, real time, in its digital mode, ends up being time deferred. Digital life will include very little real-time broadcast. As broadcast becomes digital, the bits are not only easily time-shiftable but need not be received in the same order or at the same rate as they will be consumed. With the possible exception of sports and elections, technology suggests that TV and radio of the future will be delivered asynchronously. On-demand information will dominate digital life. 5 Negroponte's individual is completely delighted by this turn of events, digital life as retro fashion files given on demand. A type of instant gratification feed from the gargantuan memory file. The culture of narcissism can now safely join therapeutic, medical culture, at least as long as one subscribes to America Online and the Negroponte body is happily hardwired. It is not surprising that Negroponte will then construct a new virtual self that is immune from the intrusion of politics and sports, which he nostalgically exempts. 158. From going to ground. The self becomes FLLLY described in the broadcast vector space that he warns his reader not to CO and SE with the former analog narrowcast. By the time you have my address, my martial status, my age, my income, my car brand, my purchases, my drinking habits, and my taxes, you have me, a demographic unit of 1. This line of reasoning completely misses the fundamental difference between narrowcasting and being digital. In being digital I am me, not a statistical subset. Me includes information and events that have ND demographic or statistical meaning. Me, to use his charming italicized referent, would appear to Negroponte to miraculously escape, like sport and politics, the closure of meaning. Perhaps the inference is too direct to conclude that for Negroponte there is no meaning, demographic, statistical, or otherwise, to digital life. Or perhaps the political no longer includes surveillance and WA.R machines, or maybe the marketing staff have simply gone on vacation. Negroponte is correct in at least one respect: the older statistical subset based on the analog individual is too slow for the world of surveyed selves. The statistical lies within the spectrum of the possible, limiting the vector of the virtual. Negroponte opens up the spectrum, recasting the individual as the digital self, a self ready to process the infinite bandwidth of digital corporations. Negroponte is the installer of the operating system that goes with this me if home seems far away for some nostalgia buffs, racial bigots, or fans of old ET reruns. It is because they mistake home for the real rather than the virtual. The address becomes much more like a social security number than a street coordinate. It is a virtual address that quite naturally fits the security system. And what about politics and sport that might just escape the net? Don't worry, he was just kidding. We no longer have to worry about sport, given Nintendo's Virtual Boy. Negroponte himself took care of politics much earlier when he teleconferenced a meeting of the Joint Chiefs of Staff through digital imaging systems. 8 An experience of the out-of-body that appears to have put the Joint Chiefs out of joint. Netgame cameo. Dienu Weinstein und Mayabu La Weinstein. The players of Netgame address the question df the effects of the intimate on social relations. I new age cyber hippie. I deserve to come first. I'm the only one who truly loves the net. For ages, human beings have dreamed of something greater than themselves. With the advent of historical thinking, many began to dream of humanity creating out of itself its own supersession, humanity as the frontier of cosmic evolution. Now it has happened. The modern dream is materializing, humanity is being overcome through its own development. We are spirits and we are free. The net is out body and we, the authentic netizens, are the next stage of evolution, beyond the all-too-human, to the true and the spiritual. We give our bodies to out spirits as our bodies give the earth, air, fire, and water to themselves. We take the better portion. Our bodies serve the souls that emerge through the interaction of souls on the net. It is a new level of being. Not more real in some unknowable sense than the so-called material or perceptual world, but, rather, its present perfection, someday in the future itself to be surpassed, but now the frontier. Our future is the mush, the multiple user shared hallucination, in which people enter a cyber environment and live out lives there as pure selves that are constituted only by their interaction on the net. In the purest case, they will never be able to find out who their fellow netizens actually are in the corporeal world. The worst punishment that can be meted out is exclusion from the community, which is, of course, cyber death. But then you could get a new account and log on again, and take up a new life, even in the community that just excluded you, if not one of the scads of others that are always popping up. Short of banishment, there is only flaming and unresponsiveness. Your precious flesh remains unscathed. Think of it this way: in the modem period you had a split between fact and fiction, between history and literature, between experience and imagination. Now, on the net, what once might have been fragments of my personal literary imagination become participants in social relations and, therefore, become what they could never have been without the interaction. Imagination becomes genuinely social in cyberspace. The Marcusian dream of transcending the realm of necessity into a realm of artistic play is coming true. 160. By choosing the spirit, I have liberated my private imagination to enter into relations with other imaginations and thereby to be transformed. I can see a time when the day will be divided into 3 parts. One part will be sleeping, another part will be working, and much of that will be done over the net, and caring for the body, and the final and most important part will be cyber relations. If automation proceeds to the point at which the workday can be shortened, the surplus time will be apportioned to cyberspace and to conventional corporeal non-occupational activities only to the extent that they are instrumental to the enhancement of cyber relations. We will sleep and dream and work and love corporeally and care for ourselves as preparation for the time we spend in our cyber communities where our better and best selves grow. It is not too much to say that the net is the nervous system of heaven. 2. Net Defender. I find that I cannot agree with the previous speaker. Face-to-face friendship, love, and colleagueship are the highest ends, not some overcoming of humanity. I defend the relative autonomy and the value of a moral relation to and through the net that is based on the objective possibilities for relations among individuals that the net permits and, indeed, encourages, as what Jacques Maritain called an infravalent end, an end that has its own intrinsic value, but is also an instrumental value to a greater end. Or, as John Dewey conceived of it, the best experience is one that is both a consummation and a means to future consummations. The positivity of the net is its possibility of creating voluntary community through mediated conversation. In a negative sense, in the Hegelian sense of negative as abstract, the net abolishes physical distance between communicators, making everyone who's wired accessible to everyone else. In a positive sense, the net provides a field for experimentation, instrumental activity, and play, consummation, that by virtue of its mediated character becomes free from the demands of face-to-face or even telephonic relations, and, therefore, liberates expression and encourages play with self-definition. In return for the fullness of a close face-to-face relation, we must sacrifice our ability to vary ourselves and give vent to our reactions. The net's particular form of indirect mediation encourages variation and experimentation in expression and conversation. That is why endogenous theorists of the net are nearly always both libertarian and communitarian. At its best, the net is an array of voluntary communities of inquiry and comradeship sustained by the free commitment of their members. There's nothing mysterious or marvelous about this. It boils down to people around the country or the world who are caring for someone with a degenerative disease, forming a community of support and information outside the aegis of any medical organization. It amounts to people who share all sorts of common interests, pursuing them and also exposing themselves to disturbing interlopers bringing the bad news. As a moral possibility, the net is an anarcho-democratic community. It is a mistake to conceive of it as a model for corporeal community and an abomination to consider it a substitute for corporeal community. Think of it as a zone of freer communication than is social psychologically possible in other contexts. Something. 161. Like, though not the same as, academic freedom in the context of higher education, a special opportunity to explore, experiment, learn, and appreciate, a special opportunity for people to help and enjoy each other apart from the disciplinary discourses and practices of hierarchical organizations. The net offers the possibility of voluntary community on a scale and with a workability completely unknown until now. Networking on the net and sustaining the net as free and pure a medium for all messages as possible, consistent with the perpetuation of voluntary community, is the beachhead of the new left in cyberspace. 3. Marxist theoretician. I think a word from the old left is called for here, a good old-fashioned Marxist critique and analysis. Things haven't changed all that much since the manifesto. We still have to contend with utopianism. Let's retreat a bit from the wild-eyed, infantilist, if I might say so, idealism of the so-called New Age cyber-hippie. This collective solipsism of the net is merely the fantasies of the technical intelligentsia of the computer communications complex. A case of organizational psychosis, Dewey, and trained incapacity, Veblen, trained incapacity in the ability to think scientifically in this case, a superb irony for an operative in highly rationalized technical networks. Technically, the networks are rationalized. Ideologically they index the contradictions of late capitalism, which is destroying society to such an extent that people flee to computer screens for compensation and breed a crowd of ideologists who tell them that they are pioneers in a new stage of cosmic evolution. Rather, they are waste products of capitalism, which is pleased to have them in their alternative worlds when they are not at work. These are high-maintenance kids put off to pasture on the net. Sooner or later capitalism will find a way of taking those worlds of self-experimentation over. Until then a decadent and despairing young intelligentsia finds its own devices of pathetic amusement. Let us get closer to reality, to material conditions, by going back to the net defender, who correctly places the net and its sociality into the sensuous experience of human society, but remains a bourgeois individualist by directing net community to fuller personal relations rather than to revolutionary praxis to transform actual social relations, which is the only way to guarantee personal relations, which are imperiled under the autistic consumer behavior fostered by late capitalism. Our task as Marxists who are involved in the Internet is to devise ways of using its distinctive characteristics to best effect to further revolutionary praxis. We need to infiltrate cyberspace and learn to turn its conversations into opportunities for political education. We need to get members of oppressed communities linked by computer to better further their struggles against the system. We need to have clearinghouses of activist experience in all quarters of the struggle and our own computer discussion groups on strategy and tactics. We need to link activists around the world to be resource persons for each other, to share their experience and knowledge. 162. As we engage in revolutionary praxis on the net, we will learn to appreciate, through our concrete transformative activity, the new turns in human elations that the medium imposes and permits, and we will learn to make them ever more serve our solidarity. But that solidarity will come as a reflective byproduct of revolutionary praxis, not as its direct aim. For net promoter, let's get down to earth and get practical before we start soaring into thin air. We have a very bright future ahead of us in America if we have the wisdom and foresight and fortitude to do what's necessary to bring it about. We who proudly represent the emerging National Information Infrastructure, NII, are very pleased that we have both the Clinton administration through Vice President Al Gore and the Republican leadership through Speaker of the House of Representatives Newt Gingrich in our corner. We tend, on the whole, to favor the Gore approach, though we share much of the Toffler's vision, appropriated by Gingrich, of a third-wave society based on individual empowerment. The basic point is that empowerment will only come through the institutions that we depend upon to sustain our life on Earth: business enterprises, schools, hospitals, government agencies. They will develop the discussion groups, support groups, and clientele groups that will sustain individuals in their quest for individuality. We say to the Marxist theoretician, "Haven't you heard? Communism is dead. Capitalism won. Capic? Go play with your bulletin boards in cyberspace." When it comes to the net defender and the new age cyber hippie, you, my dear friends, are the cyber incarnations of the 60s counterculture, whose self-indulgence has endangered our country severely. We'll give you the cyberspace to play your games. Who knows? You might even come up with things that we can sell or apply. Empowerment for individuals and groups is what the information superhighway is all about. The important thing is that everybody be connected and that there be interconnectivity among media. The goal is to give individuals, groups, and organizations maximum access to what they need to satisfy their legitimate purposes. Cyberpopulism will give way to an institutional phase of the net as organizations learn to use the net in sophisticated ways for outreach and servicing. Eventually, organized players will offer management of an incredible diversity of socialization situations and scenarios on the net. Support groups, common interest groups, and chat groups will flourish under professional support. For example, I read somewhere recently that a garden supply business had started a gardening discussion group on the net. This is the wave of the future, organizations facilitating socialization and therefore enhancing empowerment. Empowerment through connectivity. 6net, hype, hater, I've had it. Enough. Internet discourse, internet spirituality, internet philosophy, internet critical theory, internet policy, it's all hype. This is the first time in history that philosophy has become so completely enmeshed in promo. 163. Shin that the two are indeterminate partners in a single discourse. The Bill Gateses, Steve Jobses, Mitch Cappers are the hypesters and philosophers all rolled up into one. I hate the seduction of net hype. I hate the seduction of the net. I hate the virtual community as a substitute for the streets and the flesh. The fact is that the net is an emerging complex of communications media that has not yet reached its full rank among communications media and is, therefore, still full of promise, breeding utopia and dystopia about it, an endless hype and vision, it can still be promoted like land in Florida or nuclear power were in the 1950s. Do I even care if humanity goes bug-eyed in front of screens, communing with perpetual email support groups, sometimes masquerading as news groups, as they wait, as in a universal hospice, to be replaced by androids? Don't the technotopians see? The Internet as anarchy, that is, the Internet as a vehicle of academic freedom, the old ARPANET that the Defense Department created to expedite Cold War military research and was captured by the academic side of the military-academic complex, is a totally elite utopian moment. The Internet as anarchy is about to cede, as the net promoter knows, to the Internet as pan-capitalist F1ACIITY. We are going through a doubling process. The Internet is being absorbed into the environing retromodern, pan-capitalist scene, the post-postmodern. Welcome to the retromodern. Darwinian capitalism rides again on the net. The net is passing from libertarian utopia to techno-capitalism. You ask what the net will be? It will be continuous spamming. The net will duplicate the fallen creation in cyberspace. From the net salvation doth not come. Everything we have already will be in cyberspace in pretty much the same proportion as we have it through the mediascape. Basically, whatever you can make a buck on will have its cyber equivalent. A certain number of people will be sucked into cyberspace and become dependent on it for self-maintenance. Others will use it, among other media and relations, for self-maintenance. Others will opt out at the price of some exclusion from valuable practical and social connection. Newt Gingrich was Time magazine 1995 Man of the Year. Newsweek competing issue declared 1995 the year of the Internet and featured on its cover a cartoon of Microsoft's Bill Gates dressed as Santa Claus. There ain't a chip's worth of difference. Two tech hypesters. Is there a message here about hegemonic media and the future of the net? I've seen the future and it's neuter gates. 6. Cyberpunk provo-geek techno-luddite. Excuse me, but you're all full of cyber shit. The net is more technology to master in order to bring it down from the fucking insides. I'm the Unabomber hacking code. I'm spreading viruses everywhere, the aids of cyberspace. I'm the cyberpunk provo-geek techno-luddite. I'll use the fucking net as a Lonely Hearts Club where I'll prey on whomever I please, at whatever age, as I please. I heard's great story the other day about an elderly Jewish gentleman who disagreed with a Nazi skinhead on the net. The Nazi skinhead, knowing no fetishism of the net, no taboos and sacred spaces, tracked down his critic in perceptual space and threatened the Jewish gentleman with 164. Physical death, which led to said Jewish gentleman having to relocate to another region of the country. Let them talk about cyberspace as something special, it's just another scam. 111 hack you and jack you and smack you and whack you in every cyber way and will hold you physically accountable for your cyber personalities. I am the provo nihilist. Bring it all down from the inside. Eliminate all boundaries between the net and perceptual life. Destroy the net. Threaten security of private information, medical records, and financial transactions in any way you can. Break into data banks and mess them up. Falsify records. Use cyber communities to draw the poor souls in them into humiliating and exploitative relations. Perpetuate misinformation, disinformation, rumor, and hate speech on the net. Intimidate and humiliate with your flames. Bring the world and net together at every opportunity in calamitous and degrading encounters. Commit financial fraud on the net and become a martyr to our cause if you get caught. Cause information overload in the system at social crisis points. We are avowed terrorists. Someday we might go to work for a fascist leader. Hey! We're in training. Our aim is to cause feelings of insecurity and danger about the net so that people and organizations are as scared to go on it as suburbanites are to walk through an inner-city housing project. We aim to make the net at least as unfriendly as nuclear power has become. We infiltrate the net as techno-geeks and then become the cyber parasites that destroy it. We're going to make life as tough as we can for as many people on the net as we can. The best way to show that something's a utopia is to bring it down. We'll violate your email and use it against you. Someday we might work for large organizations as enforcers and disciplinarians, cyber torturers. Paradists? Get a life. We intend to throw you off the H&N net by making it unattractive to you by any means necessary, whatever it takes. We hate technology and we have mastered it, the ultimate cyberpunk horror story, The Enemy Within. Mimetic Flesh is a floating outlaw zone where the delirious spectacle of cyberculture reconfigures the future of the nanobody. Mimetic Flesh in Cyber City. Arthur und Marilouise Kroker. Mimetic Flesh? That's the street scene in Cyber City, San Francisco, CA. Not so much an Ars Electronica, but an Ars California, an art of digital living. Certainly not a sociological rhetoric of evolution or devolution, but something radically different. Mimetic Flesh is a floating outlaw zone where memes fold into genes, where the delirious spectacle of cyberculture reconfigures the future of the molecular body. In Ars California, Mimetic Flesh is neither future nor history, but the molecular present. Pure California gening. Now we just got off the net where we experienced data delirium with the Ars Electronica manifesto for Mimetic Flesh, the one which speculates about future memes, stochastic minds, recombinant bodies, info and molecular daydreams. When we read this meme manifesto, our bodies of flesh, bone, and blood sagged under the terminal evolutionary weight of it all, but the electronic sensors embedded in our nanoskin just went crazy. Like Alien 3, the electronic worms cruising the blood lanes just below skin surface heard this call of a future technotopia, flipped on their sensor matrix to red alert, whumped through the epidermal bunker, zoomed out into fresh air, and were last seen heading straight for the California coast. And why? Because in Ars California, words are always too slow, the art of digital life exceeds new programming languages. Java, Perl, C++, awk, C Shell, these are always outmoded codes for better client-slash-server relations. Spurning new programming codes and breaking beyond all the debugging barriers, Mimetic Flesh fast fuses memes and genes, molecularly hardwiring information into the folded vectors of soft flesh. In SF, memes have abandoned the art academy, becoming popular culture for the 21st century. Just listen to the street talk. A cool-looking city-wise Chicano in killer loop shades plays Tex-Mex blues on his guitar while wearing a t-shirt that boasts, "I'm a professional beta tester for Microsoft." A businessman tucked away in an IBM suit, in lines by while dealing mega futures of Intel chips on his cellular phone. An African-American with a high futures face gets into the elevator armored in a red windbreaker listing the brand name icons for the Corporate Alliance of Americas. Leading cyber companies, a nanotechnologist begins to tell prophetic tales of the next human migration, the one where floating slivers of the human species will be carefully wrapped in huge nanofiber skins and allowed to float away into deep space, seeding the future universe. 167. Or we're walking down a sun-bleached street in San Francisco right under the Bay Bridge, and we see a beat-up Winnebago with a Nevada license plate. It's got a big sign out front advertising bargain basement prices on Java/Sun computer packages. It's a Sunreal California scene, an old Winnebago, high gear, hard-driving Silicon Valley type salesman in a no-tech part of town, with no customers to take their coffee and donuts and high packages except for some homeless guys and ourselves. Tear asking us which way to Multimedia Gulch, they realized the error of their mimetic way, and closed up shop just as a couple of street people settled down for some good eatin' and sleepin' inside the chain-link fence. Mimetic Flesh is daily life in Cyber City, the kind of place where the virus of the tech future digs its way under the skin, like an itch or a sore or a viral meme that just won't go away. No one knows this better than the mimetic artists of SE, not the corporate art of Silicon Valley, the house art of Interval, Xerox, and Oracle with their new age visions of wetware products for the digital generation, nor the subordinated aesthetics of the fine art emporiums in official culture, but unofficial outlaw art that's practiced in hidden warehouses and storefront galleries and ghetto schools and other side of the tracks digitali machine shops, an art of dirty memes. Dirty memes? That's what happens when mimetic engineering escapes into the streets of Cybercity, and its scent is picked up by viral artists. Like Elliot Anderson's multimedia algorithm, The Temptation of Saint Anthony, with its brilliant psychopathology of obsessive-compulsive behavior, complete with 3D ghostly images of emotional discomfort and stuttering gestures, as the key psychic sign of digital culture. Or Matt Hackert's Dead Horse Flesh machines complete with belching flamethrowers and whirring chainsaws and rip-snorting drills, and all of this accompanied by the robotic sounds of the mechanical orchestra. Or Lynn Hirschman Leeson's mimetic cinema with its application of object relations programming to the universe of Hollywood imagery. Or the viral robotics of Chico McMurtry's amorphic robot works that encode in robogenetics all the ecstasy and catastrophe of the ruling cultural mimetics. Neither technotopian nor technophobic, mimetic art in the streets of SF is always dirty, always rubbing memes against jeans, always clicking into mimetic flesh. The Nanotech Future. A Digital Conversation with B.C. Crandall. Arthur and Marilouise Kroker. Arthur and Marilouise Kroker, what is molecular engineering/nanotechnology? What are some of the key emergent trends in nanotechnology? B.C. Crandall, molecules are collections of atoms. Molecular engineering is the art of making objects with molecular precision. The field is called nanotechnology because simple molecular components are measured in nanometers, or billionths of a meter. For the past 200 years, chemists have done rather simple things with a large number of relatively small molecules. Nanotechnology aims to build a wide range of quite complex micro and macroscopic objects with molecular precision. For perspective, consider DNA, which is 2.3 nanometers wide, or LSD, one of the larger psychically active molecules, made up of some 50 atoms, which is about 1 nanometer across. The field is just emerging from the coalescing efforts of genetic engineers, chip manufacturers, and research scientists pushing around individual atoms with their scanning probe microscopes to make raked gravel Japanese gardens with atoms and their electrons. The key goal of nanotechnology is the creation of self-replicating molecular systems that are not based on the mechanisms of DNA. The world envisioned includes completely liquid environments with massive processing and robotic capabilities. The equivalent of several thousand robotic Cray computers could operate in a space smaller than a BLOD cell. Materiality would be addressable atom by atom. Several traditional fields are becoming molecular and more will soon join them. Computer chip manufacturers are beginning to toy with molecularly precise components. Dr. Robert Burge at Syracuse University is working in the lab, and in a startup company, to create gigabyte memories smaller than sugar cubes using lasers to read and write stacks of closely packed molecules similar to the ones that register photons in our retinas. Drug manufacturers are using molecular modeling software to design molecules that might lock or unlock a number of proteins in an effort to more rationally develop new pharmaceuticals. Biology, and all its subdomains in anthropology, ecology, forensics, medicine, and so on, have all resolved themselves to view the world with molecular precision. 169. Perhaps nanotechnology can best be understood as a fairly new set of memes with particularly dramatic material consequences. Our species has never experienced such a challenging opportunity. The potential for losing our evolutionary purchase on the planet is very real, as is the possibility of boldly carrying DNA to where no man, and no woman, has gone before. But this will only be possible, I feel, if we are able to substantially reconfigure major portions of human culture through a process of mimetic engineering. A8M Kroker, why is our future mimetic engineering? Crandall, the term mime was coined by Richard Dawkins in 1976. A mime is a piece of patterned information carried and expressed by a human brain, just as a gene, which rhymes with meme, is a piece of patterned information carried and expressed by DNA. By taking in that last sentence, you become infected with the meme about memes. Memes are a new form of self-replicators, or viral life. They are atomic and molecular fragments of human culture. Mimetics is very far from the mimetic judgment Plato passed on materiality, that it consists of poor imitations of true forms. Mimetics is the antithesis of metaphysics, insisting that matter matters. Felix Guattari performs a kind of mimetic analysis when he argues that a wide range of heterogeneous machinic components lead to the production of contemporary subjectivities. As material structures, memes are always on their way, transformationally, from medium to medium. Speech vibrates air molecules that, if near an ear, enter the brain through the tuning forks of the inner ear and thus into more or less stable molecular patterns in the brain. Memes express themselves through the mouth, as words and song, through the hands which have learned to use a growing range of signaling tools from paintbrush and keyboard to trumpet and fax machine, and through other significant gestures. Today, memes exploit the new media and travel as electronic and electromagnetic pulses and hibernate as magnetic patterns and as microscopic pits on laser-read compact discs. Mimetic engineering is the art of intentionally creating, nursing, annealing, and projecting an evolving matrix of these meat-based ideas. Mimetic engineering can be found at the core of contemporary techno-corporate communication apparatuses as well as at the heart of Buddhist literature, wherever effective means are used to infect the flesh of a reader, listener, or viewer with a given meme. These processes of teaching and learning, intentional mimetic transfer, generate human culture. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that, memes are us. To the extent that we participate in language, economics, history, or aesthetics, we inhabit a mimetic realm. Using the energy of our living flesh to maintain, mutate, and express themselves, memes live in and through us. Their viral activity generates our hallucinated identities as individuals. You can identify the memes living in your flesh by inventorying your identities. If you call yourself Christian, Marxist, or postmodern, or musician or writer, you do so because your body carries and expresses particular strains of mimetic culture. We are facing a crisis because the set of memes that can be identified as the ongoing techno-scientific revolution is evolving with completely unprecedented 170 success. Never before have the stories we've told each other about the world, the memes, had such capacity to rearrange the matter of the world. As the technological phylum discovers how to install itself as an evolving molecular presence, our animal survival depends on discovering the memes that we can live with. Without an effective methodology for discerning and modifying mimetic forms, our future looks quite bleak. Currently, the enacted consequences of the memes that we carry are causing the greatest reduction in species diversity on the planet of the past 60 million years. Leaking radioactive waste, lethal for hundreds of thousands of years, pockmark the civilized world. And soon we will face the prospects of genetically targeted molecular machine viroid.s. As we hack the future with ever more powerful tools in our primate paws, we must continually re-engineer our memes so they inspire us to ever gentler action. Or perhaps another image, another meme, would be better, for we need to cultivate, nurture, and husband a garden of genetically beneficial mimetic life forms. A&M Kroker, in your new book, Nanotechnology, Modern Speculations on Global Abundance, you claim that we stand at the threshold of a molecular dawn. Why do you think the future is molecular? And what will be some of key concrete results of the molecular dawn? Cranchel, our future is molecular because if we do not take molecular care we will not be materially alive, and that brings all our fine conversations, political, philosophical, spiritual, economic, to a graceless halt. Conversely, if we can conjure up a skeleton key that will allow us to pass us through the molecular gate, and we find ourselves living amidst molecularly precise artifacts as cheap as dirt, the imagination of millennia, the madness and laughter of our species, will leap forth, generating incomprehensibly complex patterns of human becoming. Some of which, I imagine, may be quite enjoyable. In the book, I present an historical argument that it is actually quite reasonable to anticipate the arrival of surprisingly powerful molecular machines in the next few decades. The contributed pieces in the book present technically sound speculations on several potential applications. These range from the blessedly mundane, diamond teeth, to a utility fog, which would support you in an essentially liquid environment. T could simulate almost any occurrence with full resolution at the limit of human sensory instrumentation. In fog, one might assume that every sensory impression would appear with a corporate logo in the lower right-hand corner. A suit of utility fog, while stimulating your senses, could carry you across the surface of the Earth quite rapidly and, with a few modifications, could generate within its bulk a sufficient quantity of microscopic vacuum pockets to make the entire apparatus, with you inside, lighter than the atmosphere that it displaces. You'd bob up to the top of the atmosphere like a champagne cork released from the Titanic. Such a universal human-machine interface could act as a second skin and as the fundamental medium of communities. Those who share protoplasmic extensions of a given liquid envelopment, each individual a raisin. 171. In a digital tapioca pudding, could be in constant, broadband, full-body communication. Parenthetically, the Latin-rooted individual is the etymological equivalent of the Greek-rooted atom, both mean indivisible. A and Me and XUCO founded a computer company, Prime Arithmetics, in 1990. Is that related to your work with molecular realities? Crandall, Prime is based on the mathematical research of my co-founder Jack Letourneau, who has shown that there exists a unique isomorphism between the natural numbers under the operations of primed Rn times and hierarchical structures under the operations of encapsulate and merge at the root. This discovery has allowed us to develop a family of arithmetic techniques that are particularly efficient for describing and manipulating object-oriented data structures. These techniques, which have just recently been partially approved by the PDO Patent and Trademark Office, have immediate applications, especially in the area of network-based computing, where a number of small digital objects are drawn into temporary assemblies as needed, and in the molecular world we will soon inhabit. In particular, it's clear that cellularization, the process of grouping molecular components into increasingly complex assemblies, has provided DNA life with one of its most fundamental techniques for generating ever more capable life forms. An efficient method for modeling the aggregation and evolution of object-oriented systems will have value, I believe, as we begin to create molecular mechanical instantiations of artificial life forms. I also imagine that whatever global algorithms are used to effect the next transformations of the planet, they will need data structures and data structure management mechanisms. Prime offers a mechanism that's as universal and as natural as the natural numbers, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. A&M Kroker, in Nanotechnophagy you state, nanotechnology poses a difficult question: what will we human primates do when some of us learn to manipulate matter as finely as the DNA and RNA molecules that encode our own material structure? Now, we know that some of the early adopters of nanotechnology will be multinational drug companies who intend to apply to molecular engineering the same warlike strategies that they have already applied to the pre-nano world. Is nanotechnology doomed to recapitulate the often violent history of modern engineering, or does the possibility exist that mimetic engineering may have a heretofore silent ecological ethic? In other words, is there a green nanotechnology? Crandall, there must be, or we will not long survive. Technology, as Heisenberg pointed out, is a fully natural phenomenon. He called it a biological process on the largest scale. If this is the case, it is not a question of managing our technology in a kinder, gentler manner, but rather one of ridding the global orgasm that is shuddering its way across the planet. Our choices seem to be encouraging this thundering. 172. Undulation in the direction of birthing a multitude of post-planetary, DNA life colonies, or dully observing its crescendoing explosion in place, an event that I do not believe will be very hospitable for our delicate hominid flesh. In the next few decades, with the development of nanotechnology, a window of opportunity will open, during which we will be able to use early applications of molecularly engineered materials to launch a multitude of substantial, ecologically self-sustaining, and primate-supporting ecosystems into the previously untenable ecological niche of space. These colonies would provide new homes for DNA with one essential characteristic: complete molecular separation from one another. While terrorism and stupidity are likely to remain serious challenges, the void of space would serve to separate the various attempts to generate viable mimetic and genetic cultures with human-directed, molecularly precise interventions. If one colony failed, the whole game wouldn't end. Currently, we know of only one molecularly interconnected DNA experiment, the Earth. For as long as we fail to multiply the instances where DNA life can continue its 4.5 billion years exploration, we face an ever-increasing risk that molecularly machined artifacts generated by one species of DNA life will accidentally destroy the planet's capacity to support primates, and potentially its capacity to support all forms of DNA. The ecological ethic inherent in nanotechnology emerges when we realize that it is indeed the end of the world as we know it. When groups of humans gather together, with the intention of forming self-sufficient, molecularly independent communities of DNA life with PKMS to leave the Earth at the earliest opportunity, it will be on the basis of an understanding that individual, bodily health and well-being is utterly dependent on the ecological vitality of the place you call home, be it San Francisco, Berlin, Jakarta, or a centrifugally spinning necklace of Earth life pods in near-Earth solar orbit. How such communities will form and the manner in which they will sustain themselves is the question that I am most interested in at this time. Clearly, this is fundamentally a question of mimetic evolution. Today, the deterritorializing memes of capitalism will continue to distract us from the primary pleasures of the meat, breathing, moving, eating, touching, with a growing blizzard of secondary representations, in an effort to constantly maximize return for the owners. In this storm of accelerating combinatoric culture, it is critical that those of us interested in surviving begin to practice some form of mimetic annealing, a kind of cyber-calisthenics for domesticated primates in reclining civilizations. The goal of annealing is simple: remember that everything you know is wrong, or the map is not the terrain, or whatever aphorism stands in your matrix as the navel, the omphalos, the Klein bottle point at which you disappear. While Buddhists and others have developed a wide range of activities to induce such an experience, the event itself is utterly natural, meat returning to meat. This Saturnalia of the soul which deconstructs the dominant hallucination in a temporary conflagration allows one's current set of memes to reorder their relationships. One is reborn, as yet another mimically infected ape. 173. Annealing becomes particularly important as we are ever more likely to find ourselves in molecularly altered states of consciousness. While certain psychedelics and alcohol are older than cities, most of us, including those of European descent, have had less than 400 years to adapt to the molecular intrusions of caffeine and nicotine on our brain meat. Prozac has been with us for only 22 years, and it passed $1 billion in sales when it was only 18, the year Zolofi was born. Each of these molecular regimes, these postmodern material gods of consciousness, affect the beliefs and values, the memes, that guide our actions in the world. A. Vital Ronell's image of receiving a 6-month girloid program as a molecular implant, and Neil Stephenson's questions, is it a virus, a drug, or a religion? What's the difference? Point to the criticality of waking up to the material, the molecular, nature of the memes we each host. Given this fundamental materiality, it is clear why mimetic annealing always proceeds as an activity, a movement of the flesh. Whether the gross movements of dance or yoga, or the subtle movements of conscious breathing and mindful attention, annealing invites our meat to choose, what activity, what belief, what memes feel best for this meat right now. Nietzsche suggested that one sit as little as possible, and argued that we should give no credence to any thought that was not born outdoors while one moved about freely. By taking the fundamental creative act, drawing a distinction, and handing the baton to our breathing, feeling flesh, we just might be able to choose and construct mimetic forms that will allow the dance of human and DNA life to continue. Requiem. And the Acker. Act 3. Scene I, Electre monologue. ENCTRA enters and sits cross-legged upon the stage. Just the actress, no need to dress up anymore. It J present time. Electra, I'm gonna to tell you about myself. A little like a kid, I'd been working with this woman who knows how to access past lives. When I found out that I had cancer, a cancer that had metastasized, I ran to her for help. Why? For this reason. When the surgeon who had taken my breasts off, a few days after this operation, informed me that some of my lymph nodes were registering cancer. I asked him if the lymph nodes or the body's oil filter could simply be registering cancer because I was on a high antioxidant diet. I had been for some weeks. Picking at her feet. He answered me that diet has nothing to do with cancer, with the causes of cancer. He added, nor with environmental pollution. We have no idea, said my surgeon, what causes cancer. 50 I decided that he knew nothing about cancer. I had no idea why I was deciding this. I knew I had to find out who did know about cancer. But I knew I had no way of knowing how to find out. Everything I had though T-real had just been taken away from me. I ran to George, my psychic. I told her everything that had happened, that the surgeon was good looking. Like President Clinton. I guess they're in the same racket. Editor's note, Kathy Acker's Requiem was commissioned by the American Opera Projects, New York. Ken Whitny is the composer. 175. Said. George replied that I shouldn't be scared. She would send me to someone who kills cancers. Who had killed several for her. I was alone again and everything that was happening so fast ran through my brains. I could only think about was killing cancers. If I can kill the cause of this cancer, this was my thought, the cancer that's in my body will go away. I didn't know, however, if phenomena happen by chance or by cause. Now, if phenomena happened by chance, then nothing that I did or could do mattered, that is, there was no way I could know what action led to what other action or event. In other words, if chance ruled the world, then my surgeon was right. Cancer had no discernible cause and my life and death were meaningless. I can't bear this. It was at this moment something, I don't know what word to use, came out of me, someone larger in than me, and screamed without raising my voice, using a calm tone, no more of this death. You fucked everything up, so now I'm taking over. It was a male voice. I felt that my conscious section was just a part of a huge being. If this world is meaningful, I continued, then so must be each of its parts, no matter how minute. If this world is meaningful, then I need to concern myself, not with cancer, but with its cause. Whatever caused it must change. I knew one thing. That writing is a way to change reality. I returned to George in order to find out how I could change reality. But I was very scared. The growing fear that I felt was so great that it seemed just about to take me over. I was about to stop being. Again George said that I shouldn't be frightened. Why was I? I didn't understand this question cause I thought that the fear of dying was enough to frighten anyone. Had I ever been scared before I had gotten cancer? 176. Yes. I said this, then I thought. When I had been 6 years old, I guess it was 6 cause I don't remember anything that happened before that time, I had been taking a shower. My mother entered the bathroom. I didn't know she was in there because I couldn't see her through the shower curtain. Just like Psycho. She threw ice water on top of me. She had already placed a bar of soap on the floor of the bathtub. It was a game. If I can remember playing these games like this with my mother, why can't I remember anything that happened before I was 6 years old? Scene 2, light opens up to reveal a level, small study in tan. Most of the WA1.H are huge R windows through which can be seen J&L/grown trees, tiny buedr, branches, birds bopping here and there, maybe even a squirrel. The sun is clear and strong. Electra, dressed in the actress' normal clothing, and George are sitting in 2 of the 3 comfortable armchairs. George looks like a budget Hollywood actress slightly past her prime, in a way she is, for she used to be married to a well-known American film producer. THQ, are already in conversation. Electra, so I went to this ding-dong doctor and she made me hold vials of different cancers in one hand while her hands tapped and sort of moved my feet. She said, you don't register at all for breast cancer. Maybe I'm cured. But you have 6 other kinds of cancer. I think I'd know if I was growing every conceivable kind of cancer. George, forget about her. Electra, while I was holding each group of vials, there were 14, she told me to hold the thumb of my other hand, for each test, against a different finger. Each time my thumb touched my third finger, she found all these really bad emotions. She named each emotion, then told me to think about it and hit the base of my skull with that tool they use to adjust backs. A clicker or something or other. As soon as my head really hurt, I told her I had thought about the emotion. George, don't see her again. Electra, the most usual emotion was anger. I want to learn about this cause I don't think I'm angry with my mother. I've worked on forgiving her. 177. George, you must have been angry at her for what she did to you. Electra, I don't know, but I don't know how I felt before I was 6. George, what's the first thing that you remember? Electra, I do remember one thing that happened before I was 6. I was about a year old. I had this pink baby blanket with roses. I adored it. They took it away from me. They said they were taking it away to clean it, but I never got it back. George, now, be a child. Sit in a chair or on the floor as if you were a child. Electra, George. Readily sitting down on the floor, her legs away from the rigidity of her body, this is silly. George, what toy do you want? Electra pouts. George, would you like a stuffed animal? Electra, I like stuffed animals. George, banding her a pig whoa hugging a 6-ace pig and a mauled bear, which one? Electra, both. George, go back to that blanket. To it being taken away. Where are you? Electra, I don't know. She closes her QES, a bare room. Grey walls. I see a crib. I can't see anything else. George, who's taking your blanket away? Electra, they are. George, your grandmother? She's obviously the one who took care of you. Electra, my mother, my grandmother. They're one and the same. They're the only people in this world. 178. George, what about your nurse? You said you had nurses. Electra, I adored my nurses. It was my mother or my grandmother. George, what do you feel? Electra, I'm really angry. George, do you show your mother you're angry? Electra, no. 7%. And s, my mother was a monster. I wouldn't have dared. George, why? Children usually show their mothers how they feel. Electra doesn't answer. George, what were you so scared she was going to do to you? Electra, her voice changing, I tell you, I'm blocked. I'm blocking. Her sodi is rigid and she, in pain, I'm trying to think of what I'm most scared of. Lobotomy. Reasons, they're going to make me into nothing. To make me a puddle so I can be just what they want. Then I'll no longer be. That was what their society was to me, the 50s and the 60s. Hypocrisy. George, I don't understand. Electra, I was constantly supposed to say to my mother, I love you. I wouldn't because I didn't know if she loved me. My father would say, why don't you tell your mother you love her? She loves you so much. I was guilty when I was 6, I would tiptoe up to the doorway of their bedroom, it was always late at night. I could hear them talking about me. My mother said that there was something bad about me which genetics couldn't account for and my father would agree. He agreed with everything she said. They talked about how maybe I should be instituted. George, how did that make you feel? 179. Electra, I was unlike everyone in the world. I decided I was a freak. So my mind made up another world, that's when I began to live in the imagination. George, but what had so frightened you? Electra, I can't remember back then cause I'm scared to. Making hers at I've got to remember because I have to cure this disease. George, go back further. Electra, I'm trying. I'm going to look at my fears. lobotomy. Fire. I'm terrified of fire. Which doesn't make sense cause I'm basically fearless. Knives, guns don't bother me. When I was a kid, I used to jump off the boardwalk over the beach. It was high. George, why are you scared of fire? Electra shrugs. George, if you were badly burned during childhood, you'd have a scar. Electra, I don't have a scar. I'm scared of fire. George, let's go back to lobotomy. Your mother doesn't want you to be you. Electra, she wants me to be really dumb and get C's on my report card. She hates how bright I am. George, she doesn't want you to exist. Electra, she's always tells me that she would have gotten an abortion if she hadn't been scared. George, she tried to kill you. Electra, I don't remember. Blahing, let's ask the healers. George, dear healers, please be with us now and answer my and Electra's questions about her mother. Did Electra's mother try to kill her? Electra is sitting in her chi-and position, rigid. 180. George, yes. Did Electra's mother try to burn her when she was a child? No. Did Electra's mother try to kill her before she was born? Yes. When she was 3 months in the womb. When you were 7 months in the womb, your mother tried to abort you using something to do with heat, a method common in those days. Electra, I know this. George, the abortion didn't work because you were meant to be born. You were helpless when all this happened. That's why you're scared. Electra, what do I do? George, may you go back to that child who existed before your mother tried to abort her, so that she can grow up in love. Give her the help that she needs to do what she has to do while alive. Amen. Electra sings in a clear, strong child-5 voice. Requiem who, if one cried out, would hear me among the angels? I know the answer. No one. Tell me, from where does love come? An angel is sitting on my face. To whom can I run? Take me in your arms, death. I'm so scared, do anything to me that will make me safe while I kick my heels and shout hut in total fear, while we hurtle through your crags to where it's blacker, Orpheus head eaten by rats, what's left of the world scat ers, in the Lethe the poet's hairs. 181. Below where there's no ground, down into your hole, because you want me to eat your sperm. Death. I know. Every angel is terrifying. Because of this, because I have met death. I must keep my death in me, gently and yet go on living. Because of this, because I have met my death, I give myself birth. Remember that Persephone raped by Hades then by him brought into the kingdom of death there gave birth to Dionysius. You were the terrorized child. Mother. Now be no more. Requiat in pacem. Tell me, from where does love come? Emerging at last from violent insight sing out in jubilation and in praise to the angels who terrified away the night. Let not one string of my forever child's heart and cunt fail to sing. Open up this body half in the realm of life, half in death and give breathe. For to breathe is always to pray. You language where language goes away. You were the terrorized child. Mother. Be no more. Requiat in pacem. Requiem. For it was you I loved. Conceiving Ada. Lyndhurst Leeson. Conceiving Ada is a film that invented the technology of virtual sets to dramatize the converging lives of two young women widely separated in time. Emmy, a driven young woman of the present day who is obsessed with her experiments programming artificial life, and her 19th century counterpart, the brilliant and daring Ada Byron King Lovelace, who foresaw the possibilities of artificial life when she wrote what is now considered the first computer program in 1843. As Emmy investigates Ada through a series of CD-ROM biographies as well as a DNA memory retrieval program, she comes to identify with her subject to the point that she experiences scenes from Ada's life through Ada's eyes. It is a life of continual struggle for some measure of control over her own work. Ada's notes were written to describe inventor Charles Babbage's analytical engine, the forerunner of the modern computer. She lost control over her own body, which was ravaged by childbearing and often mysterious ailments. Even her own thought processes were forcibly directed onto a narrow rationalistic course by her rigidly moralistic mother, Lady Byron, who counteracted the bad blood of Ada's notorious father, the poet Lord Byron. Nevertheless, Ada proved herself to be Byron's daughter in many ways. She led a double life as both the respectable and accomplished Lady Lovelace, and the scandalous Ada Byron, involved in drug use, high-stakes gambling, and torrid affairs with her tutors. Ada, in fact, used her calculations to bet on horses, and lost the family fortune, since she confesses to her husband the night she died at age 36. At first, Emmy's colonization of Ada's identity seems to be a means of exploring her own. Pregnant, yet compelled to continue her work and fulfill her own addictive drives, Emmy is also monitored by controlling forces of lover, Nicholas. The computer-driven narrative of conceiving Ada is structured to allow for multiple interpretations. It can be read as a projection of the terrors of giving birth as represented in terms of the programming of artificial life, or as a meditation on pervasive erasure of privacy in modern life. But it is overridingly a story of conflict between essential truth and the representations which block our access to it. As representations of reality become more and more technologically complex, truth seems to recede into an infinite proliferation of screens. The story ends 6 years after Emmy gives birth to Claire, and reminds us that the grace of humanity allows each generation to reinvent itself. 183. The following scenes take place as Ada is dying. The gerst is between her mother and the Andal between her and Emmy, the contemporary woman who uncovers her story via the computer, and is then able to talk to her directly. Lady Byron, hesitantly: Ada, there is much I've never told you about your father. Remember when you learned the truth about your father and Aunt Augusta, you became paralytic and were in crutches for 3 years? Close-up of Ada's face as she bears the story. Lady Byron, Can't D. When I fought for custody of you there was quite a scandal. Harriet Beecher was the only one who tried to help, but it tainted her reputation as well. Voice fading. Ada, what are you trying to tell me, mother? Lady Byron, it was his passions from which you were conceived and his passions from which I hoped to protect you. Beat, if I was harsh in your discipline, it was to thwart his hereditary genes from transferring to you. Beat, is this upsetting you, bird? Ada, no, mother. In fact, it has made me realize even more the fragility of time. All genetic linkage is a gamble, isn't it? This talk has not upset me. I knew from Aunt Augusta the possibilities for recessive transfer. It has, in fact, renewed my ambition. Beat, I must recalculate my life so as not to squander even a second. Time seems to be the price of our genius. Lady Byron, but Ada. That's not at all what I meant. It's your soul that needs attention. Ada rises. William is standing in the doorway and has overheard her last remark. William, you're far too weak. Ada: Percifi weak? I have strengths you know nothing of. William looks bewildered. Ada, Can't D, strength of conviction. She whispers as she walks past him to her desk. We watch as Ada begins her calculations. 184. Scene 79, Emmy's office. Emmy begins to pace agitatedly around the room. The image of Ada is projected on the wall. Emmy Bayat to do Roga stretches on the floor, beneath the large image. Close up Ofa and staring, saying nothing. Emmy bends over, stretches, breathes deeply, walks to the camera attached to a computer, turns it on and stands in front of it. Emmy? Image appears, scanned on the computer. Emmy does a search for the Ada DNA microbe patterns. She turns the camera on, aimed at herself. A pattern emerges like a veil over An's face. Emmy, to herself: in God's dog, it was there all the time. It was all in the overlap of the patterns. The image flashes, then opens. Image boss like image is covering AA%. It is subtle and transparent. Emmy, looking at Godress dog. This is for Sims 2. Scene 80. Emmy, 0.5 Ada. Ada jumps and looks around Fia and Lly. Ada, nervous trying to laugh. Have I truly gone mad at last? Emmy, you're not crazy Ada. That's what they try to tell all visionary women. Ada, trembling slightly, still looking around. Mother always told me I had an angel or a devil watching over me. But which are you? Emmy, 0 neither. I'm a friend. I want to protect you. Ada, now craning her neck to see ceiling corners. Where? From where are you watching? Emmy, OS, hesitantly. I can see you, but I also seem to be looking, through your eyes. Numbly, ANPUTS her BANA5 up to her face. Scene 81. Po. V shot of the bands closing out the view of the room, as the sound of a heart beating surges up and is mingled with the sound of a second heart pounding at a different rhythm. 185. Quick cut of Sims watching this same scene. Emmy, OS oh my god, I didn't think I would feel your pain. Distressed, we see Emmy watching this scene in her room as a transparent image of her appears over a DAS projection. Ah turns her bead and stares out. She seems to be looking directly at Emmy, who is facing her. Ada, can you save me? The image warps, stutters, begins to rewind unsteadily, occasionally jerking back great leaps in time. With a Fnalsbusiter, the image begins to run forward again. We see several scenes over. Ada is running T-Brogba brush. Ada, my name is Ada Byron King Countess of Lovelace. The image comes to a halt, then suddenly it rushes forward, so SWIN there is nothing visible but a blur. Then it stops abruptly at close-up of Ada on her deathbed. She turns her bead. Ada, we seem to return to this. No matter what path we take, all roads lead here. Can you save me? The image freezes. Emmy, 0.5 I will try. The image stutters, but begin again. I repeating over and OUER, Ada, can you save me? The image peases. Emmy presses the save button. Scene 82, cut to Emmy's office, night. Close-up of Emmy, face. HEYERES are open wide as she gasps for air. Emmy, Nicholas. I was there. I was. Inside. We bear the sound of the door opening and Nicholas walks in. Emmy, grabbing at the image of and on the monitor. I was in there. She's dying and I felt it. Let me show you. Nicholas, Emmy, you're perspiring. You look sick. Emmy doubles over in pain. Nicholas is alarmed. Emmy, is struggling to breathe calmly. Call the doctor. It's too early. Maybe a false alarm. Nicholas, lie down. I'll call her. 186. Scene 83. Reluctantly Emmy moves into bed, but she refuses to let Nicholas turn the computer off. I close up of ad. In bed is a projection. Emmy, OJ, in a whisper. I was in there. Fade to black. Scene 84, interior of Ada's bedroom, night. Po. V-shot Fiam A&J Vantage. Dr. Locock stand 5 over her. William stands in shadow behind the doctor. Lady Byron is seated by the bed. Dr. Locock, it seems that the uterus is destroyed. All that math was just too much for your body. You brought it on yourself. Now we can only ease your pain, Lady Lovelace. He bends forward with a syringe. There is the sound of William sobbing. Ada, opium. IA gradually relaxes under the influence of the drug. Ada, what a blessing. Opium. There is a lovely coolness. Emmy, why does it keep returning to this scene? Ada and aloud, are you there, angel/devil? Lady Byron, close beside Ada. Did you call me, Ada? Emmy, 20 I'm here. Ada, I'm glad. I've missed you. I realized I have missed you all my life. I've always looked for someone who would see me clearly and like me for who I am. Dr. Lowcock, to Lady Byron, she's hallucinating. Ada, and Regugl at, they think so, do they? Well, I have been accused of it often enough. This time it may be true. The conversation and actions of Lad Byron, William, and Dr. Lowcock recede to dim sounds and movements. Emmy, VOO Ada, I've wanted to really know you for so long, to see things from your point of view. But now all I can feel is your pain. 187. Ada, I'm so sorry. That's always the way, isn't it? Emmy, it's not your fault. Ada, you know, I rather like pain. It makes me feel alive. No, the worst part for me is that I never wrote all that I am thinking. Now no one will ever know those stillborn words. And poor Babbage. He has failed too. Emmy, 2.0, you are both bound for greatness. I promise. Ada, laughing weaky greatness. One written work, unsigned. Just the initials, A.A.L. My work will die as surely as me and nearly as soon. Emmy, 11.0 It's not the quantity of writing you did, but the profound nature of your insights. Nothing can take away your accomplishments. Ada, I never suspected the end of the equation would be like this. To die in pain, with this wretched, bleeding. To be humbled into servitude and dependence. To be denied the grace of unipiated relief. To be physically degraded and depleted of spirit. Beat, may be issued right about this. Emmy, 0 Your essence will survive, Ada. Lady Byron, 0.5 Ada, do you know me? Adds turns her bead to see her mother close by. Ada, yes, mother. Lady Byron, Ada, I was arranging your things and found the letter you wrote to John Cross. Lady Byron, Conj, I destroyed it. No one need know of your eccentricities. Your flights of escapade. Ada, but mother, how could you? It contained my most intimate thoughts. Lady Byron, Ada, I mean this only for your good. You must protect your history. It is a blessing to have time to ponder your sins. 188. Child, no, to have been carried off by a bolt of lightning. A quick death would have been a mercy. Lady Byron, you must confess your transgressions to your husband. Ada, oh mother, why? Lady Byron, Ada. You must confess for your own sake. For your soul. Ada, now I do not have to confess, you know everything already. The real truth of my life has been destroyed, beat, to protect me. Lady Byron, pleadingly confess to William. You will feel so much relieved. Ada, opium makes me feel more relieved. Lady Byron, shocked at this blasphemy. Ada. I know that it was your father's blood that made you ill and irrational. I accept that. I brought this on to you, I accept that as well. Beat. Lady Byron, Conti, I've attended to all your earthly responsibilities, settled your gambling and horse racing debts, arranged for the care of your children, redeemed the Lovelace family jewels. Ada cooers her face as her mother lists these. Lady Byron, Conti, but you must find the strength to tell William. For the sake of your soul. Ada, writhing, presuming I still have one. Oh, the pain again. Lady Byron, the doctor is outside the door. 111 Tell him to give you another dose of opium, after you see William. Emmy, VO why won't she let up? Lady Byron, William must be told. / 189. LDY Byron rises and leaves the bed, tied close up Ofa and suffering face. Emmy, VO don't listen to her. Don't tell your husband. We see Emmy push a key by mistake. Suddenly Godng appears in the scene and looks around. Startled by her mistake, Emmy pushes the save button. Cut to, scene 85. The screen blinks and then fades and comes up. Emmy, to God's dog, I've got to get some air. Nick Boies walks in, walks around the room, settles down on the sofa and thumbs through some magazines. God's dog, Emmy's a carrier. Nicholas keeps reading, not paying any attention. God's dog, Emmy's an agent. Nicholas looks up. God's dog, Emmy's a carrier that could infect your son. Nicholas, Emmy, what is he saying? The tech phone rings. Emmy stirs, ignores it as the answering machine picks up the call. Nicholas, what have you done, Emmy? She looks away. Nicholas, the truth, Emmy. What does he mean? Emmy, Sims says it was safe. Besides, it's only temporary. Nicholas, what's only temporary mean? What are you doing, Emmy? The truth. Do you know what the truth is? Emmy, I just immersed myself into her code patterns. It was the only way to make direct contact. I needed to use my DNA not only to make contact with Ada, but to create an antibody that might save Sims. It was a matter of life and death. Nicholas, Emmy, it's one thing to take chances with your life, but our baby had no choice. He can be affected by all of this. The transfer can affect him too. Sometimes you're so stupid, Emmy. You promised. 190. Emmy, I just wanted to see if it would work. Nicholas, that's what the inventors of the atomic bomb said. He grabs Emmy and shakes her. THQ, begin to fight. Emmy, weakly, the patterns have half-life memories. They evaporate, wear off very quickly. Nicholas, how do you know there are no after effects? Like Agent Orange, if no one has ever done this before. God's dog, Nicholas has done this before. Both Emmy and Nicholas stare at God's dog. Emmy, what? God's dog, Nicholas revised the codes. Emmy sinks into a chair. Emmy, if you've been in here messing around, I have no idea what has changed. I only knew what I was doing was safe. In frustration, Nicholas punches the computer, turning it over as he leaves. Go and dog reels back. Nicholas, Emmy, they tell pregnant women to wear lead aprons when they get x-rayed, and here you are, flagrantly making cyber antibodies with our son's life at stake. What are we going to do? Emmy, pray. Nicholas leaves. Nicholas, I'm going to ask Sims. Maybe he will know. We hear Emmy sobbing under the next scenes. Scene 86. The screen blinks a bit, then fades and come up. Close-up of the shadow of W/I am in profile, seated by the bed. Ada, piteously try to understand, William. You forgive me, don't you? Not because I deserve it, but because we have to say goodbye. 191. Without answering, he takes her arm. The birthmark shows through her transparent sleeve. He kisses her bend and sobs. Ada, reaching out weakly. William. You know I loved only you. He leaves, still sobbing. Close-up of Ad and face as her head falls back against the pillow. Tears trickle out of her. Yes. The Emmy alias is crying behind, and Dr. Lowcock appears at the Bianta with a syringe, and administers the drug. Child's VO, in the end, it was William who proved to be noble. His love was complete. He loved and protected her despite the transgressions. Dissolved to, scene 87. Close-up of Ada lying back weakly now. Ada, dreamily, yes, mother. I renounce the devil. I repent of my sins. Emmy, no. Oh, Ada. Ada and saintly, oh, are you still here? I thought I had imagined you as a means of hedging my bets with death. Dissolved to, scene 88. There is a droning sound. K shot of Ajer which gradually becomes clearer. It is a priest standing over An's bed giving her the last rites. Close-up of Ada. Priest, you are forgiven for the sins you have committed through the sense of taste. Draws crosses over her lips, then her ban, and you are forgiven for the sins you have committed through the sense of touch. Ada, softly, the final irony. I'm forgiven for things I'm not in the least sorry for. Emmy, desperately Ada, you don't have much time left, I can feel your heart pounding as well as mine, the heartbeats become deafening. Ada, are you there? Come to save me? Emmy, 0 yes. / 192. Ada, how? Emmy, 0 I'm able to clone your memory patterns. Everything you are thinking. Everything in your memory. Ada, clone? What do you mean? I don't know that word. Is it French? Emmy, oh, it's so difficult to make you understand what we can do now. Believe me Ada, I can bring out your memory patterns. Copy them exactly, they will exist in a half-life that will exist forever. Ada, huh? That's a bad bargain. I'm not at all certain a half-life is better than none. Emmy, 0.5 it's the only way. Ada, how? Emmy, through me. Ada, and why should I be saved at your expense? Emmy, 0.5 to take your rightful place in history. So we will all know the truth about your life. I promise that in the year 2000 all the details that no one knows can be made public. We will celebrate your accomplishments. Ada, my rightful place? The year 2000? 166 years from now? Sighs, turning her bead away, then yips, during my lifetime, I have lost all I ever called my own. I have had to cede everything. My house, my work, my body. Everything was taken over by others. I even promised away my immortal soul in exchange for opium and a little peace. But I still have something of myself left. Beat, I can speak for myself, for my soul, or, as you put it, my essence. I will not send it on to colonize you. Even for history. You are my last friend and I will not taint you with my diminished passions. The redeeming gift of humanity is the ability of each generation to recreate itself. 193. Emmy, 0.5 Think of your heirs. Ada, with a faint smile they will have to take their chances like I took mine. Life itself is a gamble. Beat, besides, I would not want all my secrets known. Or to be watched after my death. Emmy, but Ada. Ada, there is genius in our blood. We will calculate another solution. Beat, everything is perishable. Even time. Death makes the fragility of life delicious. In general I am not opposed to it. She drapes her veil over the bird, the image winks out. Pull back to reveal Emmy sobbing. Child's VO. Under sobs Babbage was so distressed by this premature death that he became isolated and bitter. It was only after death that the validity of their ideas and of their calculations were proven to have been true. Extended body. An interview with Steelark. Puolo Atsorai and Kirk Woolford. Steelark is an Australian performance artist, born in Limassol, island of Cyprus. Steelark moved to Australia, where he studied arts and craft at TSTC, Art and Technology at Caltech and MBIT, Melbourne University. He taught art and sociology at Yokohama International School and sculpture and drawing at Ballarat University College. Steelark has been extending his body through performances since the late 1960s. His performances include attaching a third hand to his body, extending himself into virtual space with a virtual arm, and over 25 suspension events where he hung his entire body from hooks piercing his skin. Steelark's artistic strategy revolves around the idea of enhancing the body both in a physical and technical manner. It originates as a polarity between the primal desire to defeat the force of gravity with low-tech primitive rituals and the high performance with the third hand and the related cyber system. His intention in both cases is to express an idea with his direct experience. Through Steelark's work, we reach a second level of existence where the body becomes the object for physical and technical experiments in order to discover its limitations. When Steelark speaks of the obsolete body, he means that the body must overcome centuries of prejudices and begin to be considered as an extendable evolutionary structure enhanced with the most disparate technologies, which are more precise, accurate, and powerful. The body lacks of modular design. Technology is what defines the meaning of being human, it's part of being human. Especially living in the information age, the body is biologically inadequate. For Steelark, electronic space becomes a medium of action rather than information. Paulo Atsad Kirk Wolford, when did you first decide to hang yourself between two different worlds, to place your body between two levels of existence? Stexerk, well, you have to remember the suspension events weren't the initial, sort of primitive and physically difficult events, and the technology ones the more recent, more sophisticated ones. In fact, the Third Hand project began a year after the first suspension event. These things were happening simultaneously. On the one hand, you were discovering the psychological and physical limitations of the body. On the other, you were developing strategies for extending and enhancing it through 195. Technology. I've always used technology in my performances. The very first things I made in art school were helmets and goggles that altered your binocular perception, which stylistically have this connection with virtual reality head-mounted displays, and compartments that were whole-body pods that you sort of plugged your whole body into, and then were assaulted by electronic sounds and lights. At Sauryav Balford, when people see your suspension events, they immediately think of Hindu, American Indian, or other rituals. Which of these practices did you come into contact with first? Stexerk, it was the Hindu Indian ones that I knew about, but one has to put this into the context that for 5 years I was doing suspension events with ropes and harnesses, with a lot of technology. Laser eyes were first used when the body was suspended, 1970 to 71, that sort of time scale, but one of the sort of visual disadvantages of all this paraphernalia was that there was all this visual clutter, all the ropes and harnesses were seen more to support the body than to suspend it, so when I first came across the notion of piercing the skin, I thought, if you could suspend the body using techniques like these, then you would have a minimum of support, you'd have just the insertion end. Single cable. Mind you, I never hid, there was no desire to make the suspension a kind of image of levitation. For me the cables were lines of tension which were part of the visual design of the suspended body, and the stretched skin was a kind of gravitational landscape. This is what it took for a body to be suspended in a 1G gravitational field. The other context is the primal desire for floating and flying. A lot of primal rituals have to do with suspending the body, but in the 20th century we have the reality of astronauts floating in 0G. So the suspension event is between those sort of primal yearnings, and the contemporary reality. Of course, suspension means between two states, so I think there is an interesting linguistic meaning that fits in with the idea of suspending the body. For me there was no religious context, no shamanistic yearnings, no yogic conditioning that had to do with these performances. In fact, they occurred in the same kind of stream of consciousness. In mean, I don't take any anesthetics, I don't chant or get into altered states. I think metaphysically, in the past, we've considered the skin as surface, as interface. The skin has been a boundary for the soul, for the self, and simultaneously, a beginning to the world. Once technology stretches and pierces the skin as a barrier is erased. At Soraya Alford, do you follow a very strict discipline to train your body for your performances? Stexerk, in fact, there's never really been any discipline, and when I start feeling the performances have become, in a sense, predictable, because the techniques assume more importance than the creative impulses, then I stop doing them. I stopped doing the suspension events 4 years ago because, having done 27 of them in various locations and different situations, there seemed to be no more raison d'être to continue doing them. The interest was really coupling the expression of an idea with the direct experience of it. That applies to all of these performances, whether the suspension events, the stomach sculpture, the third hand performances, or the 196 virtual arm event. These are all situations where the body is plugged into for direct experience. So it's not interesting for me to talk academically or theoretically about ideas of interface. The important thing for me is to plug in, extend the body with cyber systems and see what it can actually do. At @sorai/L% all forward. So you've always been interested in enhancing the body? Stexwork? Oh, absolutely. And the connection with VR systems is a very fundamental one for me because, as I said, the very first things I made at art school were these helmets which split your binocular vision, and compartments which were sensory environments, multimodal structures for experience with the body. So that was a primary concern, and really the suspensions are often taken out of context, whereas they are part of a series of sensory deprivation and physically difficult events which include making the 3 films of the inside of the body, where I had to film 3 meters of internal space, for example. All these actions occurred simultaneously. The agenda wasn't a stylistic one with a particular technology, it was a general one. A sort of probing and determining the parameters of physical and psychological interface. Adia Volford, you always work with your body. Your body is your form of representation, your medium. How do you feel being both an artist and an artwork? Stexwork, it's interesting you've pointed that out. I've never felt that I am the artwork. In fact, the reason why my performances are focused on this particular body is that it is difficult for me to convince other bodies to undergo rather awkward, difficult, and sometimes painful experiences. This body is just merely the convenient access to a body for particular events and actions. So I've really never been obsessed by the fact that somehow I am the artwork, because I don't critique it in that way. For me, the body is an impersonal, evolutionary, objective structure. Having spent 2000 years prodding and poking the human psyche without any real discernible changes in our historical and human outlook, we perhaps need to take a more fundamental physiological and structural approach, and consider the fact that it's only through radically redesigning the body that we will end up having significantly different thoughts and philosophies. I think our philosophies are fundamentally bounded by our physiology, our peculiar kind of aesthetic orientation in the world, our peculiar 5 sensory modes of processing the world, and our particular kinds of technology that enhance these perceptions. I think a truly alien intelligence will occur from an alien body or from a machine structure. I don't think human beings will come up with fundamentally new philosophies. An alien species may not have the same notions about the universe at all. The desire for unity may well be the result of our rather fragmentary sensory system, where we observe the world sensually in packets of discrete and different sensory modes. So our urge to merge, our urge to unify, that religious, spiritual, coming together might very well be due to an inadequacy or an incompleteness in our physiology. A tree/Wolford, if such a philosophy is devised, it would not be a human philosophy. How would it be applicable to the human race? 197. STNM. Well, of course one shouldn't consider the body or the human species as possessing a kind of absolute nature. The desire to locate the self simply within a particular biological body is no longer meaningful. What it means to be human is being constantly redefined. For me, this is not a dilemma at all. A Tremolford, so a human is not this entity sitting here with these 2 arms and 2 legs, but something more beside? STNM, yes, of course, if you are sitting there with a heart pacemaker and an artificial hip and something to augment your liver and kidney functions, would I consider you less human? To be quite honest, most of your body might be made of mechanical, silicon, or chip parts, and if you behave in a socially acceptable way, you respond to me in a human-like fashion, to me that would make you a kind of human subject. At Sorai/B% all forward, you keep speaking about redesigning the human body. Who decides and how should it be redesigned? Stexwork laughs. There is often misunderstanding about these notions, partly because they are critiqued with a kind of rear vision mirror mentality of a fascist, dictatorial, Orwellian Big Brother scenario. I don't have a utopian perfect body I'm designing a blueprint for, rather I'm speculating on ways that individuals are not forced to, but may want to, redesign their bodies, given that the body has become profoundly obsolete in the intense information environment it has created. It's had this mad, Aristotelian urge to accumulate more and more information. An individual now cannot hope to absorb and creatively process all this information. Humans have created technologies and machines which are much more precise and powerful than the body. How can the body function within this landscape of machines? Technology has speeded up the body. The body now attains planetary escape velocity, has to function in zero-g and in greater time-space continuums. For me, this demonstrates the biological inadequacy of the body. Given that these things have occurred, perhaps an ergonomic approach is no longer meaningful. In other words, we can't continue designing technology for the body because that technology begins to usurp and outperform the body. Perhaps it's now time to design the body to match its machines. We somehow have to turbo-drive the body, implant and augment the brain. We have to provide ways of connecting it to the cybernetwork. At the moment this is not easily done, and it's done indirectly via keyboards and other devices. There's no way of directly jacking in. Mind you, I'm not talking here in terms of sci-fi speculation. For me, these possibilities are already apparent. What do we do when confronted with the situation where we discover the body is obsolete? We have to start thinking of strategies for redesigning the body. At Soraya% Alford, this recombinant body implies a widening of our sensibilities, of our perception. But our senses are linked to our brains, everything happens in our brain. So it's not enough to have, for example, X-ray vision. We need to change our synapses, the connections in our brains as well. 198. Stasi, we shouldn't start making distinctions between the brain and the body. This particular biological entity with its proprioceptive networks and spinal cord and muscles, it's the total kinesthetic orientation in the world, it's the body's mobility which contributes towards curiosity. The desire to isolate the brain is the result of a Cartesian dualism. It's not really productive anymore to think in that sense. We have to think of the body plugged into a new technological terrain. At Z% Alford, we can see things that were previously invisible. We can go to the very little through nanotechnology, see into infrared and ultraviolet spectrums, but this is not a direct perception. We get this through artificial systems. Stexwerk? Yes, and what will be interesting is when we can miniaturize these technologies and implant them into the body so that the body as total system becomes subjectively aware again. New technologies tend to generate new perceptions and paradigms of the world, and in turn, allow us to take further steps. If we consider technologies as intermediaries to the world, then, of course, we never have direct experiences. At the moment, we operate within a very thin electromagnetic spectrum, and I would imagine that as we increasingly operate in wider spheres of reality, then yes, our perceptions and philosophies alter or adjust. Technology has always been coupled with the evolutionary development of the body. Technology is what defines being human. It's not an antagonistic alien sort of object, it's part of our human nature. It constructs our human nature. We shouldn't have a Frankensteinian fear of incorporating technology into the body, and we shouldn't consider our relationship to technology in a Faustian way, that we're somehow selling our soul because we're using these forbidden energies. My attitude is that technology is, and always has been, an appendage of the body. Adiavs Alford, Steelark, your latest work centers around a sculpture you built for your stomach. What was the impetus for creating a sculpture to display inside your body? Stekm, I've moved beyond the skin as a barrier. Skin no longer signifies closure. I wanted to rupture the surface of the body, penetrate the skin. With the stomach sculpture, I position an artwork inside the body. The body becomes hollow with no meaningful distinction between public, private and physiological spaces. The hollow body becomes a host, not for a self or a soul, but simply for a sculpture. A tree 7 Alford, funding any artwork is difficult, especially getting money for high-tech equipment. Did you have trouble finding funding for the sculpture? Stexwerk? Actually no. One of the museums in Australia was preparing a show and asking for sculptures which explored alternative display spaces. I told them I had an alternative way and place to display a sculpture. At Soryav Hall Ford, Can you describe the stomach sculpture? Stexwork. It's built of implant-quality metals such as titanium, steel, silver, and gold. It is constructed as a domed capsule shell about the size of a fist. The shell contains a worm screw and link mechanism and has a flexi-drive cable connected to a servo. 199. Motor controlled by a logic circuit. The capsule extends and retracts, opening and closing in 3 sections. An embedded instrument array, light, and piezo buzzer make the sculpture self-illuminating and sound-emitting. At Sorai/Wolford, how did you insert it? Stesi, very slowly. The stomach sculpture is actually the most dangerous performance I've done. We had to be within 5 minutes of a hospital in case we ruptured any internal organs. To insert the sculpture, the stomach was first emptied by withholding food for about 8 hours. Then the closed capsule, with beeping sound and flashing light activated, was swallowed and guided down, tethered to its flexi-drive cable, attached to the control box outside the body. Once inserted into the stomach, we used an endoscope to inflate the stomach and suck out the excess body fluids. The sculpture was then arrayed with switches on the control box. We documented the whole performance using video endoscopy equipment. Even with a stomach pump, we still had a problem with excess saliva. We had to hastily remove all the probes on several occasions. At Sorai/Wolford, now you've penetrated the body. You've hollowed it out, extended it, expanded it, hung it out a window, mapped out several miles of its interior. What is the next step? Stexwork. It is time to recolonize the body with microminiaturist robots to augment our bacterial population, to assist our immunological system, and to monitor the capillary and internal tracts of the body. We need to build an internal surveillance system for the body. We have to develop microbots whose behavior is not pre-programmed, but activated by temperature, blood chemistry, the softness or hardness of tissue and the presence of obstacles in tracks. These robots can then work autonomously on the body. The biocompatibility of technology is not due to its substance, but to its scale. Spec-sized robots are easily swallowed and may not even be sensed. At a nanotech level, machines will navigate and inhabit cellular spaces and manipulate molecular structures to extend the body from within. Deboshing the digitalis, this is me, speaking to you. Part I, this. Avoidance as creation. First, the problem of 0, 1 OL, or even 0-1, maybe also, beyond 0, finally, just the L. Did you know that the square root of any positive number after 0 is eventually, after a while, that is, at least to 9 digits, sometimes rounded up or down, always and without fail equal to 1. Peculiar, though not fascinating, except to the very few. Indeed, probably only to those with calculators and extra turn on their hands, bored with some other mathematical task, say, figuring out the law of averages. With the aid of light avoidance techniques, boredom, self-abuse, whimsy, for example, surprising things can be accomplished, even with the most simple of calculators. Like pressing the magic 4 button enough times until a 1 emerges from any, positive, anonymous chaos. Nerd sublimity. Part 2, this is, I would like to report right now, and without hesitation, that Betelgeuse rye sense of luxury, for whom the eating of one species by another is but a tasty, albeit expensive, treat has fallen into the category of yesterday's news. Witness the recent television program on animal cannibalism. Photographed in detailed slow motion, I watched everything from amoebas to lions eating their own kind seemingly without guilt, often in the trashy name of love, sex, power, scarcity of resources or just good old-fashioned street gang fury. Some kind of sectarianism, left, right or center. No, that cannot be right, I'm confusing cannibalism with the all too usual strains of political infanticide. Part 3, this is me, 4 children's questions, The practical one asks, how, the evil one always asks, why, the wise one restates in question form the that, and the one who cannot ask any questions doesn't ask a thing. I have heard this somewhere before. Where? Why? What does it matter that it matters? Oh. Could be charades, sounds like, the passing, over, from exile to freedom. Maybe just democracy as a proposition of timing. 201. Part I am, this is me speaking. Peel back the surface of anything, let's say, for convenience, the surface of a conventional table. Place the peeled surface over there, for a minute. Now, go paint the new surface using only primary colors. Hold up a mirror to your new work of art. What gave you the genius not to go outside the lines? Maybe it was just early encouragement with those lovely little baby coloring books when you were awarded prizes for doing the job properly. Or, more probably, your neatness was the result of a repetitive wound trauma from badly administered toilet training. You have your doubts with either scenario? Your uncertainty might just be correct. Part V, this is me speaking to virtual beings created on the net. Is it only me, or have you noticed that the only lack you multiple, seemingly radical imaginations lack has mainly to do with the smelly juices of an absent orifice, especially genital? Come to think of it, pluralist sexual orientations, genders, humors, laughters, forgettings, and etc. seem to have gone also to that heavenly elsewhere located somewhere other in the brave new, old, electronic sky. Applied technology gone horribly wrong or horribly right. An endless supply of repackaged deodorizers resurrected, sends the more unpleasant virtues of excremental dirt. Can't 0/1 games do better than this? Something is sorely lacking. Part 6, this is me speaking to you. Yet, but I am ashamed, disgraced, dishonored, degraded, exploded, my notorious crimes and villainies are come to light, deprendi miserum est, it is a wretched thing to be caught, my filthy lust, abominable oppression and avarice lies open, my good name's lost, my fortune's gone, I have been stigmatized, whipped at post, arraigned and condemned, I am a common obloquy, I have lost my ears, odious, execrable, abhorred of God and men. Be content, 'tis but a 9 days' wonder, and as one sorrow drives out another, one passion another, one cloud another, one rumor is expelled by another, every day almost come new sun to your ears, as how the sun was eclipsed, meteors seen ith air, monsters born, prodigies, how the Turks were overthrown in Persia, an earthquake in Helvetica, Calabria, Japan or China, an inundation in Holland, a great plague in Constantinople, a fire at Prague, a dearth in Germany, such a man I made a lord. A bishop, another hanged, deposed, pursued to death, for some murder, treason, rape, theft, oppression, all which we do here at first with a kind of admiration, detestation, consternation, but by and by they are buried in silence. Comfort thyself, thou art not the sole man. 202. You do not understand what has been noted by one Mr. Robert Burton way back in 162I. Answer then the following skill testing remark, tracking carefully, and without mirth or indiscretion, the 4 points under discussion. The machine went melancholic, then ballistic, when confronted with the mutation of an affirmative negation. Discuss with relation to A. Auschwitz, B. Hiroshima, C. Civil society, D. Fairy tales. Make sure you double space all answers. There can be no extensions, unless properly footnoted. Wine will be served at the end of the meal. Good luck! All emailed responses accompanied with recent photo and telephone/fax will receive immediate attention. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Notes 1. Robert Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy, in 3 volumes, 1621, as reprinted, 5th edition, 1638, as reprinted 1932, New York/London, Everyman's Library, 1932/1972, v2, pages 199 to 200. Bring the noise. Megatransed flesh. Interference patterns poet as strobe starling. John Ento. I click on San Francisco's premier college radio station, KUSF, and am met with a growling sound difficult to distinguish from the static and roar of the airwaves themselves. It is the raging, guttural voice of the death metal band Sepultura's lead vocalist, pinning my ears back with the corruption of human flesh erupting with the digested sound and fury of the world's robotic simulcast mania. I attend the screening of a recent Hong Kong film, Chun Ending and Res by Wong Kar-wai, filled with stroboscopic bodies, faster-than-light dialogue, and scenes in which the background whirls and zooms in ultra-fast forward mimicry of Harton Speedball media graphic overkill. I open a slick contemporary photography magazine called Big, and am arrested by the Diaries of Peter Beard, a word and image collage hybrid, intensely packed with the instant memorabilia and quick verbal sketches endemic to the life in the fast lane we've all been forced to live under the stars and hypes of America's advertising as lifestyle hypno-inertia. Beard pictures everything from the plastic women of the men's magazines to, sometimes juxtaposed with, childhood memory post-its on the info superhighway bulletin board, memory, that is, as advertising copy. I stumble upon an exhibition of new abstract paintings by Oakland, California's brilliant Brad Johnson, paintings layered with sticky, dredged, raked, gouged, trawled, streaked, mottled and smudged oils over delicate, atmospheric green gold and fire-red patinas, the look of an excavation site, muck and mire ambiguously but poignantly gummed over the sheen of human spirit which yet streams gorgeously through like angelic light onto the curtains of hell. All these and more I've seen in every medium, art stories of the age of chaos and complexity, the era of the false crescendo, except one medium, what's holding poetry back? Why do virtually all poems written today, whether lyric or postmodern, treat the world as though the last 35 years of discovery in technology, philosophy, and the other arts never occurred or are barely worthy of notice? Why will poets not tackle the information age, as a present and inevitable influence, not as the 204 enemy, the loss of privacy, the phenomenon of global breathlessness, the sheer impenetrability of contemporary life to sensory processing, not as a bald-faced evil, but as a reality to cope and wrestle with, and tackle these on their own terms in the milieu of North America, L. 15? Why is almost everyone writing poems as though the world were a still and tranquil reflecting pool for quiet contemplation, as though grandma were still in the kitchen making apricot preserves with FDR on the radio reassuring us of the constancy of Western civilization? Does a continued loyalty to elevated subject matter still hold sway over even self-professed avant-garde poets? Are many poets afraid to break the precise and proper mold? Yes, I think so. Have today's poets forgotten the lesson of the Beats, that there may be spiritual beauty in man-made ugliness, the lesson of the surrealists, that imagery's power multiplies geometrically in juxtaposition? Have they ignored the developments in a dozen other art media, including, right next door, relevant advances in literary fiction, over the last 2+ decades? Sure looks that way. Leafing through even some of the most reputedly cutting-edge journals, I am struck by the extent to which none of this has registered, or to which it has been shunted aside in favor of trendy, utterly indecipherable work which, evidently, is the stuff of high-powered careers in academia. In the last 2 years, though, I have seen breaks in the levee, the acceptance of Kerouac's work by a subgroup of academics, the sudden interest in certain contemporary neo-surrealists, I use the term loosely for want of a better one, such as Will Alexander and Yvonne Argels, whose work operates at the density potential threshold needed to begin describing the artifice soup of signal matrices, jammed mental circuits and proprioceptive arrest we've created and in which we've immersed our flesh and souls, the emergence of a loosely knit group of widely scattered poets and essayists in their late 20s through 40s, who are rocketing past and away from stale poetic tradition and trend like desolation zealots high on diff EQ and laser cryptography. These poets understand that density, stress, overload, and penetration are as essential considerations as meter and deconstruction. Their poetry weaves dense, complex tapestries of sound meanings taken from broadcast clan and brocaded with brightly hued, cutting and dancing narrative, the human spirit on pins and needles threading its way in primal nobility through the layers of overlay, layers so noise-wise as to appear aleatory at times, irrelevant detail ensnared in a web of probabilities, price quotes and yearnings, with the strong undercurrent of I want to be seen and there is a story to be told here, damn it. Theirs is no quiet, contemplative, broken language surrounded by the preciousness of pregnant negative space. After all, this is not Hellenic Athens, nor 17th century Japan, nor Browning's England, nor is it even modernist America. It is the late 1990s, the age of writhing and rapture before the anti-sign of media speak, a conglomerate of street essay and suit talk, the color the world by numbers we call home. These poets pervert it, play with it, mutate it, and inflate it to larger-than-life proportions, all with unabashed, strong-headed, but ever-aware, panache. The work is jarring, incisive, deadly. 205. Their poems are mostly not about spruce trees, peaches, and clotheslines blowing in the wind, nor are they abstracted musings on the esoteric rituals of linguistic analysis and endless self-reference. They mostly are about the human voices howling through this tempestuous, ice-hot night of a million channels. Whether lyric or fragmentary or a combination, the peaceful, proper poem of the workshops and the postmodern canon is about as relevant to living in 90s North America as Elizabethan couplets or Alexandrine prosody are to Thelengage of the city streets. The poets I speak of know this in their bones from the get-go. That's why their poems are so damn sexy. Tricked into time's burning dress, you catch buildings in your beard of flux. Your flack, spatial montages in zone S of hypermodernity. Houses of impulse, disposable solace. No madness of nomads, dwelling as sojourn. No call waiting for empyrean fire. Place, voracious hole, pivots with tenses. Disemboweled plains, kitty straw struts, giddy smears of color, aluminum sides, the self-hating home, technocracy's death project. It's a monogram, right? I mean, rim. Kufhoi. Delirious NY, delirious world, a global postman's palace. Delirious, I consume my backyard, unslotted panes, ground cover and jonquils, wild violets. From David Hoiri Remkoes. Their language is often breathless and abbreviated from its encounter with the void deep inside busyness in America, the very heart of darkness in the guise of the virtues of hard work, progress, and professionalism, the encounter with the basest, subtlest animal augmented to techno-god and chief operating officer, Bill Gates as the new Satan at the core of us all, salivating as he brushes Rembrandt and Mozart into the dustbin of history in favor of the rights to their electronic dollar after images. The most admired person is the one who has him or herself molded into product, self-packaged and image-managed and on his/her way to your home on CD-ROM. 206. The blonde elastic rain beneath the saw on the fuel floor, a video-inoculated child immune from the firestorm steers keyboard flames to a cornered matrix man. How the fire axe open his cartoon hands and heart each impulse-induced event on a binary switch, the blowing away release a spasm of highlight on a blackboard globe, a child chalks countries in. If this were a children's book where clear picture plates are laid over one another, each with its layer of the picture whose question is what would it be had each never been, whose question doubles each year like silver coins. I was told to make it this wayly by the voice of God. The smooth screen renders dice an investment choice, the laser printer purr as the options expire. It is said there are 6 worlds, 6 veils, 6 paper selves. When you see the dead hold their pasts in the tunnel face, bring a single voice, bring rain, some wheels of rain. You are one in an age of fisher blades and teeth, a boat of broken sticks, a boat of bronze, a boat of flames. When you identity the dead, you have passed the narrows in the air, in the falling cold you are in for a long dim. From Lena, Cahill, N.C. Genferno. There are times when nothing less than a phased, seeming chaos of appropriated high holy words and phrases will suffice to unscramble the sacrificial noise of spirit embedded within force fields emitting only interference cardiography from nets swathed in tight-lipped cash transfer, distorting. I recline in this noble hell and pretend an appearance allows bodies to writhe in warm metal air. Filigree carbon or geography is a world dreaming species through roomy ring doves shivering Mercury's stones to numb muscle. Sunflower diode she in twin chondria fuels the microphage, equates cool at minum, pelvis, thistle, and U reactors gray theater, the spiral contracts and takes root. 207. Ignition steel green moonflower decides murder in a back seat, handcuffed, dismembered transplanted in half countenance emerald mandrake, barter. 5 microwave assault foreshadows as an abstract of skull generators whose coils devise rust, ideogram. 7 Castor is barren from my facile bondage until the extractor redeems with Quetzal jade rain. From Jake Barry Brambudrizi, Part 2. Like that. Then, the suppressed rage gases, sparks the torch-lit appendices flaring with lost knowledge of the cloud Comanche, apocalypse now reaches critical rocketing sky come flaming down. I mine steel tank salvation disclosure riddled with buellthols, licking the flames, cut switch plies silence censored with rumbling pipes, shredded documents, sysops, begging cups. Know that rasp and tourniquet pressing blood onto static Y plastiform rushes, the ranks of the untouchables, industrial filmic coating finger paints switchblade lungs collapsed face building onto a shear, the chest not ice blocks mirror, claws, a boneless owl stares back from muttered steam. Ebola formats Disney lymphocyte debt management, should someone grunt, the scruff of the elbow groin is forfeit, running flush with dowel and anus, wrangling the dow, like, has anyone got a match? Flammable gas, do not light up. Broom. J. O.M. John N.N.O. Perpetual War, Wrist Control Tourniquet Owl. 208. Yet, sometimes a poet must look through the sky's dismissed ozone to fix the star snake's gaze and CHL on Circe and Athena to dispense with his /her agony and dash it on the rocks in a burst of flash powder and blood metallurgy. Imagine, so many sweet things in such thin air, but it is not so. It is a flat, pear-shaped garment with vertical openings that reveal the vault of heaven, and that's going to be my excuse to weo in the mud, right? Still, the spirit refuses to conceive without a body. Perhaps because of all this, bloody bundles appear in desolate corners. Abiatos de Seduco. That, me displaying. Movable dream lab. Inside the lid, something long buried, subdued light, carpeted floors, stairs, bird beak, a couch of some kind, forgotten books, stones, dirt, water, beautiful illegible scribbles, voices down the hall narrating as if a whole new continent I have been listening to all my life passing under the roof of my mouth, inwards. From Fyron Kelty? To description of the world. SB passes the old poetics into oblivion, or at least history. An entire world and all its conceits, baubles, and false promises reflex, swallowed by a new age faster than a snapping mousetrap. Let the devil meet the deep blue sea and unravel his inks in its fathoms, the flesh and the code are deposits of a godlike raiment, the pulse and resistance of the multiplex fray. Poetry, then, has been playing catch-up, riding gamey, old horses in a race against turbocharged cheetahs. At the very least, we must begin to mount Arabian stallions with night vision and enhanced traction control. Meet me at the stables. Camcorder, deluxe titles. Suck optical coitus. /ento. Zero sum. A man breaks down and is mechanized, and 100,000 expendable Iraqis revive as Android processors on keyboards invoke the specter of a binary order. An Egyptian woman embroiders on a tabaret the image of a couple embracing through the flesh of their own children warped out geometrically across the globe. An attack of airphones lures an entire school to IRS death. At the port of Israel on a bus mummed voices with guns force gas in the mouths of significant others through the lost playgrounds. I was crushed and tagged by a vicious number, the next rise in expectations. Slips soothing replicant memories inside the global mudslide cartoon swallows the post-nuclear family beached on a shelf celluloid through the voices of wave people. The lion-faced serpent. Who will announce the names? I've shaved to protect the innocent they kept under cold surveillance. 210. A woman in a black garter belt presses distended nipples. AG insta stiff, cocks, pivots and vanishes beneath the rim of the Indian subcontinent. Sumatra glows exotic pebbles in the dash of the Seychelles spill down dark reflector tape. Moonwash unzipping the world. Through a rift in the berth of Velcro a cesarean scar lingers on my hidden wing camera. The moon waxed as a snow-blind leopard might smoke in her eyes, an endless cycle of frenzy and slow scan. Over Antarctic cliffs the convenience store of a billion tears caresses the right urge to build a consensus alarm into heat. Seeking loins instantly and with unmediated ruthlessness. Shocked on the groin out in the killing fields, my test scores cancel. Meat clamps extending prosthetic incisors access the G-spot in North Korea and rip out its tonsils. Along my inner thighs the force behind acute multi-level marketing schemes, the transport of hell. Bells dripping from sleeves of Nepalese spirit armies under the shuddering stars. A saber-toothed llama breaks the silence, riding the world gasm like a tube aboard breaking trends. In wetwear thong back. Digitage Delirium 211. Eurotrash shunts down a my golden under the sky machine, a unicorn bridled before dawn. Systemic assimilations to the screamscape load both barrels, and the queen of ravished gypsies lies with slaves. Labor-intensive menacing hands sail the ship of state through hoarse latitudes. Anywhere in the minus column the unknown and unwanted count as seams in the hull of the world, and hooves tighten trance-like over the gallop of commerce, the most innocent confession forced. A skin-sensitive switch jammed in the off position halts. 7 continents grimacing contestants behave homogeneously, consuming the pattern of oats and unquenchable thirst. Strapped on your native dressage, a livid cat wrestling for the feed bag. Within the whining rage suck my eyes from the face of the lens. Augustine of Epcot. Confessions of a hyper-miraculous age from Chronicles of Life in the Electronic Middle Ages, or, the City of Disney. Lhnil R. White. Diffpsil est satirum non scribery, it's difficult not to write satire, /Juvenal. Preface. News stories like the following emanated from the Tampa Bay area in Florida. During December of 1996, Clearwater, a finance company on busy US 19, became the site of a mass pilgrimage Tuesday when a stain on the building's side assumed the visage of the Virgin Mary for the faithful. Clearwater, the trickle of pilgrims coming to an oft-said building to see a 2-story image resembling the Virgin Mary turned into a traffic-clogging throng on Wednesday. Thousands went to Seminole Finance Corp near Drew Street and US 19 to see the sight and, in some cases, look for a miracle. Clearwater, when a city has a high-profile apparition of the Virgin Mary on its hands, it calls for serious action. That's why Clearwater officials on Thursday established the Miracle Management Task Force Tokyo, 1997 January 13, NB. This is a roundup of new and updated resources and services on the global internet, including, in the news, Virgin Mary in Florida. Point 4 Clearwater, covering 9 panels of bronze-tinted glass, the image evokes an impressionist stained glass portrait of Mary, her downward gaze cloaked in a mantle of swirling hues. Although glass experts have attributed the multicolored pattern to the effects of weather and sun, belief overrides science for most visiting the makeshift shrine. Point 5 Clearwater, throughout the large parking lot Monday, people bowed their /heads, knelt on the pavement and openly wept before the sight. Many of them added to what has become a shrine of several hundred prayer candles, potted poinsettias, photographs of loved ones and hand-scrawled pleas for help. 6 Clearwater, some 800 pilgrims stand at noon in the south parking lot of Seminole Finance Company, near Drew Street on US 19, construction workers, business people in suits, mothers with babies, teenagers, the elderly, the disabled. Tears stream down the faces of new arrivals. Strangers converse and share their wonder. Around the periphery, 6 television satellite trucks stretch microwave towers heavenward. Revo routers work the crowd. 213. I found myself, on December 3 IST, amidst this crowd of the curious, fascinated and desperate. I just happened to be in Clearwater for the afternoon. I hadn't planned to attend the miracle, but, as traffic swept me into its vortex, I became a participant observer. I have recorded my impressions below through the eyes of a fictive persona, Augustine of Epcot. I offer this event scene as an experiment in altered subjectivity and critical historicity, the first of Augustine's confessions and chronicles of our times. Book I, Event Scene, Miracle on US 19. The appearance of an image in glass, on a finance company building in Clearwater, Florida, has drawn pilgrims by the thousands. A multitude of the faithful come to view the miraculous vision of the Virgin in glass. So the author's consciousness of the late 20th century, only 3 years from the millennium, might construe the events of this day of our Lord, 3 December 1, 1996. As I must speak in that authorial mode, I do so now, understanding the limits of insight that this entails, but such are the conditions of our current fall into the realm of subjectivity, a kind of captivity in the Babylon of consumerism, whose intellect is condemned to produce commodities in the alienated person of authority. But, if I may confess, I view things somewhat differently, amidst my ceaseless wanderings under the bridges, across the parks, through the stadiums of, in the words of a recent friendly saint suited in gold like, but not actually of the same substance as the original, Elvis, the hyper-real kingdom, America, self-proclaimed star of 2 continents, supervening locally like the haggard pixel-lated ghost of divinity abscondedus upon the landscape of my home peninsula. I was born here in mid-century, 1950, in a little house on 23rd Avenue North, whose number signifies that psalm which makes of all faithful sheep, in St. Petersburg, home of the retired, the dead, and the dying, home too of the segregated drinking fountain and the wars of race and class flowing from it, a city named after another old saint friend of mine and, soon, no doubt, of yours if I may be permitted a moment of memento mori. Though I didn't know it at the time, I was born, this time once again. Yes, I confess, this is a heterodox idea, reincarnation, popular not only in the old empire but also, more recently, in Upper Caste California, as a neighbor to the coming event. That occurrence, the celestial visit in clear water, is perhaps the organizing echelon of Florida history, and perhaps even of our collective history to date, if we take into account the great European invasion of Florida by Ponce de Leon, itself the tip of a great migratory toe stepping onto North America, in search of youth and gold and hope and, of course, real estate. Could it all have led here, to the corner of US 19 and Drew Street in Clearwater? To visit this site, you might think so. So, this is how it begins, and this is how it will end, perhaps, the story of our times in this terribly stricken land of Florida, once the domain of flowers, lately visited by the ghostly image of Our Lady. The appearance of the Virgin in glass is the miracle the great stream of travelers has been seeking all along, I believe, in their ceaseless wandering up and down the asphalt river between the shrines of consumerism, the great malls gracing our landscape like tombs, their designer iconography illuminated by hot lights under plate glass, plastic visages frozen in smiles of 214. Concerted amity, directed toward the final sale and the transubstantiation of the very lives of the seekers miraculously into commodities, those mailing sheep in the flock of the devoted, all in quest of their dreams. Our dreams. I have looked in awe at them, and at myself reflected, like Our Lady, in glass, my image a patina of light laid delicately over the more stately images of the mannequins behind shop glass, wondering how I myself might become transformed into an idol of the market, and I have reflected too on my own image, pale and imperfect as it must needs be, in the presence of that radiance one witnessed today on Highway 19. But less of myself, for now, and more of the Virgin and her other admirers, many of whom have come so far to witness a miracle. There is an eeriness, a strange panic and hushed desperation, evident on the faces of the devoted before Our Lady of the Glass, so many attempting, futilely I imagine, to capture her miracle in the boxes of their cameras, some of which are of the Kodak disposable variety, to take home to enthrall their friends and neighbors. They might well hope to package some of her, perhaps, standing before the, I might admit I hope without disrespect, rather oily image of the Celestial Lady, emerging with such glory on the finance facade, just below a sign, a billboard for medical services, itself rising above the litany of the traffic, reading "Have your tattoos removed." Indeed, the box, camera, vault, chimera, chamber, as our Latin and Greek fathers would say, is in some sense a key to the mystery of the Virgin, or at least to her effect here in Clearwater, itself a kind of camera lucida projecting the celestial image, as if through a spiritual microscope, upon the plate of commerce. For she is not only gracing that industry offering promises of happiness and protection from calamity, as Our Lady herself is wont to do, but she is surrounded by, seemingly encased in, the great icons of power which are interspersed on the landscape between the malls, so many beacons on the road to Orlando, signs of our progress toward our end. Our Lady appears, to the cinematically conditioned consciousness, as a muted curvaceous rainbow, rather like those Madonnas one used to see in Byzantium, and now sees on the Arts and Entertainment Network, Angels and Evangel, I would have thought, mosaic images of our Holy Mother emanating from tesserae of blue, amber, and gold, on the walls of churches in the Old Empire and on the monitors of cable Christendom in the New. She arises from the tesserae of mineral deposits on glass, stricken and transformed by light, and hangs there amidst, as I was saying, the signs. Amaco, reads one on the corner just below Our Lady's visage, itself a logo in red and blue, offering the blessing of transport to the pilgrims, from mall to mall, and a kind of industrial oasis for their wheeled internal combustion boxes of steel, plastic, and glass, which bear them into the presence of the Lady, and require considerable attention from local authorities in charge of traffic, and litany, control. Of these authorities and their orchestration of devotees, I shall speak again. Pelican Car Wash is emblazoned on yet another sign, though this one seems less universal than Amaco, notwithstanding its promise of oil change while you wait, conveniently, I surmise, allowing the devoted further to rejuvenate and even illuminate their automotive cubicles with Polish, while attending the miracle. Kane's furniture offers its self-evident, if again less than universal, appeal from 215. Across the 8 lanes of concrete whose signs say US 19, a way reminiscent of those viae constructed in the Old Empire, Via Appia etc., this being no doubt the Via Commercii, whose ancient forebears lead to great imperial monuments we once admired and then shunned in favor of the Saviour and, of course, his mother, whom we in turn shunned in favor images, and Madonnas too, more worldly and, some would say, profane. Curiously, though, no one has yet seen fit to purchase any chairs or tables or other paraphernalia of comfort from Kane's, to enhance his or her stay in the presence of Our Lady. The authorities, themselves present in considerable number, would no doubt disapprove of that. There is a woman selling cotton vestments, T-shirts. Her sign reads, bearing the title, Miraculous Mary, which some younger seekers seem to think may be the name of a band of punk minstrels rather than of Our Lady, but on this subject I am not qualified to speak. In any case, the devotees stand, and mill, and stare in the presence of the awesome. No parking is also evident, highlighted by a forest of orange cones pointing, like so many fingers of remonstration by the authorities, toward heaven, and this at least has the aura of universality again, being a sign, no parking, which God no doubt would have given to Paul in his fortunate fall from his legged vehicle on the road to Damascus, with the vision of the sun shining in his eyes, if it were not for his infinite mercy in allowing saints to exahiculate during visions, a policy I have recommended in several editorials to the Clearwater Sun, none of which has appeared as yet in print, possibly due to the paper's fear of angering the authorities. I have, by the way, watched this Virgin miracle on television, as they call it, and it is not the same as being there, though of tele-visual miracles I shall also speak again. Our Lady appears, curiously, in multiple apparitions on various panes of the finance company, leading one to believe that her appearance is meant to have less than a unique appeal, perhaps indicating the complexity of projecting divinity in what Saint Baudrillard called the realm of simulacra, a zone in Saint Pynchon's sense more suited, perhaps, to the apprentices of the sorcerer than to the passionate admirers of Our Lady, but, again, this could be, in spite of my preference for being there, a domain where the actual event and the televisual have, miraculously in a strange new sense, been transubstantiated. One has only to re-envision her mineral tesserae as digital bits of primary color, to imagine one is squinting at a modern painting by Seurat or at the site of the Louvre on the internet. But I precede myself again, and promise to speak of media miracles in a later chapter. You authorities reading these words may ignore my comments on television and on yourselves, as I have already spoken of these mysteries on the telephone, to which you are already secretly privileged to listen. I am amazed at the masses of the devoted themselves, of their plights, and of the hope that seems to draw them into the presence so strangely ambient amidst the signs and authorities and malls of late modernity. So let me share with you what I witnessed today, this last dies of our Lord's annum, in the reign of Clinton, 1996. One wonders if the sign, US 19, is not an intimation of the end of that grievously destructive era leading up to the appearance of Notre Dame, part Hinos Kothara, here in Clearwater, whose name itself may be a neon intimation of the 216. Luminescent baptism, purifying virginity of the unsignified, Our Lady of Contracts, including finance and insurance policies, unsigned, offered by the present vision. All things are signs, and of signs they are made, if I may conflate two saints from very different yet perhaps, in the hyper-real imaginary of our collapsing millennium, convergent schools, the one the author of the Dhammapada, the other of grammatology, both of whom are virtually absent like yours truly. In any case, we are all, entrapped here in this text, and despite our denials of metaphysics, devotees of the industrial dump, more or less like Vladimir and Estragon, so let us attend to our fellows and their hope renewed by the miracle. Onward march the banners of the kingdom of death, Lord, I see the signs marking its seductive and universal machineries, as I stand below the bright arcs of metallic birds piercing your heavens, and wade through the colored legions of steel thundering down the lanes of fused stone, transporting souls in endless rings around your spouse and your son, emblazoned here in stained glass. In awe I view the letters of hope written to her in the spirit of the love she emanates. But, oh, give me the power of your mysterious word that I may express the anguish that I see written here. Now I gaze at formations of candles, standing together like so many soldiers before a great battle, massed before Mary's image as if to protect her from some approaching peril. Or are they huddled around Our Lady to receive her protection from the gargantuan thing, residential mundi, whose name echoes from their ranks in one collective voice crying, not in the wilderness, Lord, for that has already been consumed, but rather from the phantasmagoria of concrete and plastic that surrounds them, and their protectress, on this bright winter day in the land of flowers? Yet, what I see in the hands of these glass soldiers, these little vestibules of light before the miracle end, yes, partaking of it, indeed, too, constituting part of its glory, what I see are letters, Lord, written by so many hands in so many languages that even with the learning of Rome I cannot read them all. Yet I shall share with you what I have seen, as it resonates in my soul, that you may hear through me what you already know, yet patiently attend to as the sad melodies of time, the ebb and flow of human misery. Some of their missives I do not recall literally, so let me paraphrase. Mary, please bring back our daughter, Sarah, to her family, we miss her and need her home, cries one broken soul. And another's voice pleads, my grandmother has a tumor on her neck. Mary, please help her with the pain. And yet another, please help us get our 16-year-old son out of jail. Beloved Mary, I am alone. Please bring me love, appears in a shaken hand on paper limp with last night's damp. Mary, please bless my husband so that he can stop drinking, cries another from mute paper. Yet another reads in bleary script, I have no job. Please Mary, help me find work. Others, I managed to write down on the sleeve of my gown, so I have a literal record, though I have abbreviated names to protect the innocent. 217. Everyone please take time to read. I believe that this has been sent from heaven, that the Virgin Mary is holding Jesus' hand, and when she lets go, and rats it, cause her hands getting heavy, so if you're not saved please get saved. Angie. I love you Jesus and Mary, Mary Mother of God, please, we pray for an arrest soon. You know the feeling of losing a son. Lynn E and George A are withholding information from the police, but not from you. Help heal my eyes. Pray for Sean to find happiness. I wonder if the authorities consult the Virgin regarding information otherwise unobtainable? Yet behold, amidst all these missives of despair, Lord, stands a color image on paper, jutting from beneath a glass candle holder, and on it one of the most peculiar compound messages I have ever encountered in my spiritual quest. There is the picture of a small, fluffy white dog, mouth agape as if in a smile, and beneath it a note reading, "Please bless Chris, our beloved poodle, blessed Virgin Mary." I am so stricken by this message of spiritual need, and in the kindness shown even to household pets, here in the presence of Our Lady of US 19, that I turn my face heavenward, past the prism of light of the miracle in glass, and, forgive me Lord for I must confess, laugh. As I look down again among the legions of the desperate, my fount of light, I find another note, probably written by a philosopher of the street, which generalizes the sentiment I find inscribed everywhere here, for it says, presumably to Mary though there is no salutation. Bless those less fortunate. The writing of Arabian souls is emblazoned here, too, Lord, for they are no doubt just as miserable as the rest of us, and that of your Latin Church in the Americas, and even that strange composite script of the new flocks who come from across the Pacific, under the sign of Toyota, to visit my home in Ekernerica's great city on the swamp, Epcot, domain of that second son, Walt, whose miracles have so enlivened souls with the fantasies of light on television. Yet whatever their script, there rises from the thousand sheets of vellum here, not only despair but also, above all, hope. I have been told by another pilgrim that a strange little man appeared at the site in the first week of the new year. He was dressed in black vestments with a black mitre, which rose like a tombstone above his long white hair and sun-darkened face splashed with a white moustache. From around his neck hung a gold medallion, which glinted in the candle light and seemed to hypnotize the admirers who circled round him with specula, a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he is a Greek, or a bishop of some post-Christian sect, I commented, though I cannot report his appearance with confidence, since I only heard of it from another. I have thought long on that hope, as the despair seems plain enough in the desert of signs that stretches between the malls, for I see a yearning that is unfulfilled in the desires prompted by the consuming machineries of night, amidst the starry glare of thousands of lamps lighting the way of the earthly cars on US 19, and the planetary neon signs that glow in primary colors along the vast concrete plain I travel, just past evening. I cannot see your stars, Lord, though I strain. 218. Upward toward the Empyrean, and the image of Our Lady is gone, too, taken by the miraculous descent of the sun beneath our little sphere at the center and lowest point of the cosmos you have fashioned, yet also at the pinnacle of spiritual possibility. Now I too hope, and wonder, at the miracle of this inspiration that you have planted in us, that we could be entombed in a dying world, a mortal shell, encased, if you will, Lord, in a dumpster outside paradise, yet still we can aspire out of the tomb toward the light. Where do angels hang in the cybernet 90s? Meditations on Theological Politics. To Shannon. Since I have lacked the comfort of that light, the which was wont to lead my thoughts astray, I wander as in darkness of the night, afraid of every danger's least dismay. I have never seen or felt angels or even know if they really exist. We haven't met, the angels and I. They have not been part of my life. They seem to belong to things that do not really concern me, such as major religious enterprises and patriarchal angst about other worlds. But I am certainly not opposed to the idea of angels. They have an appealing ecumenical pull. Even my heroes K.D. Lang and Jane Siberry soar and swing to the heavens every so often, singing calling all angels. Angels have just never seemed immediately present. In fact, they seem far away from a world of slaughter and suffering, which is probably a good thing for them. Yet some traces in our culture do hint that they hang close at times when official sanction thrusts individuals up against a cold wall of pain and suffering. From the 12th century onwards Christ is clothed only in a loincloth and stands facing the observer, either behind or in front of the column, as in certain images on painted crosses. In the flagellation on the earliest surviving painted cross in Sarzana 2 angels kneel on 2 roofs which descend steeply toward the column of Christ's martyrdom, they illustrate Christ's divinity in his hour of humiliation. They appear again on the side panels of the arms of a painted processional cross in the style of Cimabue. This image of Christ does contain a more than subtle erotic zero come ye forth earnest Catholic youth. The scene blends several seemingly disparate elements, sensuality, violence, and spirituality. Beneath a veneer of official Catholicism lies an association between managed pain administered by temporal masters and the transcendent spirituality achieved by the slave. The fountainheads of Western 220. Sadomasochism, whose contemporary adepts strive to arouse previously untapped passions, could hardly be clearer. The presence of angels at the flagellation underlines their role in contexts that draw together corporeal pain, physical passion, and spiritual values. The thing really is that I haven't called on these faraway angels, nor have they seen fit to call on me. They are distant from my daily life, although I like the fact that they helped out East German political refugees in Wim Wenders' F% of Desire during the 80s. The image gave them a 20th century feel and placed them in the context of the spiritual issues of our own time period. But angels are a rarely considered element in the world order. They are relegated to our subconscious as we obsess over debt reduction, the hunt for welfare fraud, and efforts to generally make government more effective. Due to its close links with light, significant theological questions can be raised about the information industry. Angels are made of light and presumably omnipresent, but part of a love about which the cybernet 90s are so inarticulate. The light of angels, their curly hair and rosy cheeks are just too incongruous on legal databases, corporate spreadsheets, electronic bulletin boards, or the StatScan online info service. Point 3. As the portraits of Christ's Passion indicate, however, angels embody serious spiritual transcendence, not the saccharine love of Hallmark greeting cards. The seriousness of their role was openly acknowledged in pre-modern thought. Socrates, for example, referred to supernatural creatures to meet the charge of atheism. If I believe in supernatural beings, as you assert, if these supernatural beings are gods in any sense, we shall reach the conclusion which I mentioned just now when I said that you were testing my intelligence for your own amusement, by stating first that I do not believe in gods, and then again that I do, since I believe in supernatural beings. If on the other hand these supernatural beings are bastard children of the gods by nymphs or other mothers, as they are reputed to be, who in the world would believe in the children of gods and not in the gods themselves? For after antiquity, angels became less intimate and more Augustinian. Saint Augustine makes angels his business, as he incidentally dollops simplicity and order onto Plato's unchristian universe and is more categoric about their role and presence. When God said, "Let there be light," and light was created, then, if we are right in interpreting this as in ending the creation of the angels, they immediately become partakers of the eternal light, which is the unchanging wisdom of God, the agent of God's whole creation. The angels, illuminated by that light by which they were created, themselves became light, and arcade day, by participation in the changeless light and day. 5. Although this account is rather more Catholic than I could ever wish to sustain, it shows how angels are part of both Plato and Augustine's world, although the shift from Platonic supernatural beings to eternal light must have been rude. 221. Giving them an impressive genealogy. In the I%, the Augustinian afterlife, along with many other things, has become distinctly temporal. We cut money to the poor, wave fingers at welfare mothers, castrate pedophiles, and watch the slaughter of innocents over steaming TV dinners each evening, all the while making scant reference to angels and light. The prevailing social sadism of our time does not even aim at a better, Augustinian, afterlife, but merely hopes to maintain structures that are as yet undefined, but certainly something less than that to which we have become accustomed. The chain of events that leads me to angels goes something like this: it's Gay Pride Week in Toronto and I'm staying at Shannon's. I arrive early, 2 days before she returns from a 10-day holiday in Greece. She bursts out of the arrivals lounge flush with the idea of learning to drive a standard transmission automobile, full of projects for becoming her own master. On Monday, Shannon phones a driving school, enrolls in horseback riding classes and then turns to renting a standard Jeep. The road to self-mastery arches off to the horizon even though she has to settle for a Jeep with an automatic transmission. We rush off to the Chrysler dealer at noon and spot several Jeeps for sale in the parking lot. All have standard transmissions. In a fit of mastery, Shannon spontaneously decides to buy her own standard Jeep. Negotiations drag on, but we emerge with a complimentary red automatic transmission Jeep until she takes possession of her own. "Let's take the top down," Shannon says. We throw ourselves on the Jeep with Amazon frenzy. Zippers. Velcro. Vinyl. More zippers. More vinyl. More Velcro. The scene has the feel of an SM porn shot as we sweat, puff and heave with zippers and Velcro, unzipping and unvelcroing until we reach an impasse, not quite either master or slave to circumstances. A decidedly non-erotic sweat breaks out as we struggle with mind's barriers to body's pleasures. The roof is not off the vehicle, but merely deconstructed. A nice young man from the dealership then appears and calmly removes the top. No need to unzip or unvelcro. Just unhook handles above the windshield and pull back. Mastery, it appears, requires deliberation. As we pull away, Shannon says, "I have to get the tiny perfect Buddha that Gad gave me soldered onto my earring. I want to go to Urban Primitives." She steps on the gas, veers abruptly into the right lane and we're off on a new mission. It is just after 4 p.m. Urban Primitives is a tattooing and piercing salon in a second-floor office on Church Street 1½ blocks south of Wellesley, a site for inversion of the hegemonic mind-body rapport. Piercing. Infibulate. The term is often used to refer to female circumcision but can also mean to fasten with a clasp or buckle. While piercing is primarily done for erotic reasons, it has often been used to prohibit sexual indulgence, though to those of the bondage and discipline persuasion, even such restraint is doubtless erotic. Infibulation. The action of infibulating, especially the fastening of the sexual organs with a fibula or clasp. Infibulation was an operation performed on young boys and singers by the Romans, who used it as a muzzle to human incontinence. Piercing is thus not at all a new practice. The proud Roman centurions, Caesar's bodyguards, wore nipple rings as a sign of their virility and courage, and as a dress accessory for holding their short capes. However, piercing today's body has 222 different meanings than it did in Roman times. It is an act of resistance that violates the beauty norms set by the mainstream fashion entertainment advertising complex * and reappropriates a time-worn lieu of sexuality and fashion. In the West of the fashion entertainment advertising complex, the body can be conceived as a site of opposition to corporate homogenization and control because it is a surface upon which the me of the self meets the I of the gazing public. Considered as such, piercing is a form of mastery that is sexual and body-centered, wherein mind's devices service the pleasures of the flesh. In northwest Kenya, in contrast, the complex's norms, based on a nebulous mind-body split, do not apply. By outwardly wearing the signs of inner states, combined with the signs of events and effects impinging on the body from the acts of others, the Turkana convert their skin into public surfaces, inscribed with visual statements of social potential. 9 The Turkanas show that dichotomization is but one, non-essential, way of conceiving the relation between body and mind. My first inkling of angels is the sense that I am heading into a house of worship when we arrive at Urban Primitives. There, one speaks of piercing in hushed tones, as though connecting with another level of being or a wider community to which only the initiate truly accede. We walk upstairs to the offices and enter, for want of a better word, a buzz of activity. Not the buzz of flesh, but a buzz of society. The reception room is full of people. 2 staff members are on duty and both know Shannon. A large heavy-set man with dark Rod Stewart hair, unshaven beard and mustache, black t-shirt with cut-off sleeves and dark sparkling eyes greets us. "Hi Shannon. How are you?" he says brightly. Tattoos slide down his arms, staring at me, sizing me up. "Hi Shannon. Nice to see you again." His colleague sports tattoos on both arms. Nose pierced 1, 2, 3 times. Ears covered with rings from the lower lobes up around and inside. Same Rod Stewart hair, but shorter, lesbian identified. I need to get my earring soldered, Shannon smiles broadly. Two male suburban mall rats scurry in, looking around in wonder. A large poster for an international tattooing convention in Europe hangs on the wall. A well-dressed East Asian business type sits primly, waiting his turn, a globe and mail folded on his lap, a slightly absent expression on his face. A younger rocker strides in, does a 360 gape at the tattoo patterns on the wall and leaves. Precession de touts les determinations venus d'alers, illicibles, indecifrables, peu importe, I essentiel est de pour la forme and range de n'importe quel événement, de n'importe quel objet, de n'importe quel ctre fortuit, puisque de tout facon vous ne saurez jamais qui vous en es. Aujourd'hui o les gens ont perdu leur ombre, ilest de tout nessitecl être suivi par quelqu'un, aujourd'hui au chacun perd ses propres traces, ilest de tout urgence que quelqu'un se met dans vos traces, mnmesipariail la face et vous fait disparaître, c'est une forme d'obligation symbolique qui se joue, une forme énigmatique de liaison et de d'ison o. 223. You'll be seeing Hiroshia, the lesbian-identified woman says, ushering us out of the room, to the right, down a short narrow hallway and into another offset. The room resembles a dental or physician's OFNE. White walls, the calm spiritual pop sound of dead can dance and cleanliness. A kitchen unit has been whitewashed. A grey IKEA countertop is installed alongside the sink across from a white vinyl lounge chair that comes pretty close to being a dentist's chair. She'll be with you in a minute. Shannon eases into the white vinyl lounge chair. I sit on a chair across from her, a large shelf unit next to my left shoulder, the door onto the hallway to my right. Hiroshia comes in. Small, dark, vaguely playful, demonic. A dark angel. A tattoo on one arm. Earrings through her nose. I suddenly spot a framed photo entitled Hiroshia on my right, next to the door. An out-of-focus color print depicts an open mouth. A blurred earring line crosses the fussy lower lip. I need to have my tiny perfect Buddha soldered onto this earring or I just know that 111 lose it. It's a gift from Gad and I can't lose it. Okay, Shannon, that's easy. Hiroshia turns to the earring, works on it briefly and stands back to look at the results. Without notice Shannon says, you know, Hiroshia, I think I'm ready to get my nipple pierced. I've always wanted to get my nipple pierced, the left nipple, on the same side as the tiny perfect Buddha. Can you do it today? No problem Shannon. Are you sure that you want to go ahead with it? Hiroshia stands back and eyes Shannon, a tiny smirk appears. Absolutely. I just left my master. I'm ready to be my own master. Shannon is deadly serious. I've seen that look before. The blue eyes are bluer, the eyes are set on their target and not letting go. Mastery for her means making this decision and holding to it. No divinary shall cast lots for you, but you shall choose your own deity. Let him to whom falls the first lost first select a life to which he shall cleave of necessity. But virtue has no master over her, and each shall have more or less of her as he honors her or does her despite. The blame is his who chooses. God is blameless. I've always wanted to get my nipple pierced, I blurt out, I like the look. Hiroshia shifts her steady look onto me. Dark light flashes in her eyes. You know, you'll come back here someday to have it done. HMMPH. Doubters, I think. There are limits to what even I do for fashion. I don't think I could go through with it, I say calmly. I half close my left eye and slowly shake my head from side to side as I say this. Turning to Shannon, Hiroshia says in a deadpan voice, if you're really sure that you want to go ahead with a piercing, you'll have to sign Forms 111, explain how to take care of it and show you how to prevent infection. I'll go and get the rings so that you can choose one. Shannon nods agreement to go ahead. Hiroshia leaves the room. She's an apprentice. She'll be a master someday. You can see it already. She's really good, Shannon explains. Interviewees were not interested in pain at all, and those who were insisted that the word pain was redundant, given that their activities were geared toward creating pleasurable rather than unpleasurable. 224. Sensations. They also preferred the terms master and slave to sadist and masochist, because these better described the motives and nature of the sex games they played. The sadist runs the scene, the masochist sets the limits. The masochist says what you can't use and how far you can go. But within that, the sadist can do anything. I nod my head, trying to follow. A vague dizziness belches up from my stomach. I just hope I don't faint or something. Would you faint? Would it bother you to stay? I can't look at needles or at my own blood during tests, I laugh. It took me years to do an HIV test because I can't stand the sight of my own blood. But I want to stay to share Shannon's experience or some such horseshit. I cringe inwardly at the thought of a painful piercing. Ripped flesh. I'll be fine. Or at least I decide that I should be fine if I want to play a role in this scenario. I lean back, sigh, and think of the awards for Best Supporting Roles at the Oscars. Are you sure you'll be all right? Hiroshia asks me, entering the room. We are in her domain now. She has to be in control, it is crucial. Sure. I lean slightly to my left, into the shelf unit. Hiroshia holds a small grey padded board with about 30 earrings pinned onto it. She offers the board to Shannon, who correctly eyes the selection. They talk about the advantages and disadvantages of several models. Shannon chooses a round gold earring with a small knob on one side. Aesthetically, it is quite okay, but I get a little more dizzy, feeling as well as I would if offered to choose what type of shovel I would like to use if I were being forced to bludgeon someone to death. Silver or gold head. These new Italian hand grips are really comfortable. My instincts are telling me to leave. Leave. Leave the room. I have a flash of the kill floor in the slaughterhouse where I worked for about a month in my early 20s. I can still distinctly smell freshly killed pigs and cattle when I think of that. Never will forget. I look at Shannon. Yep, she's gonna do it. That look, open blue eyes now slightly level under her thin eyebrows, says it all. I decide to stay to check it out, to support her, to save face, to see what piercing is all about. The mix of performance piece and dental surgery in this scene is odd, but intrigues me. Hiroshia is assuming a look not unlike that of my former colleagues at the slaughterhouse. Working with flesh of any sort necessitates bureaucratic detachment, whether it's chicken breasts or Shannon's breast. The need for both distance and immediacy makes body modification or SM an intellectual and physical challenge. Hiroshia is abstracting the process into a business deal, but understands that Shannon is investing in the spiritual energy of the piercing. This mix of mind's tools for body's ends is her own growing mastery. As a participant observer, I see Hiroshia abstract, and grow into more and more of a dark angel, a demon. An age-old concurrence of pain, emotion, devotion, and ecclesiastical off-zaldum rematerializes. Christ of the flagellation in Ottonian art wears a long robe, he embraces the column with both arms, his hands are either held by a servant or are bound, his feet are not tied. Since whipping was an official act of the judiciary and took place in the praetorium, this building is nearly always 225. From the 10th century onwards represented by various architectural motif, the column which supports the roof is Aho the whipping column, it therefore has a base and capital and is taller than Christ, even in images containing no spatial details. A German ivory plaque, which probably formed part of an antipendium given by Otto I to the Cathedra I at Magdeburg, shows Christ being whipped in front of Pilate, who sits in the praetorium gazing as though spellbound at Christ. The ceremony of washing the hands is obviously over, servant, basin, and jug simply allude to it. Manuscript illuminations portray the procurator either standing, as in the Codex Egberti, or seated, as in an Ectornoch book of pericopes, 2nd quarter of the 1th century. His raised hands and pointing fingers must indicate his command to whip Christ. 13 Hiroshia leaves the room, muttering that the ring will not fit Shannon's nipple. She's giving me a chance to back out, Shannon says, they always do this. It's a sign of a good master. I have no doubt but that Hiroshia is setting the scene. And that Shannon is carefully defining the limits. Hiroshia returns. I think that this ring will work after all. It could be a little bigger, but you'll see that it'll be fine. You can replace it later if you want. Out of stock, I think to myself. Good salesperson. I'm ready to go ahead if you are, she says smiling. Shannon wants to do the piercing on the floor. She strips off her shirt and pants with lightning speed, ready to get on with it, eager to embrace mastery. She sits down in the middle of the floor with her heels underneath her buttocks and knees spread. She sticks out her tits and stretches her hands back to touch the floor behind her on each side. How's this? She asks in a professional manner, smiling, her back arching and fingertips stretching. I almost laugh aloud, amazed at her seizure of the moment. Hiroshia, slightly more reserved, looks at her with anticipation and amusement. Fine, really. I've never done one like this before, but it's a great idea. Hiroshia brings out a small grey box. Shannon kneels down once more in her black Calvin Kleins and black boots. I look at her nipples. Rosy red, pointy, and boyish. Joyous nipples, curious about the world. Hiroshia takes a set of what look like long pointed pliers from the box. I lean into my corner, eclipsing Shannon's left nipple with her right shoulder. Hiroshia asks if she is ready. Shannon is. Hiroshia lines up her pliers. Okay, breathe 3 times slowly. I'm going to do it as you let out the third breath. 1.2. 3. Fakir Muzaffar says that those who embrace body alteration reject the Western cultural biases about ownership and use of the body. We believed that our body belonged to us. We had rejected the strong Judeo-Christian body programming and emotional conditioning to which we had all been subjected. Our bodies did not belong to some distant god sitting on a throne, or to that god's priest or spokesperson, or to a father, mother, or spouse, or to the state its monarch, ruler, or dictator, to social institutions of the military, education for correction or medical establishment. And the kind of language used to 226. Describe our behavior, self-mutilation, was in itself a negative and prejudicial form of control for Fakir's radical reappropriation of the corporeal response to the seizure of the body by medical and legal sciences in the 19th century. Bodily pleasure had to conform to abstract notions of the natural, since this is what medical and legal sciences believed they were discovering. In fact, the seizure produced a standardization of bodily sensation within specific limits that I suddenly realize Shannon is transgressing big time, as she forges onward into the land of non-procreative pleasure. In the 1990s, Fakir's riposte also challenges the ejection/rejection of the body by a technologically obsessed society, along with the hierarchies that this entails: mind over body, rich over poor, white over color, hetero over homo, health over sickness, specialist over non-specialist. By modifying or altering the body, Fakir and others undertake a deeply meaningful, transformative act. This self-fashioning impulse leads to an individualizing of the body and seems directly related to the struggle to create a sense of identity in a society felt to be dehumanizing, alienating, and characterized by increasing conformity. Individuality, personal beliefs, sense of aesthetics, an oppositional stance must be articulated through the body and tangibly inscribed on flesh. 15 Although body modification in the West cannot appropriate non-Western practices and preserve the latter's signification, taking the Turkana attitude into account, for example, throws new light on practices within our own culture. To refine and substantiate Fakir's critique, we might further ask whether body alteration rejects Judeo-Christian culture or, more precisely, RHE obsessive techno-scientific economic mindset of its Enlightenment Victorian offspring. In other words, condemning Jude-zero Christian values in general ignores that the term is a cultural artifact like any other and, as such, susceptible to manipulation as time washes away outer armor and older layers of meaning stand newly exposed. The tales told about our culture must be questioned. We must ask who tells them, who edits them, and why they do so in what way. Most tales of the body that we receive simply serve hegemonic mind-over-body marketing. If we reread flagellation, for example, in light of Fakir's point of view, the passion of martyrs becomes much less abstract and could turn Enlightenment Victorian notions of the body on their head by recasting life as technologically, internet, centered in a context in which political disempowerment is accentuating, via austerity measures that leave no room for political debate or policy alternatives, the priests of mind-over-body marketing and their information revolution ironically make a radical physical reappropriation of the body possible by leaving the mass of the population with little else beyond their own corpority. Instead of a noble vessel or source of sin, the body is highlighted as a site of authentic emotic and spiritual affirmation for those who practice body modification. I7 Radical body praxis is not an unprecedented example of popular corporeal response to disempowerment and social crisis. 227. Medieval self-flagellation was a grim torture which people inflicted on themselves in the hope of inducing a judging and punishing God to put away his rod, to forgive them their sins, to spare them the greater chastisements which would otherwise be theirs in this life and the next. Yet beyond mere forgiveness lay another, still more intoxicating prospect. If even an orthodox friar could see in his own bleeding body an image of the body of Christ, it is not surprising that laymen who became flagellants and then escaped from ecclesiastical supervision should often have felt themselves to be charged with a redemptive mission which would secure not only their own salvation but that of all mankind. Like the crusading paupers before them, heretical flagellant sects saw their penance as a collective imitatio Christi possessing a unique, eschatologica value *, just as SM practitioners follow in the footsteps of medieval flagellants. Post-punk neo-tribalism takes the ancient Western cultural tool of body decoration and uses it to challenge contemporary society's artificial mind-body dichotomy. Rather than a juxtaposition of nature/body and spirit/mind as described by Irigaray, where thought is separated from effect, thought being a logical construction for truths beyond earthly contingencies, which are associated more with affects, with nature, piercing, tattoos, and scarification apply modern technology to design a sensation. Mind thus turns to satisfying body's pleasures by creating new emotions, new pleasures for a formerly neglected vessel, one seen as stolid, impassive, and needing mastery. Through body modification, the body sets the scene, defines its needs and sets its limits. This focus on body's needs alongside those of mind undermines a cruel society that strokes out the needs of body through accounting procedures. These witch hunts are carried out in the name of mind, of abstraction, of the categorization of human beings in the name of efficient management. Calling all angels. Angel. Daphman or Daemonian, supernatural presence or entity, somewhere between a god, theos, and a hero. The belief in supernatural spirits somewhat less anthropomorphized than the Olympians is a very early feature of Greek popular religion. One such daphman is attached to a person at birth and determines, for good or evil, his fate. Compare the Greek word for happiness, eudaimonia, having a good daphnon. I recoil into my corner, feeling sucked into the event by a powerful magnetizing force, but not daring to look. Eroshia, intent on the nipple, centered, concentrating, is unaware of anything around her so that her work is professionally done. I turn my head to the wall, waiting to hear a quick clip as I imagine I will. With the dark angel distracted by her craft and my eyes covered, the angels have a chance to do their work. Do I hear a rustle of white robes or the flapping of wings as I cringe in the corner? Is there a slight breeze as events move forward? I don't exactly know. The room falls away. Noise and perception draw away from us on all sides, retreating, then turning and rushing in with the force, noise, and intensity of the 228. oceans. I hear angels start to sing in a chorus. The voices are very high, very pure, innocent yet knowing, like yet unlike children singing. I know in my solar plexus that these are not children singing. A very pure breath of air colors my perceptions. The light becomes white. There is no scent, only a faint and pleasant warmth that oddly reassures. A tidal force pushes us upward and the heavens open. The things of the world swirl downward away from us. Faster and faster they turn down and away. Small bands of black form a few feet away and begin to spin around and around. Then thick yellow bands appear between the black ones. The second bands are dark enough to highlight patterns, shapes, and people and worldly forms. Both sets of bands continue to swirl around us, then rise rapidly like an inverted tornado that pulls the three of us upward. Faster and faster we turn, the yellow turning deeper, the angels singing, screaming, laughing. On put considerer l'energie comme un cause qui produit des effets, mais aussi comme un effet qui se reproduit lui-même, et d'un cesse d'obtenir tout causalite. Le paradoxe de l'énergie est actuel est à la fois une révolution des causes et une révolution des effets, quasiment indépendance l'un de l'autre, et actuel devient le non seulement d'un enchaînement des causes, mais d'un déchaînement des effets *. I shrink into the corner of my chair, having no sense of where or who I am. In front of me, Shannon leans back and began to laugh/scream/wail/laugh/laugh/laugh. It looks excruciating painful, but it's not, it's funny. Hiroshia hangs determinedly onto her tit for what seems a long time, clipping it firmly. Shannon screams with laughter, leans forward into Hiroshia's left shoulder, placing her forehead on the shoulder. Do I see Shannon, eyelids fluttering, throw her right arm behind her, the left arm remaining around the neck of Hiroshia, who looks on steadily and adoringly as Shannon trembles imperceptibly, her skin turning ivory as a drop of blood slowly runs from the corner of her mouth above her wounded and now deeply pink nipple? Does Shannon's sigh call forth a great hush, as though the world holds its breath and the heavens pause to take notice? Do I see Shannon suddenly turn pale in rich blue tumbling robes as a faint light glows warmly over her brow? No, I do not. As we have just pointed out, whatever comes to pass according to laws and rules which involve eternal necessity and truth. Nature, therefore, always observes laws and rules which involve eternal necessity and truth, although they may not all be known to us, and therefore she keeps a FLVED an immutable order. It is certain that the ancients took for a miracle whatever they could not explain by the method adopted by the unlearned in such cases, namely, an appeal to the memory, a recalling of something similar, which is ordinarily regarded without wonder. The swirling begins to slow. White light begins to filter through the room, which itself has reappeared. A strange ritual calm takes hold. I float in the heavens. 229. Arms and legs waving, looking down into the room, trying to find my way back to the body. Shannon sits on the floor, patiently waiting, absorbed by her nipple, cradling her breast. Hiroshia reassumes the air of a bureaucrat of piercing, an oddly priest-like role, having initiated another adept to her cult. This dark angel has again played out an ancient drama. Suddenly, I'm in the room. Shannon turns to me and I see a flash of fear in her eyes and, beyond, a deeper torrent of pain/joy at the realization of selfness. Lexique batite, el respirite, assis, les yeux vitreux, saris rien voir. Etca et6 fini, les docteurs de scientuel esatrien drate comme un bougie, ce n'est pas du tout, a dit ma soeur en sanglotant. Mais, madame, a répond la garde, je vous assure que CAET.6 un mort trace douse 24 it costs $147, taxes included. We have to immediately go out onto the street to get money from a bank machine. The automobile exhaust is choking and the sharp light of day slices into me. It is 5 p.m., rush hour, and Church Street is filled with cruising boys. The angels are gone, lost to the bustle and worry of everyday existence, to mind's pursuit of mind's needs. Le Peer, say la comprehension, qui nest chuan fonction sentimental et inutile. La véritable connaissance, c'est celle de ce que nous ne comprendrons jamais dam iotre, de ce qui dam l'autre fait que cet autre nest pas soi-même, et d'un ne peut and re-séparer de soi, nialien 6 par notre regard, ni institute dans son identité ou dam sa difference. Z5 As my screen glows, time to stop, I can't help but wonder, are angels calling to me, their light shining a call for help and a comfort? Or is the screen another pathetic imitation, another tool that we don't know how to use except as an extension of a fearsome will to control? The sounds of the world wash in. At this end of century, as the world moves feverishly, intensified spiritual hum or mass marketing, as the planet and its populations groan under an unsustainable burden of pain, suffering, hunger, injustice, environment deterioration, mass murder and disease, ancient body-centered spirituality offers a reconnection with the physicalness that is no less human than the mind. The contemporary twist on the old form validates me. Hearing angels sing is an intensely non-cyber experience, celestial voyeurism for me as it lands up, no cost, no tax, no punishment, no censure, no mass distribution, no guilt. An affirmation of self, identity, and the reality of authentic, as opposed to virtual, experience. A connection of the mind to the passions and to love, beginning in love of self and in offering pleasure, a treasured gift, to oneself. A rare delicacy for body and mind in the cybernet 90s. 230. Discovering Cyberat Arctic. An interview with Nobedix Research. 15.0 Lo at Sorai. The world presents itself to us, effectively. J. Bodden YKZRD. Which worlds? Nobedix Research. Nobedix Research, KRNCF, develops hybrid models of knowledge generation. These models are complex dynamic fields which produce an exchange between virtual agents, poetic machines, and interactive visitors. They enable an observer to participate in the physical exploration and construction of networked rules and strategies of the new public spheres. KRNCF outlines technoid events in parallel real and virtual spaces to investigate the experience of the multiple layers of reality. These extensions of the collateral environment provoke new cultural and aesthetic parameters in order to prevent an ideological closed circuit in an information-based society. KRNCF, Yvonne Wilhelm, Alexander Dujacek, Christian Htebulver, is based in Cologne, at the Academy for Media Arts. In partnership with Westbank Industries and Tactile Technology, KRNCF has founded Membrane, a laboratory for media strategies. KRNCF has won several major international media art awards, including Prix Ars Electronica 93, Golden NICA for Interactive Art, German Media Art Award, and ZKM Karlsruhe 95. Paolo Atsorai, last November in Hamburg during Interface 3 you finally installed your new work, Dialogue with the Nobedix South. What is the topic of your discourse? Christian Htebfer. Our approach is to focus on the scientific world in reference to the South Pole and to study the codes used by scientists of the Antarctic who make computer simulations. We intend to offer a model for a discourse between different fields of the communications world. From an artistic point of view, our project formalizes the problem of a missing language. At Sorai, a dialogue beginning from the state of a missing language. Is this the starting point for your new artistic activity or a hypothetinl limit? 233. Heibler, one has to discard one's own old language. How shall we discuss what we are doing? We don't debate with journalists and critics only but also exchange ideas with the scientists. It really becomes a problem if we don't have a language. Yvonne Wilhelm, it's a development of our own history as artists. As aesthetic beings, you have to log into your own history. Atsari, how do you formulate the discourse about nature between the different artistic and scientific dimensions? Htebfer, we work with hypotheses since natural scientists are dealing with hypothetical issues, as they have throughout the century. When they simulate nature on their computers, they project systems into the future, pushing forward the meaning of time. For the first time, scientists not only prove the laws of nature, they also formulate conditions of possible systems. In our project, we treat an actual state of nature corresponding to our information culture, the scientific definition of nature through communication systems and powerful computers. This way of working changes the meaning of nature itself because nature has always been culturally defined. Wilhelm, reality is culturally defined too. We investigate nature but at the same time question reality. Atsorai, a concept that changes with time. Do you want to point out an idea of reality more fitting to our contemporary times? Our bigger concern is the topic of Wirklichkeitskonzept. With the term virtual reality you can define a dimension that belongs to the computer. This is just play, but I think we play in accordance with rules of games dealing with phenomena which really have an effect on our personal life. The question is no longer what nature is, rather, what kind of nature do we want? We are embodied in the process of how nature merges, with the ability to go into the system and to change and manipulate it. We have to include in our research the term real, das Reale, what comes out from the reality conception. We don't know if we really can discuss about das Reale. It is a very delicate thing. In our work dealing with nature we must also deal with the economy and politics. At Sorai, we can say that nobodyc research is searching for an artistic definition of nature, a possible reality, in the information age through models and data that come directly from the world of scientific research. How would you describe your intellectual experience with the scientists? Did you find that your ideas corresponded with theirs? Most of the scientists still think in accordance with the mechanistic worldview, for instance their theory of chaos is deterministic. They want just to prove their laws confirming the construction of science. If is there anything they cannot put in the body of science they think the question is wrong. They don't think their work methods are wrong. Here's an example: if they have a simulation model running on a computer and get actual data from a satellite that do not fit into the 234 simulation, they conclude that the satellite has committed an error. Some people would argue that perhaps the simulation is wrong. We believe scientists should venture forward even at the risk of leaving the academic domain of science behind. Atzerel, don't you think too many scientists are affected by heavy political/economic demands? Last summer in Hamburg when we joined some scientists at the German Polar Research Institute of Bremerhaven, we realized how powerful the connections between science and politics and economics are. Many scientists do visual simulation only to legitimize their work to the politicians and secure funding for more projects, not because they want to find something new with the visual simulation language. Most of the scientists saw visualization in this context, and this is disappointing. As I explained earlier, we started our project with natural scientists because we thought they deal with hypothetical questions involving all the new concepts of science like the theory of the inner observer, complex dynamics, and self-organization. We were mostly interested in the research of dynamic processes. We wanted to find out how they determined the way in which the results of this research changes their knowledge of Antarctica. At Sorai, there is a kind of synthesis of scientific knowledge applied to a special environment in an interactive form where one can observe the work of scientists giving an interpretation and a simulation of natural processes. At the same time, some scientists are developing new ways of representing the scientific methodology too. Do you want to provide the scientists with a free platform where they can exchange and debate their research? We want to create a field of discourse freed from the rules of the specialists' disciplines. It is a field not only for natural scientists but also for scholars and philosophers who are discussing current ideas of reality. We start from the scientific material because nobodyc research is interested in hybrid knowledge, in the integration of facts in fiction. Atari, the cybernetics of Norbert Wiener, was the first attempt to initiate a new sense of science arising out of the epistemological meeting of research from different disciplines in order to break the borders of isolation. We are living again in a time where everything is always more and more specialized, and everybody follows his method like a dogma that can hardly be discussed. Do you consider cybernetics a good background for your ideas? Wilhelm, our worldview is based on what we see in the future, a worldwide data space induced by the communication technologies, filled with tons of information coming from all different disciplines of knowledge. I think it is very important to create models which focus on the needs and possibilities of the person who tries to receive this information. We are dealing with questions of strategies that support human perception. Furthermore, the concept of nature in our work does not come from the scientists, we only use their data. Our work is also a liberation from 235. Science. We create an environment where, initially, we fabricate actual phenomena of scientific thinking. But we emancipate these phenomena from their reference, science, by a self-organization model. Atri, let's speak more specifically about your work. Heibler, our installation dialogue with the Nobotic South is unlike our previous work Simulation Space Mosaic of Mobile Data Sounds, SMDK, a functional work. The new concept is based on nobots, which generate a vision in a data network. They originate a hypothetical nature, a computer-aided nature, kin. The main problem for the knowledge robots is that we are dealing with two bigger entities, the so-called reference nature that is still very powerful in the Antarctic, one of the few almost intact ecological systems, and the related scientific institutions. The nobots act with completely different kinds of inputs, originating attention, so you can't bring these two worlds really together. This produces an aesthetic field for artists. Virtual reality means that you are inside the computer box closed to the outside. Nobotic reality means you are in a zone of different worlds, totally aware of the dynamic processes in different worlds. We are interested in finding a form for this concept. Each nobot carries information about several Antarctic research projects that are running at the moment. It is not a scientific nobot because we incorporate very different phenomena related to different research programs. This incorporation of phenomena of actual research in a computer-aided nature shapes the nobot. We have designed a visual form for every nobot's algorithm corresponding to the data sets. The agents, nobots, work as connectors of processes. This point represents a new idea for the artwork. We do not have an interface anymore, a mechanical interface. In the real world, we have interfaces in the network, the dynamic network. If the processes associated with the nobots and/or the research projects change, the nobots will change too, following the modification of ideas in the world of research. This leads to forms of artificial creativity implemented in these agents. The agent should be open to other ways of thinking. For instance, we outline interfaces for philosophers, allowing the possibility of reaching them and determining other outlines for the nobot. At Sorai, is the shape of the agents strictly related to some kind of processes? Are there different categories of agents, each with a specific architecture at both levels, algorithmic and visual? Wilhelm, the shape is only a metaphor for a model. We define borders for our model. The borders we are investigating and developing imply a kind of representation, not specialized but interactive. At Sorai, so there is no symbolism, no allegory. Heibker, maybe some new things emerge. In the work represented here, all the agents are autogenerative. They are connected to processes on the internet which change. 236. Continuously. These agents always modify themselves. They also offer points of interest which can be activated by the observer of the installation. Thus the nobot will also mutate and react according to the interest of the visitor. At Sorai, what is the logic you follow to develop the agents? Where do you find the first input to design them? Heibler, the first outlines of the nobot relate to visual material that is used in the research fields mixed with our creativity. For example, one agent refers to the computer simulation of the tide of the Antarctic Sea. We develop a model and write an interface for data from satellite observation. The interesting thing is that we deal with processes you can't see in reality. Hidden processes, sometimes extremely small or extremely big, and very complex. Furthermore, you can't live in the Antarctic, which means you can't experience its reality directly or empirically without the help of technology. Actually, for the scientists it no longer makes sense to work directly in contact with nature. They need data, intelligent data for their terminals in the institutes. And intelligent data means that you install robots and automata which live there year-round, periodically sending raw data. Only a few scientists need to go there to maintain the functionality of these robots. Sometimes they put sensors on the animals living in the Antarctic continent. These sensors are directly connected to computers. They exterritorialize their nature in the networks. Maybe our artistic work is a kind of reterritorialization. Wilhelm, the important point is not to discuss the meaning of measures, but rather how can we visualize and handle this complexity of information. That's a problem for the scientists too. There are so many data, how can we turn it into information and knowledge? How can we handle this with the knowledge we have? Atsorai, you said about this new work that it maintains the state of process, not only for the interactivity but also because it keeps itself constantly updated. Since we cannot follow the whole information processing, you make a selection of the information displayed inside the simulation space, otherwise it would be a completely chaotic system since the information that comes in almost in real time. How do you make this kind of classification? HIDNR, it is necessary to define a strategy about order and the generation of new things. With computers we analyze fragments of the reality and at the same time we build and initiate complex processes. This is what the work is about. You can't deal directly with data fields and databases to make a model only by analysis, you get millions of data the human brain is unable to perceive. To outline a model that simulates 1 year of a certain natural process you need gigatons of data to keep the simulation running. You really have to find new criteria, new formulations, or maybe new bodies, we call them incorporations, to construct, visualize, and perceive such models. Atsorai, your previous installation simulations Mosaic ROM was a self-organized system consisting of elements of communication, data sounds, collected through the Internet. This work induces a new insight dimension where one misses the 237. Usual feeling for orientation, the visitor/actor can navigate a datascape, the composition of the information in the darkness reveals new clues of perception, new sense of space, the space/process of information. At the same time another level of perception is involved using the data coming from the visitor's interaction converted by a motion tracking system into an algorithm and transferred in real time to the reality of the computer. In another room another program visualizes the floating entity of the agents with 3D computer graphics displayed by a video beamer on a large surface. I am very interested in your concept of space where you can implement this information organized by the nobots. Wilhelm, rethinking space is the main topic of the new project too. It's not a question of finding one aesthetic or a language everybody can understand but of defining nature and its information output between reality and virtual space. To define the differences between discussion and discourse. To define the differences among the various concepts of nature is itself a process. Heibler, it is not efficient to use sculptural terminology but we are investigating new concepts of bodies. It is not the body idea in the common, psychological meaning. Our concept of bodies comes from these kinds of entities which generate the different layers of our reality and we look for these generators mostly in data spaces. For us nobots are means for incorporations of ideas, and also of reality concepts. This is somewhat similar to our earlier project where we had a sound space, a space consisting of ideas formulated with sounds, connected by the interactive visitor. In the simulation room one could only connect two ideas at once. We were interested in the tensions originated between two ideas, the gap between two sounds and not in the idea itself. In this new project we have bodies, complex connectors, which link complex fields of ideas. We touch on one of the biggest problem for science. To gain a more complex simulation it is necessary to simulate several organisms/processes together in one program, to compare at the same time different kinds of data. This leads to our next question: what can you encode and what cannot you encode? At Sorai, your idea of bodies could be interpreted as a model for artificial life, because the nobots are able to change themselves according to the changes in the ideas. It's an endless process. Once it has started, it can go on independently. Heibler, yes, but as a vision, a wish. Wilhelm, in fact it does not work like artificial life. Artificial life is one-to-one translation. We, on the other hand, take reality and the simulation together, a kind of new function with its own borders to reality or to cyberspace. From a scientific point of view, the knowledge that you can achieve from artificial life is a fake connection to reality. For the scientist it is just a value from which it is possible to make some forecasts and statements. For the artist there is value if it goes out of control. At Sorai, many media works which are supposed to be artistic follow the Aristotelian principle of mimesis. The work is just imitating nature with a new technology. 238. Here you deal with the nature without any naturalistic reproduction. We experience a complex of processes that are going on and define a new dimension of communication. Could we define it as a model of a digital environment? Debate, yes, we are in environments where the senses of the body are connected via interfaces to dynamic architectures. Sometimes these nobots also have the mimetic potential for dynamic processes. They represent real data fluids which you can contact and transform. Mimetic not in the meaning of traditional art, mimetic potential means the agent incorporating the process. We can't use the term representation any longer because you are included now as an observer of reconstructed representations. I would like to consider this phenomenon further. At Sorai, in your installations one feels a massive use of technology. Formally the only material one can see are computers and communication high equipment. As artists using this technology, what is your critical position regarding the economic/political process which operates in parallel with the information world? Hereby, we are inside a technological system whose direction and speed are defined by industry and science. Politics and arts have to follow, and it is nearly impossible to do anything without being inside. It is a confrontation which can't work if you play with the traditional ways of art. You have to be inside so that you can really see the consistency of the new technology, not only to say, okay, this is their world. This is our world, and becomes bigger and bigger. We all depend on computers. I try to keep my vision free to understand what is outside and deal with both of these worlds. There are still many parts of our life which the technological system can't incorporate. Therefore, I define myself as an artist who can fight inside this self-regulating order. Though I know everything I do could be good for the system because everything is connected, I fight and surrender my respect for the big machines I am working with. At Sorai, the Industrial Revolution has produced one of the biggest concerns of our time, the pollution of the environment. The South Pole is an environment almost untouched by the man, where it is possible to make important observation about the environmental problem. Many scientists are able to visualize the effects of pollution, but it seems they have much more difficulty uncovering its origins. For an artist it should be more important to fight the causes and not the effects of industrial pollution. Wilhelm, yes, a real solution is not fighting against the effects or against the people who destroy the ecosystems. It's necessary to struggle against the thinking of the people who make these strategies, against the scientists and politicians who think they can predict reality by computing nature. It's an old artistic strategy to make politicians and scientists aware of the consequences of their concepts of reality. At Sorai, what's your feeling about the time you need to produce this kind of work? Hereby, it always takes too long to realize a project when you work with technologies. It is a kind of paradox, not only for the technical complexity, but also for 239. Economic support. The production process of art takes longer than you want. You can't produce 10 pieces a year. This is perhaps not understandable in the traditional view of art. At Sorai, as we can speak of cyberspace, virtual space, we may think of a different notion of time. Past, future, and present exist together in your installation, the past is the work of the scientist, the present is the interaction in your installation, and the future is the potential information going to be updated by the nobots. How would you define the implicit time of this work? Helm, we are familiar with the notion of cyberspace. How can we modify space, compress space, extend space? I think you can do the same with time and the way you experience it. We make a concept for the practice of vision. The time we try to realize it is the present. Maybe the work succeeds when somebody gets into our installation and realizes that there is a complex of different and new aesthetic and cognitive structures with which to deal. We can't offer results in our work, everybody can experiment in his own way. We offer a model which is still in discussion, which offers different layers of nature concepts simultaneously, a traditional physical model with light and temperature zones, a scientific simulation with the illusion of linear references, and a networked info-aesthetic model generated by nobots. What is gained and what is lost by being digital? What do we see when we look in the digital mirror, future fallout or net utopia? Digital ears and diamond eyes or real blood and guts? What is the relationship between being digital and being human? Tokyo must be destroyed. Dreams of tall buildings and monsters. Images of cities and monuments. Ken Hollings. Introduction, City of Lenses. Let us, just for one brief moment, rewrite the history of cinema in terms of our cities, of centers and spectacles, monuments and disasters. We are coming to the end of so many things in the closing half of this decade that greater demands than this will be made upon us before the end of the millennium. We could begin, for example, with the Abbasid Caliph Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, the original founder of the ancient city of Baghdad, who conceived of his vast new seat of government as being walled around with fortifications and completely circular in shape. At its exact center, he decreed that a palace and a great mosque should stand together. Before starting on this undertaking, however, the Caliph ordered his army of laborers to dig a vast circular trench in the sand which was to follow the intended outline of the city's foundations. Oil was poured into the trench and set alight. The Caliph then watched the blazing spectacle from a vantage point overlooking the great river Tigris. Who knows what hallucinatory visions of power arose out of that shimmering circle of flames? Cities emerge from the haze as mirages on the desert plains. Monuments and landmarks function as lenses, bringing them into focus, reducing their size, increasing their clarity. The towers of Las Vegas ripple in the heat, Caesar's Palace, the Great Pyramid of Luxor, the Excalibur, the Imperial Palace and the MGM Grand. Did anyone ever suspect that the Earth would be called upon to support so much history? Monuments don't require grandeur, merely drama, a change of light. Do you think Robert Venturi was on drugs when he wrote that book about how great Las Vegas was? Andy Warhol once asked, after seeing it in daylight. This from a man who made a notoriously static movie starring the Empire State Building as an 8-hour hard-on. But even he admitted that Vegas looked better at night, but then so did the Empire State Building. It's so beautiful. The lights come on and the stars come out and it sways. It's like Flash Gordon riding into space. 242. In August 1989, Saddam Hussein decreed that his Victory Arch, 2 gigantic arms, modeled upon his own, bursting forth from the ground clutching crossed scimitars cast from the steel of melted-down Iraqi weapons, be presented to the people of Baghdad. The ground bursts open and from it springs the arm that represents power and determination, carrying the sword of Qadisiyah. It is the arm of the leader-president, Saddam Hussein himself, God preserve and watch over him, enlarged 40 times. It springs out to announce the good news of victory to all Iraqis, and it pulls in its wake a net that is filled with the helmets of the enemy soldiers, some of them scattering into the wasteland. In September 1990, while the Great Satan imposed Resolution 666 upon the United Nations, restricting the importation of food and medical supplies into the Republic of Iraq, an archaeological expedition was using radar equipment to pinpoint large objects buried in the desolate, shifting sands of the central California coastline believed to be sphinxes. Beneath these dunes, members of the expedition claimed, were the actual remains of Ramesses the Magnificent's palace, a monolithic movie set which, in 1923, Cecil B. DeMille had commanded to be built in preparation for Hollywood's first biblical epic, The Ten Commandments. As Operation Desert Shield slowly gave way to the final preparations for Desert Storm, it was announced that a 111 excavation was scheduled to take place, under the direction of a professional archaeologist, to search for these legendary monuments. Chariot wheels, plaster horses, ceramic decorations, and statuary, they said, lay scattered on a vast plain of ruins, waiting to be uncovered. Back in 1956, DeMille had expressed the hope that in 1,000 years' time, the discovery of his film set would not lead scientists to the sensational, if erroneous, conclusion that Egyptian civilization, far from being confined to the valley of the Nile, had extended all the way to the Pacific coast of North America. As if the ancient Egyptians had ever been that adept in the use of concrete, nails, and plaster of Paris. The war of the cities and these cities constructed as vast movie sets within which the populace, like so many extras, reenact endless variants on the same crowd scene. What is on show is less important than the way in which it is viewed. Where, for example, the grand frivolities of Las Vegas are focused and reordered in the camcorder lens of the wandering tourist, Saddam Hussein's Baghdad has become reconfigured for Western audiences by the optical telemetering of the guided missile. Either way, the image ends up on your TV at home. For the spectator, a cruise missile is nothing but a point of light in the night sky. The digitized flight plan contained in its memory is running a continuous movie of the terrain over which it is traveling. As the missile nears its target, moving. 243. From relief map to floor plan, its nose-mounted camera prepares to transmit a live, broadcast quality, image of the impact. Thus, the cruise missile becomes a complex piece of hardware designed to be an eyewitness to its own destruction. The moment of impact is also the moment at which the camera goes off-air. Who can survive the shock of being seen in such a fashion? The collapse of the eye is rendered as a complex, instantaneous inversion of the last image seen. Black fades rapidly into white, and white instantly turns to black. Sight pools in an informational gravity well. Cities carry within them the blueprints for their own ruins. Meanwhile, Saddam Hussein has announced the construction in Baghdad of what will be the biggest mosque in the world. Built to his own design, it will stand in the middle of a huge artificial lake fed by the waters of the Tigris, which, following the pounding which the Iraqi capital received at the hands of the United States Air Force, has been transformed into a gigantic open sewer. "We are rebuilding the ruins in record time," the Mother of Battles radio announced during the Desert War, for after the triumph, there is no God but God. In Waco, Texas, scorched concrete and featureless earth are all that now remain of Ranch Apocalypse, where the Branch Davidians under the guidance of their leader, David Koresh, had their latest and greatest disappointment. Recent events have reconstructed this haunted patch of waste ground into a rhetorical platform from which Middle America now declares itself to be under attack from all sides, and especially from within. American Gulf War veteran, Timothy McVeigh, who once dominated the terrain of the KTO as the gunner in an armored vehicle, now sits in a federal prison cell, charged with the bloodiest bombing in U.S. history. No one seems to think it strange, in the wake of the attack on the Alfred Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, that this outrage should have coincided with the second anniversary of the ending of the Waco siege. Such a convergence is not so much political as theological. If either Ronald Reagan or George Bush had still been in power at the time of Waco, reads the subtext connecting these EWO events, perhaps David Koresh's followers would still be alive today, and he'd be putting the finishing touches to his commentary on the breaking of the seventh seal. After all, Reagan believed in the rapture. Bush yearned for things to be tested by fire. Both presidents were deeply into the theology of mass destruction. Under their hands the Star Wars program appeared and disappeared, uncommented on, unnoticed and unmourned. Now, with Bill Clinton at its helm, Middle America finds itself, for better or worse, approaching the end of the second millennium with a President of the Union who doesn't seem to understand the meaning of the apocalypse. But the signs and portents were all there, In 1994, Los Angeles, that great city of lenses and surveillance systems, had trembled once more along its own fault line. After the fires, the uprising, the unrest, and the urban decay, an earthquake was just 244. Enough to emphasize the point that the great city of the 20th century had only a few years left to go. Then, exactly 1 year later to the day, it happened again. This time in southern Japan. Welcome to Earthquake Island. Some pretty strange dust started to settle in the media after the earth shifted so tragically under the people of Kobe and Osaka in January 1995. As the extent of the damage became increasingly clear, and the casualty rate soared into the thousands, the international news services struggled to make sense of it all, revealing in the process a fault line of misunderstanding running from east to west that was as real as any that might lie beneath the Japanese mainland. Commentators, experts, and other assorted professionals crowded onto the airwaves to explain how the Japanese had neither predicted the earthquake correctly nor prepared for it adequately in advance, and that they knew next to nothing about disaster relief or even how to counsel the survivors. Unfavorable comparisons were also made between the Kobe and the Los Angeles earthquakes. The Japanese people, it was implied, were being so obviously and willfully wrong-headed about the whole thing that they didn't even deserve to have the earthquake in the first place. The truth is that the broadcast media tend to confuse their own reactions to an event with the actual event itself. Such incidents as the Kobe earthquake have a long history of occurring on the Japanese mainland. An ancient piece of mythological wisdom has the island of Japan resting upon the back of a gigantic catfish that lies submerged beneath the primordial mud. Every so often, about every 70 years on average, the fish twitches its tail, and that's when the earth starts shaking. Some kind of major upheaval had been expected in Japan since the Great Kanto earthquake devastated Tokyo in 1925, killing 250,000 of its inhabitants. All the same, there must have been many in the West who looked at their video collections with feelings of unease. Wholesale urban demolition has long been a staple element in anime, and fans of Ka and Iga Japanese live-action monster movies, have seen Tokyo reduced to rubble so often that the city must be permanently associated in their minds with scenes of destruction. And that is perhaps where the tragedy of Kobe really lies. Everyone had expected the earthquake to hit Japan much further south, in Tokyo itself. The uncertainty principle: if Japan rests upon the back of a giant catfish, then the fate of its capital city belongs with another, equally fabulous, creature. Ever since he first burst onto the big screen back in 1954, Godzilla has become famous for the lasting impression he has made on the Tokyo SKYLme. Returning to the great metropolis over and over again in well over half of the 21 feature films in which he has appeared so far, Godzilla, the undisputed king of Ka number Iga, has left it in ruins every time. A gigantic mutant dinosaur breathing radioactive fire, he was the unforeseen byproduct of atomic testing in the Pacific Ocean at a time when such tests were beginning to cause grave public concern. The year which saw the release of the first Godzilla movie was also the one in which the crew of the Japanese fishing boat 245 Lucky Dragon No. 5 were showered with fallout from the H-bomb detonated on Bikini Atoll. Oblique references to this incident were subsequently incorporated into the film. However, as a true runaway child of the nuclear age, Godzilla is also subject to the uncertainty principle. Just as it is impossible to determine a subatomic particle's exact position, direction, and velocity all at the same time, the Big G does not allow himself to be pinned down that easily. Does he represent some kind of dark, unacknowledged obsession which the Japanese have with their own destruction, or is he just a guy in a rubber monster costume jumping up and down on a tabletop landscape pretending to shoot radioactive flame from his mouth? Godzilla has always been a monster who casts two shadows, one in the west and the other in the east. His origins reveal a strong mixture of both Japanese and American influences, conceived as a combination of two successful Hollywood monsters: Willis O'Brien's King Kong and Bay Harryhausen's Redosaurus in the Beast Film 2000 Fathoms. He was presented to the Japanese public as Gojira, a hybrid name which joins the Western word gorilla with the Japanese Kujira, meaning a whale. He was also quite evidently a man in a rubber suit, an aspect of the kaiju-eiga genre which has never gone down particularly well with Western audiences who tend to confuse notions of spectacle with those of realism. Adams for Peace O'Brien's King Kong and Harryhausen's Red Osaucius contributed greatly to the development of a whole battery of photographic special effects, from stop-frame animation, glass shots, and live-action mats to the sophisticated digital processes of today, which have established in the West the conventions by which cinematic illusions are judged to have become reality. Godzilla, however, has made an entire career out of failing to meet such demands, earning for himself in the process a reputation for being cheap, amateurish, and silly among those moviegoers who prefer bigger budgeted affairs in which the computer-generated dinosaurs look real and the actors behave as if they were stuck inside rubber suits. Furthermore, Godzilla's Eastern origins ensured his divergence from Western notions of reality almost from his very inception. His twin shadows emanate from a common point, that troubled moment after the Second World War where East met West on the most uneasy of terms, the American occupation of Japan. Ambiguity is a term that barely covers the confusions and contradictions that characterized this period. During the immediate post-war years, the Japanese were encouraged to come to terms with the atomic devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in elegiac, positive ways, such as the 1950 documentary film, Hiroshima, with its respectful March of Time voiceover and its American footage of the bomb exploding. In the same year, however, a book detailing the events of August 6, I-945 as experienced by the bomb's survivors was printed, bound, and then immediately suppressed by the occupation forces for being too anti-American. That volume had to wait another 10 years, buried in the depths of Hiroshima City Hall, before it was finally published. And whatever thinking lay behind American attempts to discourage traditional Japanese art forms such as kabuki, with its giant puppets, elaborate kos. 246. Tums, masks and exaggerated gestures, can only have helped to establish the equally stylized theatrical traditions that would eventually come to characterize the Japanese monster movie. Certainly, it is interesting to note in this context that it was only after the occupation was over that kabuki flourished once again and the first film compilations showing existing Hiroshima footage were made freely available to the Japanese public. Perhaps because Hiroshima is simultaneously a place and an event, it must always be approached obliquely, as the effects of radiation sickness become increasingly apparent, from one generation to the next, the connection between the two becomes more and more apparent. Hiroshima is a monument that exists in both time and space. What makes this fact all the more terrible is that Ground Zero must always remain an imaginary terrain. There is not a soul alive today who can tell us what happened at the center of the bombed area. The great mysterious monster conquered the city in an instant, Kenzaburo Oe observed in his Hiroshima notes, and that instant is really nothing more than a single frame of film passing through a movie projector's gate. In Gauge and Eskin meanwhile, back in 1950s small-town America, where everything seemed to be going well and everyone was under attack, atomic science was having a field day, people talk a great deal of nonsense about the effects of nuclear radiation, one of the scientists announces in The Monster that challenged the Workie. Considering that he's appearing in a movie opposite an army of giant mutant snails hell-bent on invading California, it's a pretty safe assumption that he knows what he's talking about. While real scientists were secretly injecting very real plutonium into the bodies of the poor, the sick, the needy, and the institutionalized, the American public indulged itself in a nuclear nightmare of orgiastic proportions. Atomic-powered spaceships crashed into the sides of mountains, and giant ants built their colonies out of the very sand that covered Ramesses the Magnificent's dream palace. So far, so familiar. However, things only started to get really scary when the big cities of America, with their recognizable monuments and landmarks, were approached by these portents of the future. The unease with which an audience watched a flying saucer glide over the Washington Mall at the beginning of the day the Earth stood still in 195 one turned to shock in 1956, when the reassuring shapes of the Washington Monument, together with those to Lincoln and Jefferson, and the dome of the Capitol building were smashed to pieces by invading aliens in Earth versus the flying saucers. It shouldn't come as any surprise to discover that the man responsible for this startling vision was Ray Harryhausen, whose giant stop-frame mutant octopus tore San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge apart and it came from beneath the sea in 1953 and whose Redosaurus had rampaged through a very real-looking New York earlier that same year. 247. Willis O'Brien's King Kong, re-released in 1952 and even more popular with monster movie fans than he had been back in 1933, also took on New York and lost. Carl Denham, however, only got it partly right. It clearly wasn't the airplanes that killed the beast, but it wasn't beauty either. It was the fall from the top of the Empire State Building that finally did for the mighty Kong. Landmarks call kill. In the 1976 remake, the poor bugger even had to take a dive off the new, improved and even taller symbol of economic power, the World Trade Center. How could anyone have seriously believed, nearly 20 years later, that a truck loaded with explosive could succeed in toppling what King Kong could not? Godzilla, who has only ever had to contend with the rather banal splendors of the Tokyo Tower and the Diet Building, has always managed to inflict more damage upon Japan's capital city than it has ever succeeded in causing him in return. One of the reasons for this is that the uncertainty principle places Godzilla squarely outside the nature vs. technology debate which has come to dominate the way in which monster movies are perceived. Possessing a more markedly individualistic personality than the anonymous armies of assorted giant fauna that rampaged across America during the 1950s, Godzilla has always followed his own instincts. However, unlike King Kong, he is no oversized nature boy, fresh off the boat and ready to get beaten to the ground at the first instance by the iniquities of urban civilization. Existing above and beyond the oppositional trends of nature and culture, Godzilla has also become the victim of a common misconception. His skin, contrary to popular opinion, is never green, the color traditionally associated with plant life and, by extension, with nature itself, but a very deep charcoal gray. His impenetrable hide is the same shade as burned stone and compacted carbon, hard, dense and unyielding. The same color as the impact of energy on matter at ground zero. Perhaps placing Godzilla at the heart of Hiroshima's or Nagasaki's ruins raises more than just questions of taste in the Western viewer's mind. The truth is, however, that films belonging to the Iuiga genre were, from the very beginning, made to a very different set of criteria. The majority of them were photographed in an anamorphic widescreen process which, when properly projected, lent the images a greater sense of scale and depth. To add further atmosphere, the film's soundtracks were almost always recorded in stereo, an innovation which dates back to at least 1957. Presented in such a fashion, Godzilla's destruction of Tokyo, built in considerable detail at 1/25th scale and filmed in slow motion to collapse more effectively, took on a spectacular, almost theatrical, quality. Unfortunately, by the time these films reached the West, they had been scanned and panned to fit a smaller format, their soundtracks re-recorded and rearranged, and additional scenes, usually shot on an entirely different screen ratio, had been inserted. Let's not even 248 mention the dubbing. What was left appeared as a miserable failure to achieve a level of cinematic realism which the films had never set out to attain in the first place. Tokyo must be destroyed, but how real is real? There is a story about security guards in a Tokyo department store stopping two suspected terrorists who had been overheard animatedly discussing the destruction of the city. The dangerous subversives turned out to be veteran director Ishiro Honda swapping ideas with special effects expert Eiji Tsuburaya for a scene in what was to become Gojira, the first Godzilla movie. Illusions depend a great deal upon not being in full possession of the facts. To see the Kaiju-Iga genre as the obsession of a culture repeatedly seeking to rehearse repressed or unacknowledged fears of nuclear obliteration or natural catastrophe is to explain little and to obscure a great deal more. It is also an attitude based upon a very selective view of Japan's filmic output. For example, in the decade that witnessed the rise of Godzilla, films explicitly confronting Japan's continuing nuclear nightmare, such as Kaneto Shindo's Children of Hiroshima and Lucky Dragon No. 5, were also being released. Ishiro Honda himself had visited Hiroshima in 1946 and had wanted to convey in Gojira some of the horrors which he experienced there. Unfortunately, the film's references to bomb shelters, Nagasaki, and its pleas for nuclear disarmament were deleted from the English-language version by its American distributors. Godzilla, however, had already selected a very different target for himself. It was a disaster area still waiting to happen, and each time he returned to it, he became more a part of its future than its past. By 1945, Allied air raids had reduced most of Tokyo to smoking embers. Its predominantly wooden buildings had burned easily, resulting in the destruction of 750,000 houses and the deaths of 100,000 of the city's inhabitants. A further 3 million were left homeless. Today, as well as being one of the principal centers of world economic activity, the Greater Tokyo area also houses an astonishing 25% of Japan's entire population. This vast urban sprawl has come to be regarded by many as the ultimate megalopolis, the first city of the 21st century. The planners and engineers responsible for its safety have also described it as a disaster amplification mechanism, a term which could just as easily be applied to Godzilla himself. There is, however, something both reassuring and unsettling about the Tokyo which Honda and Tsuburaya had Godzilla smash so repeatedly. It never changed. No matter how far into the future the films were set, Tokyo always returned looking the same. In a universe increasing y populated by alien invaders, female psychics, killer androids, and giant mecha, Tokyo's vast centerless sprawl seemed to expand into time and space, eternally rising unchanged from its own rubble. The more Godzilla demolished it, the more it came back, determined to survive. Godzilla in Paradise. Godzilla's career trajectory as an urban destroyer has never been as smooth as his continuing relationship with Tokyo might suggest. Quite often he became the 249 victim of his own success. The cost of rebuilding an entire city is still high, even when it only exists in miniature. Furthermore, his audience was not only getting larger, but appreciably and enthusiastically younger. Consequently he was packed off, from time to time, to remote tropical islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, where palm trees were cheaper to replace than skyscrapers, and he could participate in such juvenile romps as Toho's Son of Gokilks. This did not mean, however, that the dark forces which he had come to represent had also been sent on vacation. It is worth remembering that Japan produced many disaster films outside of the Godzilla cycle which dealt much more explicitly with the themes of catastrophe and disaster, most notably Toei Studios' The Final War and Toho's The Last War, both about global nuclear conflict, in the 1960s, Tidal Wave, Last Days of Planet Earth, in the 1970s, and Virus in the early 1980s. As these films would inevitably have utilized similar special effects budgets and technicians as the monster movies, it is not surprising to find that they tended to be made when there was a slackening off, either of quality or frequency, in the Kai and Iga genre. Similarly, Keiji Nakazawa's comic strip, Barefoot Gen, based upon his own childhood experiences of the bombing of Hiroshima, first appeared in the children's magazine Shukenshonen/Umpyo during the early 1970s, at a time when Godzilla's audience was predominantly preteen. To transpose Godzilla from his urban habitat in mainland Japan to the Arcadian paradise of an island in the Pacific, if only for the briefest of interludes, is to place him firmly within the kind of technology vs. nature debate which he so effortlessly transcended whenever he was tearing Tokyo apart. Son of Godnz illustrates this point extremely well, if only because it raises the one question to which monster movie otaku have never been able to supply an adequate answer: who or what exactly did Godzilla mate with to produce a son? At the beginning of the film, Godzilla is seen swimming towards Solgel Island, attracted by a mysterious radio signal. However, he is not the first interloper to arrive on this tropical paradise. A group of scientists, all male, have already established a research center amid its sultry palms to study the ways in which climatic conditions can be artificially manipulated and controlled. They, in turn, have to endure an intruder of their own, a pushy, camera-toting newshound called Goro, also male. As the story unfolds, and it becomes increasingly apparent that all of this tropical Eden's invaders are masculine, it comes as no surprise to discover that Solgel Island's indigenous population are exclusively female. As Godzilla's son, Minya, emerges from his egg, he is attended by a coven of giant praying mantises who quickly forget their duties as midwife when they discover that he is a male and, true to type, attempt to devour him. Slumbering deep within the island's depths is another archetypal female predator from pop culture, the Spiga, a monstrous spider. Finally there is Raiko, the jungle girl, one of those natural-born sophisticates who always use their first name when they mean I. She is the orphaned daughter of Professor Matsumiya, another male interloper, and is the only person in the film to take any real interest in nurturing the young Minya, pausing every now and again to hurl cantaloupes into his ever-open mouth. Godzilla's only contribution to the little mite's development, on the other hand, is 250. To teach him how to blow radioactive smoke rings. In fact, as a predominantly masculine science enters into a frenzied discourse with a primordially feminine nature, there doesn't seem to be much else for him to do. This lack of purpose appears quite puzzling until Goro, in an unguarded moment, makes a reference to his home in Tokyo. Tokyo, asks Raiko, using the kind of basic grammar favored by the inhabitants of tropical islands. What kind of place? Well, Goro replies, it's a man-made jungle, and it suddenly becomes evident that Godzilla has no place in this prelapsarian Eden or the thematic simplicities it engenders. Like the gangster, the salaryman, and the juvenile delinquent, Godzilla is a true city dweller. He needs its ambiguities in order to truly be himself. Mikado-kyo as Godzilla's audience became younger during the 60s and 70s, he quickly slid from atomic destroyer to comic avenger and science fiction clown. After so much time spent mucking about in children's bedrooms, Godzilla had a lot of growing up to do. Literally. When Toho Films brought him back for the 1984 remake of the original Go Plus, they had to almost double his height so that he could compete with the rise in Tokyo's skyline over the years. The Japanese capital had expanded upwards and outwards to an alarming degree, dwarfing its cinematic counterpart. That's quite an urban renewal program they have there, an American Army major remarks of Godzilla's attack on Tokyo, but he could have been speaking about the city's actual growth rate. An anarchic process of demolition and reconstruction, in which houses, shops, and tower blocks were continually being torn down and rebuilt, had resulted in an anonymous sprawl that seemed to stretch on forever. This prompted further concerns about its safety. Planners became worried that too much of the nation's future had become concentrated into its disaster-proofed structures. There were calls for a radical decentralization of Tokyo's functions into other parts of the country, but how do you decentralize something which has no center? Fragile and featureless, caught between expansion and catastrophe, Tokyo's possible futures came to dominate anime. In Bubblegum Crisis, Mega Tokyo has been rebuilt from the ruins of the old capital city after it was devastated during the Second Kanto earthquake. Bigger and more ungovernable than ever, it is menaced by fearsome cyborgs and corporate power plays. The series title hints at the steadily increasing state of instability that occurs the moment before the bubble bursts. Neo Tokyo, the setting for Katsuhiro Otomo's ANA, has been rebuilt after Tokyo's nuclear obliteration into a high-rise labyrinth of rioting citizens, political unrest, terrorism, and full-scale gang warfare. Readers of the manga version will also know that Tokyo actually has the dubious privilege of being demolished twice during the course of Otomo's 1800-page story. Even with a complete change of name, Tokyo's ruins are clearly identifiable. In Project AKO, the city of Graviton has been rebuilt into an unstable business community around the waters of a bay punched out of the Earth's crust by a giant 251 spaceship that plummeted from the sky. Olympus, in Masamune. Shiro's Appleseed, is a city-state that rose to prominence after a devastating global conflict and now staggers from one near-apocalyptic power struggle to the next. Newport in Dominion, also by Shiro, is in constant danger of being transformed into a demolition derby by the tank police, the very force sworn to protect it. Silent Mo Andus takes place in a Tokyo which has managed to survive into the 21st century without having to undergo either serious destruction or a name change, but has swollen to enormous, unmanageably overcrowded proportions. Seriously polluted, plagued with unbreathable air and acid rain, it has also become the arena for demonic incursions from another dimension. Wicked City, Urotsukidaji, and Doomed Megalopolis, which features the original Kanto earthquake, all pursue similar themes of supernatural invasion. The origins of the Patksburg series lie in the threat to a vulnerable Tokyo of rising tidal waters caused by the Earth's global warming. Then there's Cyber City, L% Yo Babylon, AD Police. The list, like a street plan of Tokyo, seems to go on forever. The ruins of cyberspace. In all these visions of the future, Tokyo is depicted as a major conurbation entering the 2nd century having already run out of time. It is also a city of glowing colors, rapid edits, breakneck narratives and dizzying perspectives. Whereas in the Kaiju Eiga genre, Tokyo was a city of details and effects, of collapse as a theatrical spectacle, anime has transformed it into a place made out of pure velocity. A product of the video age, its depth and its structures are now created by the speed of an electron moving across the flat plane of a television screen. Both versions, however, depict Tokyo as a featureless urban mass. Landmarks are so rare that their appearance arouses suspicion. In the 1992 remake of GODNH's The Thing, Mothra cocoons Tokyo's Diet building in an ironic comment on the political scandals of the time. Its fictional counterpart, the Genome Tower, broods over Megatokyo in Bubblegum Crisis, and in the manga version of Appleseed, the huge Tartarus arcology appears in frame after frame, a series of futuristic views of Mount Fuji. Tokyo's real landmarks are its imaginary ruins, a point well illustrated at the end of Shinya Tsukamoto's manga-influenced live-action movie, Tetsuo 11, where the Salaryman protagonist and his family wander like tourists, sightseeing among Tokyo's devastated tower blocks. The ambiguous feelings which Tsukamoto has expressed towards the city, enjoying the security of its utilities while yearning also for the wide-open spaces created by its destruction, have a counterpart in the thinking of Japan's more radical designers, such as Toyo Ito, who see Tokyo as a city whose life does not reside in its structures but in the energies that surge through them. Its true architecture, they argue, exists in the limitless profusion of temporary forms thrown up by computer links, information flows, networked images and disembodied voices. Computer animation, video gaming, and the technology of data processing have all conspired to take destruction beyond mere physical limitations. Tokyo won't become decentralized, it will dematerialize itself instead. Paradoxically, serious questions are now being raised about what form such a dematerialization might take. As the standing ruins of the Alfred Murrah Federal 252 building in Oklahoma City are being razed to ground, the American public is being warned that the extreme right have begun to infiltrate the internet. In Japan, it has now been revealed that the Aum, Urinrikyo cult, accused of the sarin gas attack upon a crowded subway train during the morning rush hour in Tokyo. Appropriated themes and imagery derived from popular manga and mime series in developing their paranoid visions of the forthcoming apocalypse. While otaku use the sprawl of the internet, a communications system originally designed to survive a nuclear attack, to swap esoteric factoids about Ultraman and Hello Kitty, there is still someone present whose influence is unmistakable. Having been there at the start of it all, he will not be quickly forgotten. One of the most immediate responses to the Kobe earthquake was that the Nikkei index fell by over 1,000 points in a single night. This was the result of nervous speculators fearing that Japan was about to start withdrawing capital from its investments overseas to finance the rebuilding program. If a series of checks and balances had not previously been introduced into the system just after the crash of 1987 and immediately before the start of Operation Desert Storm, in order to discourage dangerous fluctuations in the market, Japan's economy would have probably dropped right through the floor, taking the rest of the world with it. Godzilla, it seems, is alive and well and rampaging through cyberspace. Consider yourselves warned. Stalking the UFO meme. Rickm T-beam. There is Thingumbob shouting, the bellman said. He is shouting like mad, only hark. He is waving his hands, he is waggling his head, he has certainly found a and ark. Louis Cuoll, the hunting of the snark. We are convinced that Roswell took place. We've had too many high-ranking military off-anders tell us that it happened, that told us that it was clearly not of this earth. Don Schmidt, CO author, The Truth About the UFO CRA.4 at Roswell, in an interview by Ed Marr and Jody Mechanic for Lumpen magazine on the internet. That interview with a real X-filer can be found on one of the hundreds of websites, in addition to Usenet groups, gopher holes stuffed with hundreds of files, and clandestine BBSs where abductees meet to compare scoop marks, that make up the virtual world of flying saucers. The UFO subculture or, for some, the UFO religion on the internet is a huge supermarket of images and words. Everything is for sale, stories and pictures, membership in a community, entire belief systems. But what are we buying? The meal? Or the menu? The bricks that build the house. When Don Schmidt uses the word Roswell, he is not merely identifying a small town in New Mexico that put itself on the tourist map with a terrific UFO story. He uses it to the whole story, the one that says a UFO crashed in 1947 near the Roswell Army Airfield, after which alien bodies were recovered, eyewitnesses rewarded with new pickup trucks or threatened with death, and a cosmic Watergate, as Stanton Friedman, another Roswell author, calls it, initiated. Schmidt uses the word Roswell the way Christian evangelists use Jesus, to mean everything believed about Roswell. Like an evangelist, he counts on his audience to fill in the details. Every good Roswellite knows them, it's the story, after all, that defines them as a community. 254. That story is scattered on the internet like fragments of an exploding spaceship. Do the pieces fit together to make a coherent puzzle? Or is something wrong with this picture? Stalking the UFO meme on the internet. Memes are contagious ideas that replicate like viruses from mind to mind. The internet is like a petri dish in which memes multiply rapidly. Fed by fascination, incubated in the feverish excitement of devotees transmitting stories of cosmic significance, the UFO meme mutates into new forms, some of them wondrous and strange. The Roswell incident is but one variation of the UFO meme. On the internet, Schmidt's words are hyperlinked to those of other UFO sleuths and legions of interested bystanders like myself, as fascinated by the psychodynamics of the subculture as by the data exchanged as currency in that marketplace. Before we examine a few fragments, let's pause to remember what the internet really is. Copies of copies, or copies of originals. The internet represents information through symbols or icons. So does speech, writing, and printed text, but the symbols on the net are even further removed from the events and context to which they point. The power of speech gave us the ability to lie, then writing hid the liar from view. That's why Plato fulminated. At writing, you couldn't know what was true if you didn't have the person right there in front of you, he said, the dialogue providing a necessary check. The printing press made it worse by distancing reader and writer even more. Now we put digital images and text on the net. Pixels can be manipulated. Without correlation with other data, any digital photo or document can be taken at face value. There's no way to know if we're looking at a copy of an original, a copy of a copy, or a copy that has no original. But wait! It gets worse. The world is a blank screen. Certain phenomena, including UFOs and religious symbols, elicit powerful projections. We think we're seeing out there what is really inside us. Because projections are unconscious, we don't know if we're looking at iron filings obscuring a magnet or the magnet itself. Carl Jung said UFOs invite projections because they're mandalas, archetypal images of our deep selves. Unless we separate what we think we see from what we see, we're bound to be confused. Repetition makes any statement seem true. Hundreds of cross-referenced links on the web create a matrix of even greater credibility. In print, we document assertions with references. Footnotes are conspicuous by their absence on the web. Information is self-referential. Symbols and images point to themselves like a 10-dimensional dog chasing its own tails. Roswell may be the name of the game, but what does the name really say? 255. What's in a name? Everything. Names reveal our beliefs about things. Was there a Roswell incident? Or was there a so-called Roswell incident? Are Don Schmitt and his former partner Kevin Randle the only two professional investigators in the field as Schmitt claims in that interview? Or are they in fact self-styled professional UFO investigators? UFO investigators accredit themselves, then reinforce their authority by debating one another and showing up at the same forums. Refuting or attacking another investigator does him a favor by acknowledging his importance. Are there 8 first-hand witnesses who saw the bodies, many high-ranking military officials who said it was not of this earth, or 550 witnesses stating that this was not from this earth? All of those statements are made in the same interview. Words like self-styled and alleged do more than avoid lawsuits. They make clear that the speaker states or believes something rather than knows it to be true. Schmitt uses the word witness the way Alice in Wonderland uses words, to mean exactly what she wants them to mean, instead of letting witness mean. Well, witness. Dan Kagan and Ian Summers have written a masterful investigation of cattle mutilation, Mute UIS, Bantam Books, New York, 1984, detailing how predator damage became cattle mutilation conducted with surgical precision, i.e. in straight lines, through the distortion of the media, professional experts who kept everyone one step away from the evidence, common in UFO research, and true believers who suspended their capacity for critical judgment. The Roswell incident also consists of words repeated often enough to turn them into pseudo-facts which are then used to weave a scenario. When enough people believe the scenario, they focus on the minutiae of the story. Did it crash on the plains of San Agustin, as Stanton Friedman claims, or north of Roswell as Schmitt and Randle claim? Instead of the basics, i.e. did anything other than a balloon crash at all? Science turns quickly into theology. Can a fact move at the speed of light? The way sites are connected on the www tends to obliterate our historical sense. Everything on the web seems to be happening now. Without a point of reference, all information seems equal. Lining up texts side by side and evaluating discrepancies feels like hard work. Surf to the Cambridge Cyber Cafe, for example, and you'll find a laudatory article about Schmitt written by Milwaukee writer Gillian Sender. Sender says the piece was purloined without her permission. Like much on the net, it's an unauthorized copy of a copy. Sender did a follow-up piece for Milwaukee Magazine in which she confessed her subsequent disillusionment with Schmitt. In interviews he misrepresented his educational background and occupation. Sender concluded that those misrepresentations undermined his credibility across the board. 256. You won't learn that on the web, because the second piece isn't there. The Cyber Cafe website also has a newsletter written by Schmitt and Randle but no link to information about their later split, when Randle denounced Schmitt for deceiving him as well as others. The soul of the web according to Jung, when the psyche projects its contents onto an archetypal symbol, there is always secrecy, fascination, and high energy. When a webmaster finds an article like Sender's he gets excited, plucks it out of cyberspace, and puts it on his site. Come across it 4 or 5 times, you start to believe it. Tracking down the truth about the Roswell incident is like hunting the mythical snark in the Carol poem. The closer one gets to the evidence, the more it disappears. There is in fact not one living witness to the Roswell incident in the public domain, not one credible report that is not filtered through a private interview or other privileged communication. There are, though, lots of people making a living from it. Who are these guys? Carl Pflock is another RO.Cell investigator. Stick his name into a search engine and you'll find him on the ufologist roster at Glenn Camel's Area 51 website. The text of an online interview with Pflock and Stanton Friedman is reproduced there. What effect does this have? By appearing with him, Friedman lends credibility to Pflock's status. Their disagreement over details. Hawk thinks the Roswell debris was the remains of a Project Mogul balloon, as the Air Force claims, is less important than the fact of their debate, which implies that the details are important, the debate worth having. That ensures lurcher bookings for both. Get the idea? In the virtual world, the appearance of reality becomes reality. Then you can buy and sell words, icons, symbols as if the menu is the meal. Flock is not new to the world of UFOs. Kagan and Summers first encountered him as a man named Kurt Peters who appropriated a story he knew was fabricated about cattle mutilation, then tried to pass it off as his own and sell it to a New York publisher. When the authors confronted Flock with the Kurt Peters gambit, he was shaken that we had found him out. What might we infer, therefore, about Flock's credibility? On the web, however, the context created by juxtaposition with Friedman makes it seem as if he is a real professional. Follow the money. The UFO game needs teams so the game can be played. The for team and the against team are essential to each other. The famous alien autopsy film exploited by Ray Santilli illustrates this. This film allegedly showed the autopsy of an alien retrieved from a crash site. Many websites were devoted to this film, Usenet groups hummed with endless. 257. Conversation about the details. One major thread was devoted to finding the cameraman. Once again, the key player or detail was absent, the audience addressed by a spokesperson for the event. A great deal of money was made by debating the film, regardless of which side one was on. Stanton Friedman was off to Italy for a screening, Schmidt to England to examine the evidence, and so on. Meanwhile, reports like that by Dr. Joseph A. Bauer on Xicos website that exposed the film's overwhelming lack of credibility were ignored. The lack of credibility was obvious from the beginning, but had it been acknowledged, there would have been no game to play, no Fox TV special, no books or debates, no conferences in Europe. The Santilli episode is about played out, but other evidence is taking its place. At the moment, an anonymous tipster claims to have a fragment of the crashed saucer. The story is spreading on the web, mutating as it grows. Now, 50 years after the alleged crash, others claim to have fragments too. The good thing about fragments of crashed saucers is that they are endless. Even better are the claims made by professional investigators that they are negotiating with shadowy figures who have fragments but are afraid of being killed if they go public. Those stories are endless too. To know someone's motivation, follow their checkbook. Look, for example, at the heated rivalry in the town of Roswell between museums competing for tourist dollars with trips to rival crash sites. You can even sign up for the tour on the web. Information? Misinformation? Disinformation? The Santilli film could be dismissed as a non-event, did it not reveal a deeper dimension of life in the UFO world. What were its effects? Energy was displaced, the focus of the debate shifted, and the Roswell incident, ironically, reinforced. When someone says, "These are not the real crown jewels," they imply that real crown jewels exist. If this is a fake autopsy film, where is the real autopsy film? That implies a real autopsy, which implies real aliens and a real crash. Or was the film an ingenious piece of disinformation by the government? Was it designed to throw investigators off the track? See how we responded to news of real aliens? Hide some real data among a snowstorm of false data? Is all this confusion intentional? It's X-Files time. Ready for a headache? Now we're closing in on the snark. Are government agents using the subculture to manipulate or experiment with public opinion? To cover up what they know? Are the investigators useful idiots, as they're known in the spy trade, real spies, or just in it for the buck? One of my online adventures illustrates the difficulty of getting answers to these questions. A woman in Hamilton, Montana, was speaking to Peter Davenport, head of the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, about a UFO she said was hanging 258 around her neighborhood. She said she could hear strange beeps on the radio when it was hovering. Then, while they spoke, some beeps sounded. "There," she said. "You hear that? What is that?" Peter played the beeps over the telephone. "I recorded them. Then I posted a message on A.2600, a Hackers Usenet group, asking for help. I received several offers of assistance. One came from LOD. LOD. The Legion of Doom. I was delighted. If anybody can get to the bottom of this, the LOD can. These guys are the best hackers in the business." I recorded the beeps as a .wav file and emailed them to LOD. They asked a few questions and said they'd see what they could find. Meanwhile, I received another email. This writer said he had heard similar tones over telephone lines and shortwave radio in his neighborhood, which happened to be near a military base. Then he wrote, "I have some info that would be of great interest. Government documents." He mentioned friends inside the base who told him about them. Meanwhile, the LOD examined the switching equipment used by the telco and reported that they were evaluating the data. A third email directed me to a woman specializing in the beeps frequently associated with UFOs. She sent me a report she had written about their occurrence and properties. LOD asked for my telephone number and someone called the following week. They could affirm, the caller said, that the signals did not originate within the telephone system. They could say what the signals were not, but not what they were. One negative did not imply a positive. Then the correspondent near the military base sent a striking communication. "The documentation and info that I am getting are going to basically confirm what a member of the team has divulged to me. They are here and they are not benign." He gave me information about other things he had learned, then acknowledged that all he said was either worthless hearsay or serious trouble. Therefore, he concluded, I am abandoning this account and disappearing back into the ether. The Twilight Zone. There you have it. Without corroboration or external evidence to use as a triangulating point, that's as far as the internet can take us. Words originate with someone, but who? Is the name on the email real? Is the domain name real? Is the account real? Secrecy. Fascination. High energy, maybe it's a sign of the times that I was pleased to have the help of the LOD. While I would have dismissed a government or telco statement as maybe true, maybe not, I trusted LOD. 257. They did a solid piece of work. Technically they're the best, but more than that, I knew they'd be true to their code. Like me, they're need-to-know machines and they love a good puzzle. What about the next door to the military source? Was he who he said he was? Were his contacts telling the truth? Are they here and are they not benign? Or was he a government agent trying to learn what I knew? Or just a bored kid who felt like killing a little time? How do we separate fact from fiction? Jacques Valsy, a respected writer and researcher, recently authored a work of fiction about UFOs. Is he really writing fiction so he can disguise the truth, as some say? Or is he just another guy selling a book? Or a serious investigator who has blurred his own credibility by writing fiction that's hard to distinguish from his theories? Or is he a secret agent working for the government? The UFO world is a hall of mirrors. The UFO world on the internet is a simulation of a hall of mirrors. The truth is out there, all right. But how can we find it? Plato was right. We need to know who is speaking. We need to stay with the bottom line data that won't go away. The bottom line, what does it look like? One piece looks like this. I know a career Air Force officer, recently retired as a full colonel. He worked at the Pentagon and the War College. He is a terrific guy who has all the right stuff. He's the kind of guy you'd willingly follow into battle. Many did. A fellow B-47 pilot in the 60s told him of an unusual object that flew in formation with him for a while, then took off an incredible speed he could not match. The co-pilot independently verified the incident. Neither wanted to report it and risk damage to their careers. When he first told me that account in the 1970s, I remember how he looked. He usually looked confident, even cocky. That time he looked puzzled, maybe a little helpless. I knew he was telling me the truth. I have seen that look many times as credible people told me their account of an anomalous experience. They don't want publicity or money. They just want to know what's happening on their planet. Data has accumulated for at least 50 years. Some of it is on the internet. Some of it, like email from that retired Air Force officer, is trustworthy. Much of it isn't. Are we hunting a snark, only to be bamboozled by a boojum? Or are we following luminous breadcrumbs through the darkening forest to the truth that is out there? The net is one place to find answers, but we'll find them only if our pursuit of the truth is rigorous, disciplined, and appropriately skeptical. This article appeared first in the November I-996 issue of Internet Underground. Transmitting Architecture. The Transphysical City. Mizrako's Nod. Here and there, sick lamplight through window glass taught us to distrust the deceitful mathematics of our perishing eyes. I. Z. Marinetti, Futurist Manifesto, 1909. Analogy is nothing more than the deep love that links distant, seemingly diverse, and hostile things. E. Marinetti, Futurist Mandolor Ando, 1913. Technochronology. May 20 to 24, 1994. For CyberCortf at the Banff Centre for the Arts in Alberta, Canada, under the auspices of the Art and Virtual Environments Project, the last virtual chamber created for Dancing with the Virtual Dervish, Worlds in Progress affords viewers the world's first immersive experience of phenomena involving a fourth spatial dimension. February 3 to 4, 1995, the Transterra Firma project is launched. 2 Silicon Graphics Onyx iReality Engine 2 graphics supercomputers, one at the University of Texas at Austin and the other at the Electronic Cafe in Santa Monica, connected to one another via Ethernet, give audiences the opportunity to navigate through and interact within shared virtual architecture. Even though the two sites can communicate via live audio and video ISDN connections, people prefer interacting in the virtual worlds to simply seeing and speaking to one another directly. April 3, 1995, WebSpace, a three-dimensional browser for the World Wide Web, WWW, is announced by Silicon Graphics and Template Graphics Software. Built around the VRML, Virtual Reality Modeling Language, and Open Inventor graphics formats, designed to work on all the major computer platforms, and integrated into the functioning of Netscape, the most widely used WWW browser. WebSpace creates the first widespread opportunity for the transmission and exchange of virtual environments. May 20 to 28, 1995, at the Tidsvagen 0112.0, Timewave 0, Art and Technology Exhibition in Gothenburg, Sweden, the Transterra Firma project content. 261. UEs. A series of worlds are constructed that can be transmitted over the web and visited by anyone with Internet access in a VRML browser. Address. July 1995, Reality Lab, the Laboratory for Immersive Virtual Environments, is established within the School of Architecture at the University of Texas at Austin. It is the first facility devoted to the study of virtual space as autonomous architectural space. 0. Transmitting Architecture. The history of invention alternates between advances of transport and advances of communication, that is to say from transmitting the subject to transmitting the sign and presence of the subject, establishing a symbiosis of vehicles and media that leads from antiquity all the way to the present. Mode after mode of expression or perception have yielded to being cast across greater and greater distances as agents of will and power. Signal, image, letter, sound, moving image, live sound, live image, sense and action, intersense and interaction, presence, interpresence, telepresence, all express our awareness of other and elsewhere, and underscore our will to interact with the sum of what we know to exist simultaneously with us, relativity's complexities notwithstanding. In this effort to extend our range and presence to non-local realities, architecture has been a bystander, at most housing the equipment that enable us to extend our presence. The technologies that would allow the distribution or transmission of space and place have been unimaginable, until now. Though we learn about much of the world from the media, especially cinema and television, what they provide is only a passive image of place, lacking the inherent freedom of action that characterizes reality, and imposing a single narrative thread upon what is normally an open field of spatial opportunity. However, now that the cinematic image has become habitable and interactive, that boundary has been crossed irrevocably. Not only have we created the conditions for virtual community within a non-local electronic public realm, but we are now able to exercise the most radical gesture, distributing space and place, transmitting architecture. The transmission of architecture and public space alters all the familiar issues of architecture and urbanism. All at once, theory, practice, and education are confronted with questions that have no precedent of consideration within the discipline, necessitating that we turn elsewhere for guidance. Learning from software supersedes learning from Las Vegas, the Bauhaus, or Vitruvius, the discipline of replacing all constants with variables, necessary for good software engineering, leads directly to the idea of liquid architecture. Liquid architecture, in turn, leads to the reproblematization of time as an active element of architecture at the scale of the cognitive and musical, not just the historic, political, or economic event. The language and metaphors of networked, distributed computing apply even greater torque to the straining conventional definitions of architecture. Not only is real-time now an active concern of the architect, but the logistics of sustainable, transmissible illusion become as real as the most physical material constraints. Form follows fiction, but an economy of bits replaces the economy of sticks and stones. 262. 9. Connector, conditions, time, space, sampling, transmission. To be effective within these new conditions, the poetic, philosophic, and ecological strategies we employ to generate architecture must reflect our current understanding of physics and cosmology, must utilize our most current concepts and methods of knowing the world, and confront fully the implications, constraints, and opportunities that arise from conceiving of a transmissible architecture. L/4, Implicit Time. Gilles Deleuze has commented that in early cinema the treatment of time was bodily kinesthetic, embodying what he calls the movement image, while what characterizes cinema now is the time image. The movement image uses time as it is readily perceived in expected sensory-motor action or plot. It is linear time, proper sequence, straightforward causality. The time image, on the other hand, relies on mechanisms of association, memory, imagination, illusion, hallucination. An object out of place, out of time, or out of plot, rationally incongruous, colors a scene with its probable histories or possible futures. Building on Bergson, Deleuze sees in each object, in each frame of a film, a rhizome in time, allowing Hayasides to communicate motion without action. An object is thus enveloped by an aura of its own trajectory through time that is immensely different from the sequence of images that would describe its motion through space. The movement image records positions in space while the time image records states in time. The cinema of the time image adds to this the combination of disparate objects, each with its own, implied aura, and constructs a language of nuances in place of the language of actions. Actions themselves can be lifted from the simplicity of the movement image and placed within the time image. Time permeates every architectural gesture, but in most cases, architecture's concern with time is passive. Even where the idea of the time image is employed in the evocative arrangement of elements intended to speak through implication, the elements and the arrangement are static, responding only to the slow accumulation of patina and accident. Until now, architecture, even when speaking in the language of the time image, has spoken in an inanimate way, using inanimate elements. The possibility of an animate, or at least animated, architecture, containing varying arrangements of animate or animated elements, has yet to be explored. What examples do exist are either vehicular, aircraft carriers and skyhooks, nomadic, like the ornate tents of Bedouin princes, or greatly extended in time or space. So far, the life of architecture has only manifested itself across continents and centuries. Once we cast architecture into cyberspace, these concerns take on both theoretical and practical urgency, the architect must now take into active interest not only the motion of the user through the environment, but also account for the fact that the environment itself, unencumbered by gravity and other common constraints, may itself change position, attitude, or attribute. This new choreographic consideration is already a profound extension of responsibilities and opportunities, but it still corresponds only to movement image. Far more interesting and difficult is the next step, in which the environment is understood not only 263 to move, but also to breathe and transform, to be cast into the wind not like a stone but like a bird. What this requires is the design of mechanisms and algorithms of animation and interactivity for every act of architecture. Mathematically, this means that time must now be added to the long list of parameters of which architecture is a function. 214. Implicit space. When space existed as a separate category, architecture was the art of space. When time existed as a separate category, music was the art of time. The realization of the deep relation between space and time as space-time, and the corresponding parallel relation between mass and energy, challenges the idea that architecture and music are separate, and prompts us to conceive of a new art of space-time, archimusic. But while we can surely imagine such an art form, we have had no way to actually construct and inhabit the spatio-temporal edifices of that imagination. While our science examines microscopic and macroscopic regions of curved, higher dimensional space-time, we build within the confines of the small lots of what our limited sensorium can comprehend directly. Even though we depend on devices that rely on phenomena at these other scales, our architecture does nothing to help us form an intuition of the larger world we know through our theories and instruments. Until relatively recent times, architecture kept pace with knowledge. By the middle of the 18th century, however, the historical congruence between ways of knowing the world and ways of conceiving and executing architecture was disrupted by repeated, and eventually successful, challenges to Euclidean geometry. Up to that point architecture could still embrace Western spatial conceptions, even the heavens were Euclidean, it seemed. The efforts of Lobachevsky and Riemann, the descriptions of electromagnetic fields by Maxwell, and the world-view that was slowly assembled via relativity, quantum mechanics, and that led to today's theories, of hyperspace and stochastic universes, created a condition that architecture, burdened by its materiality, could no longer follow. While a handful of exceptional architects grappled with the new problems, for the most part, the modernism that was widely embraced was the most conservative available. Architecture, for the most part, ceased to embody the leading edge of our worldview, and turned to narrower and narrower problems, until it became indistinguishable from mere utilitarian building. The spatial imagination of mathematicians and physicists has been far bolder than that of architects. Gauss's curvature, Lobachevsky's hyperbolic or imaginary geometry, Riemann's elliptic geometry, the latter from scalar to vector to tensor to spinor to twistor, are yet undigested conceptions of space that must be considered by a new algorithmic and computational critical discourse and poetics. While the scale at which these conceptions apply is outside the range of everyday experience as we knew it, that range has itself changed. As Virilio has noted, our horizon has shifted from the edge of what is visible to our naked eyes to that which is visible electronically at the speed of light, that is to say, at the scales of non-Euclidean geometries. Actually, everything we see at the speed of light, what we have. 264. Overcome our atmospheric and perspectival noise, the constraint of seeing in a straight line, and constraint of seeing from just one point or in just one direction. Optico-digital orthographies, lossless clarity, curved omniscience, panoptical omnipresence. The architecture of cyberspace offers the opportunity to mend the rupture between how we know the world and how we conceive and execute architecture. It allows a far greater latitude of experimentation than any previous architectonic opportunity. It is once again possible to seek to know what is known and to conceive a corresponding architecture, without always falling back upon the sacred geometries of ages past. This engagement only makes architecture more relevant to the world, more in keeping with what is sensed as a new condition. In fact, Architecture's role in articulating spatially the outlook of an age is strongly reasserted. 314. Sampling. We cannot know the real in its entirety. As much shields as bridges, our senses isolate us from the outside world, even as the cognitive mechanisms that translate raw input into meaningful pattern isolate us from within. In either case, what we do know is known through sampling. Continuous reality, if indeed it is continuous, is segmented and reconstituted to fit our understanding. Sampling implies the existence of a field to be sampled, a sampling rate or frequency, and a sampling resolution or sensitivity. From subatomic particles to scanning tunneling microscopes to compact discs to video, film, meteorological and cosmological information, what we know empirically we know through this very particular form of observation. What we know synthetically or by simulation does not escape this either. Whether we gather or produce data, we do so at increments and intervals that reduce the infinite, or merely vast, to the manageable. Our own senses operate by sampling. The finite grids of rods and cones that form our retinas feed a finite number of nerve endings at finite intervals. Whatever continuity we perceive in the world is an illusion we construct. Understanding the world as field is very different from understanding the world as dialectic of solid and void. The world of objects and emptinesses is innumerable, a world of local binary decisions, is/is not. In a world of fields, the distinction between what is and what is not is one of degree. There can be as many sampling points where something is not as there are where something is. Sampling involves an intermediate sense of reality, something between real and integer numbers, a fractal notion of qualified truth, truth to a point. An object's boundary is simply the reconstructed contour of an arbitrarily chosen value. Having captured a three-dimensional array of pressure points around a tornado, we can reconstruct the pressure contour of the center of the storm just as surely as we can the leading edge. At one density setting, the data from a magnetic resonance can give the shape of one's skull, at another the shape of one's brain, paradoxically replacing the discontinuity of sampling with a new continuity across names and categories. The data upon which these tools are applied can come from any of several sources: direct sensing of the environment, computation of functions that occupy space, fiction, and fancy, it does not matter which. In McLuhan's sense, the advent 265 of the tool already changes our reality by shifting the balance of all our practices and outlooks. In order to contend with the enormous amount of information provided by arrays of instruments directed at all aspects of the world, scientists have developed a panoply of tools for scientific visualization. The dominant metaphor behind the operation of these tools is that of the field or lattice. Volume visualization, isosurface construction, advection, and numerous other techniques exist that allow us to peer into a block of numbers and extract the shape of an answer to a question. Architectural heuristics and poetics, even when employing the computer's boundary representations and solid modeling, still emphasize a Euclidean understanding of form and space, an ideology of presence and absence. Descriptively, analytically, synthetically, in every way, the rigidity of the canonical, orthographic descriptions of architecture fail to capture what is salient to space as we currently conceive it. Plan, section, elevation, perspective, axonometric, traces of pigment held by the tooth of vellum, ruler, and compass, were perhaps appropriate to the cycles and epicycles of a Ptolemaic, Copernican, and Galilean universe, or even the ellipses of a Keplerian universe, but are completely impotent in arresting the trajectories of subatomic particles, or the shapes of the gravity waves of colliding black holes. Once this is observed, it can be readily seen that the plan is dead because its worldview is obsolete. An alternative architectural poetics would look past the static depiction of objects and surfaces to the description of latent information fields. The air we move through is permeated by intersecting emanations of information from every object: electromagnetic flux, intensities of light, pressure, and body heat form complex dancing geometries around us at every instant. We already inhabit an invisible world of shapes, an architecture of latent information that is modulated by our/every breath and transmission. The shapes are definite, and with the right tools of sampling and visualization, can be seen, captured, and, if so desired, manufactured. It is imperative that architects embrace these tools critically and creatively, and set aside the tools that Alberti used as beautiful, but finally nostalgic, vestiges of another era. 414. Transmission. The unprecedented potential to cast space into the electronic net surrounding the planet is not without restrictions of its own. The astonishing capacity of optical fiber to carry information is just being grasped. In the interim, between astonishment and proficiency, we must contend with the present limits of bandwidth. While everything is growing exponentially, it seems that the speed of computers and the number of users of the Internet are expanding at a more rapid rate than the availability of the raw carrying capacity required to create shared virtual environments. We will soon have very many people with very fast computers vying for limited bandwidth. It is unlikely, and, in any case, against the fundamental insights of distributed computing, to have a central computer manufacture one reality for many participants. The paradigm that is emerging is quite the opposite. Each participant receives a compressed, concise description of the world and information. 266. About the state and actions of all the other participants. Each participant's local machine then synthesizes a version of the shared reality that is similar to, but not necessarily identical with, all the others, depending on local factors and preferences. In a Leibnizian way, each location functions as a monad. Each location is independent of the others, and yet, by the fact of their relative agreement, a larger reality is constructed. Obviously, what is required here is a transmissible form of reality in condensed form rather than in fixed description. Simple compression does not suffice, since it imposes the same limit on resolution for all participants, regardless of their communicational and computational resources. In the long run, what must be transmitted is not the object itself but its cipher, the genetic code for the regeneration of the object at each new site, according to each site's available resources. Cyberspace as a whole, and networked virtual environments in particular, allow us to not only theorize about potential architectures informed by the best of current thought, but to actually construct such spaces for human inhabitation in a completely new kind of public realm. This does not imply a lack of constraint, but rather a substitution of one kind rigor for another. When bricks become pixels, the tectonics of architecture become informational. City planning becomes data structure design, construction costs become computational costs, accessibility becomes transmissibility, proximity is measured in numbers of required links and available bandwidth. Everything changes, but architecture remains. Genetic poetics. Slowly, from the considerations above, we can articulate some expectations about what a cyberspace architecture might involve. It would be an architecture designed as much in time as in space, changing interactively as a function of duration, use, and external influence. It would be described in a compact, coded notation, allowing efficient transmission. It would be amenable to different renditions under different fundamental geometries, and it would be designed with the most advanced concepts, tools, and processes available. Emphatically nonlinear and non-local, its preferred modes of narration would inherently involve distributedness, multiplicity, emergence, and open-endedness. Just as chaos and complexity have switched polarities from negative to positive value, so too are all the expressions of disjunction and discontinuity being revisited as forms of a higher order. Unlike the disjunction of collage that has characterized much of this century, the new disjunction is one of morphing. Where collage merely superposes materials from different contexts, morphing operates through them, blending them. True to the technologies of their respective times, collage is mechanical whereas morphing is alchemical. Sphinx and werewolf, gargoyle and griffin are the mascots of this time. The character of morphing is genetic, not surgical, more like genetic crossbreeding than transplanting. Where collage emphasized differences by recontextualizing the familiar, the morphing operation blends the unfamiliar in ways that illuminate unsuspected similarities and becomings. 267. Narrative structures are similarly affected. Cinematically, the cut yields to the crossfade and the crossfade yields to the morphed blend, until what would be consequent scenes merge into a modulated, varying composite of simultaneous existences. The elements of meaning become atmospheric and temperamental, and narrative sequence proceeds from ellipsis to ellipsis, in a stochastic perpetual motion machine. Though the question of architectonic merit admits no facile answer, it must still be asked. Just as simple engines exchange displacement for force, so too do the tools of cyberspace exchange computational cycles for the production of usable information. It is fair to inquire not only how much power an engine can produce, but to what purpose that power is directed. Of all the CPU cycles expended in the design and construction of a work of architecture, how many are applied to improving its architectonic quality? Are they applied toward goals that increase architectonic merit, or are they applied to peripheral issues, such as the more rapid production of mediocrity? One of the fundamental scientific insights of this century has been the realization that simulation can function as a kind of reverse empiricism, the empiricism of the possible. Learning from the disciplines that attend to emergence and morphogenesis, architects must create generative models for possible architectures. Architects aspiring to place their constructs within the non-space of cyberspace will have to learn to think in terms of genetic engines of artificial life. Some of the products of these engines will only be tenable in cyberspace, but many others may prove to be valid contributions to the physical world. 1. Trans terra firma. Wagnell 2.0 Trans terra firma is the ongoing effort to assert the vitality of architecture after territory. It is also an investigation of the means necessary for architectural conception and production in cyberspace. For the Tidsvagen 011 exhibition in Sweden, this exploration has taken the form of a series of city worlds constructed for the pre-release version of the WebSpace three-dimensional web browser. These worlds are now available on the net. In various guises, these worlds in progress each explore a different facet of virtuality. Words are portals. Woven through the worlds are several webs of nonlinear narrative. Words suspended in space, at different scales and orientations, act as portals to other worlds. One set of words consists of the names of present or historical cities that have been the sites of disaster and destruction: Kobe, Kikwit, Oklahoma City, Waco, Beirut, Sarajevo, Mostar, Johannesburg, Soweto, Carthage. Another set consists of reminders of what humanity would rather escape: plague, pain, torture, virus, carnage, friction. 268. A third uses only sentence fragments, preceded and followed by ellipses, such as star, this body, the necessity of voids, and territory. You inhabit her fearscapes. Fragments of stories. He asked about you. Home world. Laughter, pain. Asterisk upgrade my love. A matrix of questions. Asterisk broken glass. No room. The necessity of voids. You occupy my visions, collapsing. Centrifuge, merz. Spectate. This third system always leads to a distribution node, a world unlike the rest. The distributor world is a fully spatialized poem consisting almost entirely of text, arrayed in three-dimensional space. Every sentence fragment in this space is a link back into the city worlds. By creating a field of text fragments that the visitor can navigate through, a new form of poem is invented, a spatial poem, characterized by shifting relationships between the foreground and background words, between the words that catch the light and the ones that disappear in dark fog. As the visitor travels through this poem, an infinite number of poems shift smoothly past one another, each phrase an entry to another world. The slow rotation of the text destabilizes the viewer, creating the necessity to either move to keep the words in any particular configuration, or yield to the change and reread the kaleidoscopic wordplay. Locked within the deepest recesses of each city world are nodes of friction, places where the visitor is confronted with screens displaying images that have been gathered on the net, but that recollect reality outside cyberspace. These images are often related to the names of the cities, but in ways that are not directly apparent. Bather, the construction of meaning remains the responsibility of the visitor, who must integrate the overall sense of place of each world with the sequences of names of places, keywords, and sentence fragments encountered. The design of the shapes one encounters in these worlds is based on an analogy to sound synthesis, extended to include three-dimensional form. Timbre, the character of a sound, is not given by the fundamental frequency of a sound, but by the structure, proportion, and onset pattern of the overtones, or multiples, of that frequency. If we visualize the fundamental frequency as a wave, the character of the sound is given by the perturbations caused by the addition or subtraction of subordinate waves of higher frequency but lesser amplitude. Even though we know that sound propagates spherically, we normally think of it as an undulating line, representing air pressure, moving forward in time. We can just as well represent it as an undulating surface, like the surface of a liquid, or as a solid block of pressure or density values. Let us assume that a simple shape, a cube, or a sphere, perhaps, corresponds to a simple sine wave. We know that by adding perturbations to the sine wave, we can produce a richer sound. The same is true for our simple shape. The idea of a fundamental function with perturbations carries well into other dimensions. Assuming that the fundamental figure of architecture is the domain, represented in 2 dimensions by a boundary contour of an arbitrarily chosen 269 value, and in 3 by a boundary isosurface, we can search for functions that produce simple figures, and that can readily be modulated by successive perturbations at higher frequencies. Applying the perturbations conditionally ensures a high degree of control. Such a conception of architectural space has the advantage of being extremely compact. A single mathematical expression can be expanded to become a fully formed chamber, at whatever resolution the available resources permit. Adding a temporal dimension is as direct as adding another parameter to the expression, and the expression itself articulates the genetic structure of the chamber, making evident the loci of intervention for the generative or genetic algorithm that determines the growth of the architectural artifact over many generations. And, of course, it is eminently transmissible. While most current three-dimensional browsers do not yet support the transmission of executable applications, applets, along with data, exceptions do exist, and that functionality will soon be standard. It will not be long before form follows the functions of fiction. 1.0 The transphysical city discussions of the relationship of the actual to the virtual tend to polarize even more rapidly than discussions of morality, politics, or gender. Remnant of our predator/prey days, an exclusionary either/or mentality makes more detailed considerations difficult. In considering the urban implications of a transmissible architecture, we will have to set aside binary oppositions and establish continua between extremes that may well wrap around to meet at their most distant ends. The transphysical city will be suffused with intelligence. Sensors and effectors will be ubiquitous and will be linked everywhere with information utilities as common as running water. How can we begin to envision such a city? The problem of the design of intelligent environments can be instructive. Each term, and their relationships, can be replaced by tuples. Intelligence can be replaced by Howard Gardner's 7 types of intelligence. Environments can be seen to be of at least 3 types. The loci of application of intelligence to environments can also be listed, in, on, of, by. If we map these tuples onto a coordinate system, we create a space of possibility for what intelligent environments might mean, what projects might be undertaken and what directions explored. What is the bodily intelligence of a virtual environment? How is intrapersonal intelligence exhibited by a hybrid environment? How can technologically augmented intrapersonal intelligence enhance an actual environment? Once we have understood some of the features of this space, we can add dimensions. What is the range of urbanism? There is no question that urbanism as we know it will be altered, that our cities will become our interfaces to the net, that we will really be able to reach out and touch someone across the planet and as far as our transmissions will allow. As important as the understanding of those changes will be, we must not forget to see the larger change. A new, non-local urbanism is in the making. This new urbanism, transurbanism, freed from a fixed geometry, will have to draw upon set theory and the physics of a quantum universe. As distant as this may appear from the city as we 270 know it, the trans-physical city will not be the post-physical city. As the prefix trum implies, it will be at once a transmutation and a transgression of the known, but it will also stand alongside and be interwoven into that very matrix. Futurismo 8 tons Futurismi in the decade that has passed since the Futurism Zero and Futurismi exhibition in the Palazzo Grassi in Venice, the relevance of futurism to our experience with technology has become increasingly clear. It is plainly evident that the conditions we have created will bring about far deeper changes than the ones that fueled early modernism. Still, the parallels are strong, and it is worth considering them briefly. Of the various ways in which the futurists saw simultaneity and dynamism, Umberto Boccioni's was perhaps the most prescient and applicable to the conditions we are facing. Critical of Bala's literal depiction of forms in motion, Boccioni sought to capture a sense of time that was implicit in being. Like Bergson's notion of duration as the principle animating the passage through time rather than the particular form at a given instant, Boccioni's work observed the lifelessness of a form arrested from motion in a single instant, and created forms that were condensed records of their own becoming, past and future both being contained in the vector of the present. It is perhaps not too surprising that Boccioni's sense of time and Deleuze's time image would both draw upon, and thus be connected by, Bergson. What is surprising is that Deleuze and Boccioni, especially the latter's unique form of continuity in space of 1913 and related works both anticipate and can be expressed by the tools and concepts of scientific visualization, especially isosurfaces. Our surprise is only the result of our forgetting. In his 1913 Mons Jacto, Marinetti is explicit. We should express the infinite smallness that surrounds us, the imperceptible, the invisible, the agitation of atoms, the Brownian movements, all the exciting hypotheses and all the domains explored by the high-powered microscope. To explain, I want to introduce the infinite molecular life into poetry not as a scientific document but as an intuitive element. It should mix, in the work of art, with the infinitely great spectacles and dramas, because this fusion constitutes the integral synthesis of life. Here and there, sick lamplight through window glass taught us to distrust the deceitful mathematics of our perishing eye. The wings and propellers of the futurists were severed by the rise of fascism. Marinetti's words cut both ways. 271. Media Archaeology. Siegfried Zielinski. We're traveling from the Body in Ruins Symposium at V2, a Dutch artist-run collective, to a midnight debate about net politics with European surplus-class theorists in a warehouse squat on the industrial outskirts of Frankfurt. Our traveling companion from Amsterdam to Cologne is Siegfried Zielinski. We meet in an old railroad car that looks like it hasn't been refurbished since the 1930s, lace curtains, red velvet seats, mahogany trim. A perfect site for the delirious tale that Zielinski invokes of Europe's media past, a strange but haunting vector of secret texts, books within books, ancient curses, digital dreams, and medieval cyber art. A real prolegomena to another history of technological visioning. Zielinski's essay, Media Archaeology, is an eloquent plea for the recovery of artistic subjectivity as a way of tempering the sometimes operational sterility of today's multimedia fest. Arthur and Marilouise Kroker. One this year, Cologne's Academy of Media Arts hosted an event in which artists, musicians, filmmakers, philosophers, engineers, psychoanalysts, and writers came together for 5 days and nights to talk about and around Antonin Artaud. It was not our intention to hold obsequies for a dead poet nor to celebrate a legend. Involved as we are, day in day out, both practically and theoretically with digital artifacts and systems, a few months ago we decided to take this disturbing and troublesome phenomenon Artaud and keep him in the Academy for a period of time as an imaginary fixed point around and on which to debate the following question: is artistic subjectivity an antiquated notion at the end of the 20th century and something we must bid farewell to, or is it something that just requires new conceptions? Naturally we failed in our endeavor, that was inevitable. We did not answer the question. But we did get a little closer, just a few beats of a butterfly's wing, to renouncing some of the dualisms that have become both dear and familiar to us, like L. Calculation and expenditure, L. Simulation and excess, L. Moderation and extravagance, L. Universalization and heterogeneity, L. Code and sensation. 273. I argued vehemently against declaring artistic subjectivity dead because I have the impression that were we to do so, we would encircle this empty space left by theory and philosophy in an even more hectic and panicked fashion, with even more words and images, and I also think that we from the field of social praxis represented by media art must finally start to confront the production of mediocrity and nice design, particularly and because we are responsible for teaching and training young artists. Yet in which direction are we to formulate this concept of artistic subjectivity, in the indissoluble linkage of an aesthetic and an ethical orientation, vis the gigantic cleansing and reducing machinery of digitization? And beyond the dualisms and antagonisms mentioned before? There is a gang of artists, theoreticians, and artist-theoreticians who have a very strong affinity, moreover, one that links them to a figure such as Artaud. They burn and burn up in the endeavor to push out as far as possible the limits of what language and machines, as the primary instances of structure and order for the last few centuries, are able to express, and in doing so to actually reveal these limits. Without doubt it is the most difficult path to tread in, and with the apparatus. Otto Rosseler, as physicist and applied chaos theoretician, belongs in my opinion to this gang, with his attempt to bring together participants and observers in a physics of heterology that also recognizes ethical responsibility. Peter Weibel is another, for no one has been more resolute in challenging techno-aesthetics, from its potential strength to its signs of fatigue, or there is Oswald Wiener, whose poetic texts on the phenomenology of artificial intelligence have helped me enormously to understand that the sensational richness of all that is non-machine processable is the greater the more intensively and uncompromisingly the machine world is thought of as world-machine. Something is articulated in strategies and ways of life such as these that, for me, achieves its clearest expression in the Eactator Logico-Philosophia by Ludwig Wittgenstein, that reckless tightrope walker between uncompromisingly precise thinking and life, who adhered to the premise that philosophy is not something to be set out on a professorial chair, but should be a continuous action of clarification in its very own medium, language. Philosophy is not a doctrine, it is an activity/Tätigkeit. The results of philosophy are not philosophical sentences but the clarification of sentences. Philosophy should make thought that is otherwise cloudy and indistinct clear, and should sharply differentiate it. 4.112, p. 41, the notion of the subject that informs these deliberations has the power to break free of the shackles of ontological ascriptions. Interface/the boundary, expressed through main sentences of Wittgenstein's Eactate. The world and life are one. 5.621, 90. The thinking, imagining subject does not exist. 5.631, 90. The subject does not belong to the world, it is a border of the world. 5.632, 90. That the world is mine, this is shown in that the limits of language stand for the limits of my world. 274. Ethically justifiable aesthetic activity in the net of the technical and the imaginary should, according to this, clarify the fragments of expression contained in it and their relationships to each another. I would term this activity subjective if it were to succeed in rendering the difference to life/the world to be experienced by formulating the boundaries of the net. In principle this is only possible if we exhaust its possibilities. To go in every direction to the end of the possibilities of the world. 3. This thought comes from the theoretical work by Georges Bataille on the aesthetic avant-garde, and it is still well worth putting it into practice. This is not a new idea, and it did not first occur to someone in the 20th century. It appears to me to be a basic idea for understanding what we might call the avant-garde of technical visioning in history, in awareness of the controversy surrounding this term. I shall now launch a few probes into the strata of stories that we can conceive of as the history of the media in order to pick up signals from the butterfly effect, in a few localities at least, regarding both the hardware and the software of the audio-visual. I name this approach media archaeology, which in a pragmatic perspective means to dig out secret paths in history, which might help us to find our way into the future. Media archaeology is my form of activity/Tätigkeit. 2. One of the most exceptional stories in Western Judeo-Christian culture that imagines an intensive temporal process is the dream of Jacob's ladder, the risky and hazardous ascent to the light, the ineffable, as a regular, metrical pattern of progress up the rungs of a ladder or solid steps. In some sense or degree it is the reverse side of Freud's staircase dream, which in the interpretation of the psychoanalyst, stands for the strenuous, rhythmic ascent of coitus and its release, ejaculation. There are countless visual representations of Jacob's dream, illustrations, paintings, icons. Some portray the ascent as a wondrous, gentle movement upwards in the company of pretty angels. In this century the musical film still continues to evoke this, some as a horror scenario of the death struggle, that takes place between the hell on earth and the proffered hand of God Almighty. In these media treatments of the theme, the work that is most often adapted is the 7th century Heavenly Ladder of Johannes Climacos, abbot of the monastery of St. Catherine on Mount Sinai. Vertigo, simple, diagonal ladders, spirals of winding rungs and stair formations, double ladders and double helixes, mainly occupied by monks of whom the odd one or other plummets vertically downwards into misery, does not make it to the top because he cannot completely resist the temptations of hell. From a perspective of the time image, a highlight among these adaptations is a Greek manuscript dating from ca 1345.4. The exposition of this particular episode starts with a long shot that gives an overview, followed by a reminiscence of the author, Johannes Climacos, with the intersecting vertical and horizontal lines above his head. Then we see the scene, the monastery in which the Book of Books was written, first from above, then a zoom to a picture of the abbot at work. Now the real plot begins, portrayed in iconographic miniatures, the ascent, step by step. The movement of ascending is expressed visually, image for image, only by takes of the ladder, one rung at a time. External movement is minimal and only becomes dynamic through the succession of images. Between these, other dramatic scenes are 275. Interposed that are supposed to characterize the momentary whereabouts of the adept, as, for example, at the beginning of the dream scene, encounters with angels, with virtues, or with vices. In this manner, 30 steps are mounted. On the top step, where a monk is depicted kneeling humbly before Christ, the ladder has disappeared completely. The story ends with two grandiose credits, Johannes Climacos and his homily Johannes von Rythen. The final frame shows the star once again in a close medium shot. 3. One of the most fascinating figures of pre-modernity, working between the disciplines and different worlds of knowledge, was the Neapolitan, Giovanni Battista della Porta, ca. 1538–1615 author, man of letters, member of secret societies, multiplicator, aider and abettor of knowledge, organizer, much more than a natural scientist, according to our contemporary conceptions. In volume 28 of Zedler's Lexicon, 174-1, the entry for della Porta reads, he did much to help establish the academic degli Oggiosi, and he held another at his house, which was called the Academic de Secreti, to which only members were admitted who had discovered something new about the natural world. But the papal court prohibited the meetings of the latter because its members allegedly engaged in forbidden arts and studies. Della Porta's most famous work, the 20-part Encyclopaedia Mugia Naturalis, of which both he and his chroniclers claim that he wrote the first version in the 15th year of his life, 5, is a biological, physical, chemical, medical, and philosophical treatise and, equally, an entertaining book of art and wonders, as the subtitle of the German edition classifies it, a kind of early form of the popular scientific encyclopedia, a fantastic boundary-crossing printed network of knowledge. Wisdom and perfect knowledge of natural things, Porta I 719,2, this is how della Porta characterizes his understanding of magic, and in these 20 books he undertakes a colossal and daring journey through all areas of life, from zoological observations and the alchemistic transmutation of metals and the synthetic production of precious stones to the investigation and composition of special combinations of herbs and rituals for inducing abortions and performing quasi-genetic engineering, they manipulation of the sex of unborn children, from treatises on artificial fire, cooking, and secret ciphers to the 17 book of divers mirrors and lenses, cited by many film archaeologists but read by very few, which contains Della Porta's studies on projection, reflection, and a multitude of optical mises en scene. All the volumes share the same view of the world in the direct sense of the expression. Natural phenomena offer themselves to the scholar not only for the investigation of immutable objects, for reproduction, or for mimesis, they become material that can be altered/manipulated. By means of the magical power of the imagination and experimentation with that which is real, it should be possible to change, transmute, and also go beyond them, whereby the body, corporeality, is, as subject, very clearly the center. Let us try to make Della Porta's, for his time, seditious relationship to the world clearer, taking his optical studies and blueprints of optical artifacts as an example. His starting point for the interpretation of mirrors and lenses is precisely the traditional and firmly established taboo, that these artifacts allegedly only convey false images of the objects observed, reductions, magnifications, distor. 276. Shins. And therefore, in accordance with the sanctity of divine nature, may only be used to correct defects of vision, that is, for spectacles and the like. This function of the artifacts as prostheses did not interest Della Porta much at all. It was precisely the dilations, deformations, double vision, splitting, changes of dimension, and transmutation of the real that fueled his searching and driving attention, the contrast to that which is normally visible, the visualization of the imagination. How, when looking at a mirror, a pale yellow or many-colored form can appear. That it seems as if the face is split down the middle. That it seems as if one has the face of a donkey or a dog or a pig. 943, Della Porta begins his 17 book of the Magia Naturalis with these thoughts about simple arrangements of mirrors. In the fourth paragraph of chapter 2 we encounter the first astounding phenomenon. It is also possible, using flat mirrors, to see things that are happening in far-off places. 947, and he goes on to describe exactly an arrangement of mirrors that, much later, Sigmund Freud installed in his study in order to secretly observe the other people in his house. There follow detailed descriptions of the various kinds and uses of hollow mirrors that we shall meet with again a century later, heavily embellished, in the writings of Athanasius Knher, and then Della Porta arouses the media archaeologists' feverish interest for the first time in chapter 6 with his Gesicht equals Kunst, Face equals Art, where he demonstrates the germ cell apparatus of the cinema, the camera obscura. He calls it obscurum cu6 iculum in the Latin original of 1607. He desires to show us how hunting scenes and battles and other kinds of hocus-pocus can be made and performed in a room. Guest performances, battlefields, games, or what you will, so clear, distinct, and pretty to see as though it were taking place before your very eyes, and he explains, for the image is let into the eye through the eyeball just as here through the window. Bill Gates' metaphors have a very long tradition, and in describing these optical illusions he gives his imagination free rein in the construction of living scenarios and mises en scene, namely, opposite to the room where you desire to see this, there must be a large, level space that the sun can shine down upon, where can be placed all manner of trees, forests, rivers, or mountains as well as animals, and these can be real or artificial, of wood or other material. There can be stags, wild boars, rhinoceroses, elephants, lions, and other animals, whatever one wants to be seen, they can slowly creep out of their corners into the space, and then the hunter can appear and stage a hunt. 962. Then, in chapter 8, even the author has to hold his breath. In truth, the pen fell out of my hand, in the face of the monstrous things he wishes to divulge to us. How an image can be made to appear in the air without either the mirrors or the form of the thing itself being seen. By means of a complicated arrangement of mirrors, Della Porta anticipates the effect that is today organized by holographic images. Then, in the treatises on lenses, we are confronted with his strange conception of television. From a perspective, this term is destined to survive even beyond the first laboratory phase of the technical history of television, SZ, in order that one may see farther than one imagines. He states and explains the point of this useful thing, this. 277. Gesicht equals Kunst, that in this way well-read personages can recognize things at a distance of many miles, and even stupid people can read the smallest letters of the alphabet from a distance. 971, only a few decades later, at the turn of 16th century, the physics of the visible establishes itself with the astronomical studies of Christoph Scheiner, Rosa Husiniciui and Galileo Galilei, Sidereus Nuncius, and Johannes Kepler's research on optics, the geometry of the retinal image, encouraging the instrumentalization of these artifacts in the service of representation, albeit enhanced representation, by means of the telescope, the microscope, and the reversed telescope as projector. In Francis Bacon's fantastic Architecture of Science, that in 1624 he located in New Atlantis, the serious houses of optics are already rigidly separated off from the somewhat dubious house of sensory delusions, where we perform all manner of magic, sleight of hand tricks, hocus pocus and illusion, as well as their false conclusions. Bacon 1982, 54. Physics and magic, observer and interpreter, they no longer live under the same roof. In Descartes' discours de la méthode, and, particularly with regard to optics, in the companion text La Dioptrique, Leiden 1637, the rational instrumentalization of modern times finds its exact formulation. Notwithstanding, the magical energy of the designs and imaginings of Della Porta continued, in parallel, to exert their influence far into the 17th century. The most impressive examples are found in the voluminous works of the pupil and collaborator of Kroker, Caspar Schott, Mugia Optica 167-1, and in the studies on technically mediated vision by Athanasius himself, who so mysteriously haunts the pages of Umberto Eco's Foucault Pendulum. Both editions of Ars Magna Iusis et Umbri of 1646, Rome, and 1671, Amsterdam, are heavily imbued with both world views. On the one hand, the geometricization of vision as a means of producing reversible image constructions, and on the other, pushing back the limits in order to create visions of that which is generally not seeable, for example, quasi-peep show arrangements where a voyeur may observe how the visage of another person is transmuted to the head of an ass or a lion or the sun with the aid of a metaphor drum, metaphor tremel, Gustav R. Hock. We have already encountered this illusion technique in Della Porta's Hall of Mirrors, light and shadow plays with fixed and mobile prisms, projection apparatus like the magic lanterns, and again, even more arrangements of mirrors for the visualization of the other, not yet, or, rather, not yet so seen. Particularly in Kircher's iconographic presentations, which he designed but did not actually construct in most cases, the magic and the modern natural science view of the world run riot, side by side and interlocked. The overlapping of fictions and imagined facticity is also characteristic of his combination studies, particularly of Ars Magna Sciendi, 1669, and his theoretical and fantastical works on music, Musica Universalis, 2 volumes, 1650. In the same way that Kircher playfully operates with various systems of characters, especially the Hebrew, Greek, and Roman alphabets, so too the concepts and signs of mathematical and geometrical constructions converge in K and Her's work with the symbols of the alchemists and astrologers. He links with ease mythology and science, Jesuit theology and philosophy, to form a multiple semantic network, that we today can only understand in its complexity with great difficulty. Here secret codes, A. 278. Highly specialized quasi-hacker language, alternate with that which appears, or perhaps only seems to appear, to be decodable, the highly probable with sheer improbability, solid architecture with fragile edifices of the imaginary and the will to change. 4. Last night we were invited to the fantastic hermetic film world created by Ladislaw Galeta. Prime symbol of the heavens, of the cosmos, of the journey that always ends at its starting point, the circle. We are familiar with the design of Henry Hale's phosmotrope, of Muybridges's zoopraxiscope, of von Schutzen's tacheloscope and its further development into the electronic Schnellsieger, of Domeni's phonoscope or of Mary's photographic gun plates, in the tradition of the Lebensrad of the 1830s and 4OS. Before film became footage, it was painted or mounted on round flat discs. Narratively, it represented a short closed-circuit repeatable in quick succession in the same or a similar way, ad infinitum. In the 1671 Amsterdam edition Office Ars Magna his et Umbri, Athanasius Kircher includes an illustration of a strange device for recounting stories in circular form, this microscopen. The container held the story of Christ's Passion in 8 dramatic tableaus or scenes. Kircher uses the word simulacrum. It was not in fact coined by him but belonged to the terminology of the pre-Socratic thinkers and their theories of vision. The appliance itself, hard and soft and bare all in one, consisted of round, flat, boxes, the one ID.S of which were connected with a pin so that the picture wheel between could be rotated. One of the lids was inset with an ocular and the other had a round hole in it of the same diameter as the eyepiece of the optical cylinder. The speed and rhythm of the narrative was at the discretion of the user. It would have been easy to change the Sophie-Ware wheel. This artifact was portable and did not require a particular kind of energy to operate it. Caspar Schott, Kircher's long-standing collaborator, published his own treatise Magia Optica, Das ist geheim durch Nadermessichgesichtundchen Lehre, that is the secret yet natural science of face and eyes, in the same year, 1671, that the second edition of the Great Art of Light and Shadow appeared. In it, Schott does not merely parade his knowledge as the bright assistant of his more famous Jesuit colleague but surpasses the latter by far in the meticulous care and attention to detail with which he describes the various material systems for seeing that is transformed by the artificial. In Book 6, Von der Spiegelkunst, on the art of mirrors, Schott dismantles Kircher's allegory Maskine and, using its components, experiments with a number of variations for producing images and for projection. The art of mirrors was at its peak in the 17th century. Before it became linear, the original idea of the material form of film as a round drum or a disc was stubbornly persistent, although it was not until many decades later that it made a reappearance in the shape of the videodisc and the compact disc. Initially the storage capacity was so limited that these were only suitable for very short films. In Henry V Hopwood's book, Living Pictures, published in 1899, which lists and explains hundreds of different types of cameras and projectors for moving images, for example, 2 US-American patents are recorded that complemented each other technically. One described a camera that could capture over 200 individual images in concentric circles on a gelatin plate about 8 inches in diameter. This machine, 279, like the Lumiere's cinematograph, was dual-purpose and could also be used as a projector. Similar, but mechanically more refined, was Nelson's spiral camera, which had a portable casing containing the plate upon which the recording occurred. Further, in the fathomless archive of the Deutsches Museum in Munich, there is an artifact that in 1898 did not make very much money for its London manufacturer whose name it bears, Cametograph. The diameter of the wafer-thin gelatin plates on which the images were mounted is about twice that of a modern long-playing record. It is hardly surprising that with the concentric circular arrangement of the miniature images, this artifact calls to mind the early discs of mechanical electric television. Television and cinevision developed almost in parallel, techno-historially. 5. In Georges Bataille's Economy of the Universe, it is the most extravagant planet of all, the Sun. It radiates energy incessantly without ever getting anything back from the recipients of this gift. It is expending all its energy. For over 1,500 years models and experiments have been done using the Sun as the light source for projection, until first Arab scientists, around 1000 AD, and much later Europeans, such as the polymath and alchemist Roger Bacon, developed ideas for concrete apparatus in the form of an obscure chamber that could also operate with light sources generated by humans. However, real interest was not directed to the pure light of the sun. The desire of the scientists focused on the impure, the dark elements of this squandering planet, through which light in projection produces forms and structures. Christoph Scheiner, who was overshadowed by Kepler and above all by Galileo, was one of the co-founders of a physics of the visible. In order to observe sunspots, he developed a heliotropic telescope, a simple device for protecting his eyes when looking directly at the sun but also for procuring upright and inverted pictures of sunspots. This projection machine was up to 2 m in length, and with its aid, Scheiner was able to project the surface structure of the planet that he was interested in onto a piece of white paper where he could fix it, iconographically. A striking particularity in contrast to earlier concepts of the camera obscura or camera clausa where the observer's position was outside, equipped with lenses, Scheiner's chamber was a viewing room that contained the observer. Maca entium saello deducit ab alto, they can even bring down the sunspots from the sky. In these emphatic tones, the instruments that enable natural irregularities to become temporal images are celebrated in Johannes Zand's famous book of 1685 on the artificial eye. A companion piece, in the stylized and contrived images of the magic lantern, the spots that were made visible and analyzed by scientific means take on the form of the incarnation of evil, of the weird and uncanny. The first subjects to be painted on transparent discs for projection using candlelight in order to throw big and ghostly images onto walls were really devilish ones, such as Lucifer and the allegorical depiction of the flames of purgatory, as in Kircher's first illustration of A Laterna Magica. Images of horror run through 500 years of media history up to and into the present day. One of the earliest, around 1420, had a particularly striking feature. The diabolical element was very definitely imagined as feminine. The 280 projectionist, who held the lantern with a taper in his hand, wore oriental clothes, possibly a reference to the original inventors of the magic lantern. The drawing of the lantern was not exact, the apparatus is depicted around the image area and had to be black so that the she-devil could make her shadowy appearance on the wall. 6. Only since Paul Virilio's famous essay, War and Film, has it become customarily postmodern to interpret advanced media technology in the context of an original military vanishing point, war as an Archimedean point to which and from which the world of illusions is structured. Well-worn references from the history of technology are, for example, the revolving drum, the repeating rifle, and particularly Jansen's photographic revolver and Mary's photographic gun, that he used to shoot successive pictures of birds in flight, amongst other things. But film, insofar as its origins can be defined at all, is not a medium that destroys space or volume as may be concluded if it is assigned to the military complex. For me, film means first and foremost time that is structured and formed. For the specific history of the mechanical and electrical apparatus, it makes sense to begin the search for prime artifacts from this perspective. The wheel clock, that was developed in this form in the mid-14th century, is a technical system whose functionality comprises the decisive elements for the process of shooting pictures with a camera, the combination of regular progress, continuity, and graduation, discontinuity. The mechanical heart of the wheel clock is the cogwheel. Its earliest known applications are documented in the culture of ancient Egypt. Saki was the camel-powered machine for drawing water from wells, and its central component was a gigantic horizontal wooden wheel with deep notches. Machinery for survival and not for death. Later, the cogs of the first wooden, and later metal, wheels that engaged exactly were the guarantee of the precisely regulated running of many machines. This includes, of course, the cinematographs and kinetoscopes that were built in the early years by engineers from the clock and watchmakers branch of light engineering industry. Stop and go, the perpetual alternation of movement and standstill, was the binary code of 19th century industrial culture. In the cinema, it finally achieved status in the moving image. Yet its history is nearly as old as that of man outsmarting nature. 7. The deviant, the impure, and the image of an era. The project of film for cinema received an enormous boost of innovative energy from physiological and psychophysiological research. The century of the Industrial Revolution was madly keen to fathom out the functioning of bodies, to study the movement of their muscles and limbs, that were often enough imaginized as parts of a mechanism, to make their energies and surges visible. Medics, biologists, physiologists, registrars, and manic encyclopedists from the most diverse backgrounds initially pounced on what was nearest because it was the most obvious. They studied deviant behavior. For example, over the last 3 decades of the 19th century, the Italian doctor of medicine and criminologist, Cesare Lombroso, developed an extensive factitious system by which means he attempted to explain mental, cultural, and social phenomena of heterogeneity through their supposed inscriptions on the body. He analyzed handwriting and skull structure, preserved aborted fetuses, fabricated 281 correlations between social unrest and the menstrual cycles of the female militants, analyzed drawings and songs by prison inmates and the writings of prisoners condemned to death. Each deviant behavior and its expression had to be recorded. The other, that seemed to be threatening the center of bourgeois life, had at the very least to be pinned down in statistics and texts if it could not be really understood. The period photography of Kohlrausch is paradigmatic. The walk of the neurotic man is captured twice, once as spatial progress and once as temporal progress. Corresponding with the successive movements, the chronometer is positioned above the man's head. In this respect, Etienne Jules Mary's setup was even more precise and effective. For his studies of the movements of humans and animals, the pictures he took included a measuring tape that ran along the bottom, plus a running clock showing the corresponding position of the second hand. The physiologically orientated chronometric and movement photographers were not primarily concerned, like Muybridge, with the body as a superficial sensation. Their relationship to their objects in front of the camera was above all analytical. That was the reason why they literally had to get on their subjects' backs. Georges Domeny, the assistant and later rival of Mary, did some experiments in which he tried to capture the movements of the mouth articulating words. The aim was to produce a basis for teaching the deaf to speak. For this purpose the pictures had to be large. Much later, a montage of close shots of a similar kind, with semi-close-ups and long shots, became a shock horror experience for cinemagoers. The artificial eye's focus on the functionality of the body already contains in essence the beginnings of the computed, synthetic image that at the end of the 20th century is increasingly being integrated into films. The line structures that result from the scanning of real objects by 3D scanners and that constitute the basis for the generation of figures in movement by the computer, do not differ in principle from the studies of movements done by Mary with his test persons wearing black suits with white spots running down their extremities. There is also a striking correspondence with regard to the subjects. As yet, computer animation of living beings in film is mostly restricted to monsters, to the abstruse, to humans that are not homogeneous. But this is just as it was 100 years ago, just a matter of time, today of time that needs computation. 8. I probably owe you an explanation as to my intentions in constructing these wild juxtapositions of heterogeneous phenomena from media history, and particularly with regard to the presence of the digital media and their start into the next century. I do not proceed on the assumption of a coherent praxis in artistic production and reception with and through the media in the expanding present, and likewise I try not to homogenize or universalize the historic development of the media. Thinking further along the lines traced by others, Georges Bataille for example, I attempt to think and write about the previous technical and aesthetic and theoretical richness of the development of artifacts of media articulation heterologically. In this concept both reconstruction and the conception of possible future developments rub together. Against the enormously growing trend toward the universalization and standardization of aesthetic expression, particularly in the 282 expanding telematic nets, the only strategies and tactics that will be of help are those that will strengthen local forms of expression and differentiation of artistic action, that will create vigorously heterogeneous energy fields with individual and specific intentions, operations, and access in going beyond the limits that we term mediatization. To put it more pragmatically, I am pleading for a project of diverse praxis with advanced media machinery. I am counting on a creative side-by-side coexistence, not in the sense of grandiose arbitrariness but rather as a division of labor that is very necessary because we, as cinephiles, as videophiles, as computer files, do have different wishes and expectations of the obscure object of our desire. Synthetic images that have their reference in the real bore me, whether they be mimetic biologies, virtual studios, actors, or effects. I hope that the most creative computer artists will move heaven and earth into worlds that I do not know as yet, that will expand and enrich the horizon of my fantasy. For example, Catherine Deneuve's expression in Buñuel's I3LLE/R, when she looks into the Chinese man's box, I cannot quite imagine this as a simulation. If I feel in the mood for audio-visual leisure or for reading sound-image text constructions, I will put a disc into the CD-ROM drive when it surpasses the complexity that a book and a videotape and an MC offers me. For fast communication or extending my knowledge of the world, including the world of media, I am very happy to use the Internet or the World Wide Web, if I've got the time. But if I want a story about love or life or death that goes beyond my own powers of imagination and brings me into contact with the other, then I do not turn to the delirious community of net users who all consider themselves artists, but rather, I spend my time with an exceptional storyteller. I actually seek a long-term confrontation with single picture, or with a musical composition that enriches my time experience. And I notice that I need this all the more when the attractors of knowledge, planning, and organization accelerate at a frenzied pitch. Fonts and phrasing. Alexander Gdawi. The story goes that new media, new technologies, new and faster methods of transferring information, democratization of technological luxuries, diversification of access to digital networks, the standardization of data formats, the proliferation of networked relations. The story goes that these advances will help usher in a new era marked by greater personal freedom, heightened interpersonal communication, ease from the burden of representation, new perspectives on the problem of the body, greater choice in consumer society, unprecedented opportunities for free expression, and above all, that they will give us speed. Where are those points in society today where complicity is not read as such, where decisions are not seen as being either political or apolitical but just a choice? Where are those points where a utopian sense of technological progress comes to us uninterrogated? Surely these are points worthy of greater attention. And surely these points overlap with those above. With the advent of computers comes the phrase real-time. This phrase is used when a digitized event, such as an online interactive broadcast, proceeds as if it were in a non-virtual setting. An event happens in real time if it prints, broadcasts, displays, animates, plays using the same timing and event durations as the non-virtual world. Computational rhythms, be they too short or too long, are masked or subordinated to the duration of events in the real world. Real time, therefore, indicates that there has emerged concurrent with computers some sort of digital time or compressed time not parallel with traditional concepts of time. What is the nature of this temporality? Even if new technological advances do not give us sheer speed, I venture to say that they are indicative of a new form of temporality, a contemporary sense of timing. As a product of the electro-digital transfer of textual information, this contemporary temporality is a twofold sense of time as read through registration, tracking, recording, documentation, playback, scanning, connection, and protocol. Once, it is a sense of timing, like a playing, a sculpted inflection, or a phrasing of notes, it is a phrasing. And twice, it is no time, a singularity, a zero weight, the utter collapse of temporal distance, it is an instancy. I argue here that this timing is a product of two general phenomena, a split in the nature of the signifier caused by fonts and the electro-digital transfer of textual information, and the phrasing of certain elements of popular society through cultural slogans and corporate trademarks. These two senses of time must be regarded as concurrent systems that emerge at once, so to speak, and are by no means mutually preemptive. 285. The manipulation of textual information over computer networks in contexts such as email and the Internet, and specifically their markup in design layouts and computer fonts, tells us something about the nature of contemporary culture. The nature of computer fonts, network structures, and the interpretation of digital information is one that evaporates traditional notions of temporal and corporal sizings. Consequently, the incorporation of the electronic text has been divorced from any notion of activities requiring actual labor time. Texts are loaded, derived from a pre-existing copy, displayed, saved, and erased with no connection to their traditional labor and time-intensive counterpart procedures of researching, printing, copying, and archiving. To this extent, computer fonts are connected to our contemporary, electronic sense of time. It is not a continuum. The temporal difference separating fonts and texts is a no-time, a singularity. A font is not analogous to a signifier. Rather, it renders the signifier itself internally complex. It is a sub-element of the signifier. A computer font cannot be thought of, therefore, as a genetic element of the sign. In text, for example, a font must be thought of independently from content, written markings, etc. Fonts are indicative of what is known in the digital text as a protocol. They regulate representation. The concept of zero-weight transfer governs contemporary ideas regarding textuality. In a digital network, much like previous types of value economies, information is produced in order to be exchanged or transferred. However, under digital transfer, texts are exchanged according to an atemporal logic and through digital means. Digital texts are those whose very content has been quantized. So-called analog texts are those whose value alone has been quantized. As one contemporary critic has noted, this transfer of textual information occurs through a process of immediation. Immediation means both immediate and mediated. Texts are therefore both instantaneous and second-order. They are heard with both static and clarity. In Baudrillardian fashion, each digital text is derived and yet also real. Time is seemingly no longer a textual component. Fonts mediate and incorporate, put into a body, zero-weight transferred texts. Virtuality is that state where texts or discourses are no longer bound by traditional space/time laws. As Paul Virilio has recently noted, it is time itself that is rendered instantaneous by virtuality. http://www.c3.com/a30-cyberspace-alarm.html right bracket. And thus, at this turn, computer fonts illustrate a break in traditional notions surrounding temporality and representation. Font faces appear at the intersection. They are the veneer of representation. The font is always the first thing you read and the last thing you write. Fonts have no body. They buffer the act of reading. They protect the reader from the shock of virtual transfer. And fonts are those elements that are so commonly not read. Fonts are closely connected to textual standardization and thus the very nature of the Internet. The standardization of data formats as a result of hegemony or negotiated dominance, i.e. GIF format for images, character-based formats for text, dominance of English over other natural languages, etc., is the conceptual framework behind HTML, or hypertext markup language. 286. What are the constraints of HTML? By far still the fundamental computer language used on the Internet, HTML, and the browsers that interpret it constitute a quantitative structure of exchange that both directs textual or discursive flow, and regulates its dissemination, if that indeed is the manner in which it is distributed. This dynamic constitutes a true information, or textual, economy. Ebb and flow are governed by specific protocols. Connection is established according to certain hierarchies. And like the logic of traditional political economy, all elements conform to formal standardization. Computer networks are not a heterogeneity. Computer fonts are an indication of a type of technological complexity that allows for wide varieties of font faces, sizes, shapes, distortions, and types of markup. However, this type of quantitative diversity is not equivalent to a real diversification of the conditions of digital texts, including distribution networks, virtuation apparatuses, browsers, VR hardware and other interfaces, and mediative machinery, routers, dial-up protocols, displays. By way of illustration, allow me to compare these two elements. Computer fonts do the same work in the digito-semiotic world that HTML does in the virtual world. They both are a set of instructions for the compilation of contents. Fonts compile and represent digitized texts, while HTML compiles and displays hypertextual elements. Like HTML, a computer font displays textual information all at once, and virtually. On load, a derivative of each element is placed. On unload, that copy is discarded. However, computer fonts are not representation per se. They are governing principles for representation. They are at once totally crucial in the transfer of textual information, and yet they are completely disposable, contingent, and atemporal. They are a readable example of protocol. Fonts, trademarks, and misspellings, ground zero for contemporary negotiations concerning textuality. Today, language is negotiated and marked through complex protocols that govern one's ideological relationship to digital texts. We recognize Netscape, but do we recognize their encryption protocol licensed from RSA? Althusser rolls in his grave. It is on the corporate stage where font faces, a method of visually representing language, are regulated as an element of corporate trademarks and symbols. They are patented, trademarked, controlled, owned, regulated, as the way that words are formulated as readable. It is important to note that historically this was not always the case. Equally responsible therefore for the constitution of temporality today is what I term the phrasing of certain elements of popular society through cultural slogans and corporate trademarks. Phrasing here should be taken quite literally, to the extent that it refers to a constructive aestheticization, or textualization, of everyday life. An action is phrased, like a trumpet solo is phrased. It is translated into articulated gestures, it is conducted. Phrasing also means to articulate into language. This therefore refers to a more gestural temporality, one with a certain influence over the tempo of life. It is not instantaneous or singular, but complex and multiple. It is a nonlinear affect, a systemic influence that controls both action and discourse. 287. As it happens, a coincidence of current modes of gestural phrasing takes the form of a sort of lowest possible denominator for ontological claims. Take for example GE's "We bring good things to life," Coke's "Coke is it" Nike's "Just do it," and Calvin Klein's brilliantly simple "Be." These ideological campaigns share a confluence of strategy within which certain social relationships are naturalized. The primary tactics here are content evacuation and the simplification of complex social relationships. Similar to the collapsing of temporal distances as seen in electronic transfer of information, there is a collapsing of conceptual distances through the mating of the nostalgic or familiar with the futuristic or alien. This is an example of the top-down phrasing or aestheticization of everyday life. Technologico-corporate progress, a fetishization of time, is naturalized through the phrasing of language, especially the juxtaposition of disparate elements in slogan-type phrases. Here, the familiar and the techno-alien are phrased, they are lyricized into a gestural subject fabric. The phrase is sentimentalized, it is repeated, it is printed on children's pajamas. We remember a long time ago / in a galaxy far, far away. It is a perfect example of this ideological mating of the alien and the familiar. This type of phrasing is a real example of repetition with a difference. It creates a spooky epilogue to Benjamin's Storyteller. The story goes that theory knows the power of slogans. We have Althusser's "Hey you there," or "I've strangled my wife," and Derrida's "I've forgotten my umbrella." The story goes that theory can use slogans. But we have E.T/phone home, and "Beam me up," scatty, both examples of the equating of dissimilar semantic elements as part of a definite strategy. These are our political slogans. This type of gestural language is ideologically constitutive. The electro-digital transfer of textual information coupled with a general multiplication of media sources changes the manner in which we conceive of temporality, itself a social discourse. This new discourse relating to time is marked by new protocols, and as articulated above, these protocols may be understood through a reading of digital texts. The Aesthetics of Virtual Worlds. Report from Los Angeles. Lev Munovic. Since this essay was written, Netscape Navigator 3.0 introduced support for VRH4L, thus allowing its users to navigate virtual spaces without leaving the program. Every commercial network has added support for multi-user virtual worlds, and more than 100,000 people have become citizens of Alpha World. Given this rapid growth, some examples and numbers quoted in this essay will be out of date. Yet, exactly because this growth promises to make networked virtual worlds an important, if not the key aspect of cyberculture, the analysis contained in the essay is becoming even more relevant. Welcome to a virtual world. Strap on your avatar. Don't have the programming skills or time to build your own? No problem. We provide a complete library of pre-assembled characters, one of them is bound to fit you perfectly. Join the community of like-minded users who agree that three-dimensional space is more sexy. Yes, there is nothing more liberating than flying through a 3D scene, executing risky maneuvers and going for the kill. Mountains and valleys can represent files on a network, financial investments, enemy troops, the body of a virtual sex partner, too does not really matter. Zoom. Roll. Pitch. Not enough visual realism. For just an extra $9.95 a month you can upgrade your rendering speed to a blistering 490,000 polygons a second, increasing the quality of the experience a staggering 27.4%. And for another $4.95 you will get a chance to try a new virtual world every month, including a mall, a brothel, the Sistine Chapel, Paris during the Revolution of 1789, and even the fully navigable human brain. A 3D networked virtual world is waiting for you, all we need is your credit card number. This advertisement is likely to appear on your computer screen quite soon, if it has not already. 13 years after William Gibson's fictional description of cyberspace, and several years after the first theoretical conferences on the subject, cyberspace is finally becoming a reality. More than that, it promises to become a new standard in how we interact with computer, a new way to work, communicate, and play. 289. Virtual worlds. History and recent developments. Although a few networked multi-user graphical virtual environments had already been constructed in the 198 OS, they were specialized projects involving custom hardware and designed for particular groups of users. In Lucasfilm's Habitat, described by its designers as a many-player online virtual environment, a few dozen players used their home Commodore 64 computers to connect to a central computer running a simulation of a two-dimensional animated world. The players could interact with the objects in this world as well as with each other's graphical representations, avatars. Point 3 Conceptually similar to Habitat but much more upscale in its graphics was SimNet, Simulation Network, developed by DARPA, U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. SimNet was probably the first working cyberspace, the first collaborative three-dimensional virtual environment. It consisted of a number of individual simulators linked to a high-speed network. Each simulator contained a copy of the same world database and the virtual representations of all the other simulators. In one of SimNet's implementations, over 200 ml tank crews, located in Germany, Washington, D.C., Fort Knox, and other places around the world, were able to participate in the same virtual battle. I remember attending a panel at a SIGGRAPH conference where a programmer who worked for Atari in the early 1980s argued that the military stole the idea of cyberspace from the games industry, modeling SimNet after already existing civilian multi-participant games. With the end of the Cold War, the influences are running in the opposite way. Many companies that yesterday supplied very expensive simulators to the military are busy converting them into location-based entertainment systems, I'll bet. In fact, one of the first such systems which opened in Chicago in 1990, BattleTech Center from Virtual World Entertainment, Inc., was directly modeled on SimNet 5. Like SimNet, BattleTech Center comprised a networked collection of futuristic cockpit models with VR gear. For $7 each, a number of players could fight each other in a simulated 3D environment. By 1995, Virtual World was operating dozens of centers around the world that depended, as in SimNet's case, on proprietary software and hardware. In contrast to such custom-built and expensive location-based entertainment systems, the Internet provides a structure for 3D cyberspace that can simultaneously accommodate millions of users, that is inherently modifiable by them, and runs on practically every computer. A number of researchers and companies are already working to turn this possibility into reality. Among the attempts to spatial and the net, the most important is VRML, Virtual Reality Modeling. LNUAEWIC was conceived in the spring of 1994 GG. According to the document defining version 1.0, May 26, 1995, VRH4L is a language for describing multi-participant interactive simulations, virtual worlds networked via the global Internet and hyperlinked with the World Wide Web. Using VRML, Internet users can construct 3D scenes hyperlinked to other scenes and to regular web documents. In other words, 3D space becomes yet another media accessible via the web, along with text, sounds, and moving images. But eventually a VRML universe may subsume the rest of the web. So while currently 290, the web is dominated by pages of text, with other media elements, including VRML 3D scenes, linked to it, future users may experience it as one gigantic 3D world which will contain all other media, including text. This is certainly the vision of VRML designers who aim to create a unified conceptualization of space spanning the entire Internet, a spatial equivalent of WWW8. They see VRML as a natural stage in the evolution of the net from an abstract data network toward a perceptualized internet where the data has been sensualized, i.e., represented in 3 dimensions. VRML 1.0 makes possible the creation of networked 3D worlds, but it does not allow for the interaction between their users. Another direction in building cyberspace has been to add graphics to already popular Internet systems for interaction, such as chat lines and MUDs. Worlds Incorporated, which advertises itself as a publisher of shared virtual environments, has created World Chat, a 3D chat environment which has been available on the Internet since April 1995. Users first choose their avatars and then enter the virtual world, a space station, where they can interact with other avatars. The company imagines the creation of 3D worlds, such as sports bars, where people can come together and talk about or watch sporting events online, or shopping malls. Another company, Debique*, created technology called virtual places, which also allows the users to see and communicate with other users' avatars and even take tours of the web together. 13 Currently, the most ambitious full-scale 3D virtual world on the Internet is Alpha World, sponsored by Worlds Inc. At the time of this writing, it featured 200,000 buildings, trees, and other objects, created by 4,000 Internet users. The world includes a bar, a store which provides prefabricated housing, and news kiosks which take you to other web pages. The movement toward spatialization of the Internet is not an accident. It is part of a larger trend in cyberculture, spatialization of all representations and experience. This trend manifests itself in a variety of ways. The designers of human-computer interfaces are moving from 2D toward 3D, from flat desktops to rooms, cities, and other spatial constructs. 5 Web designers also often use pictures of buildings, aerial views of cities, and maps as front ends in their sites. Apple promotes QuickTime VR, a software-only system which allows the user of any personal computer to navigate a spatial environment and interact with 3D objects. Another example is the emergence of a new field of scientific visualization devoted to spatialization of data sets and their relationships with the help of computer graphics. Like the designers of human-computer interfaces, the scientists assume that spatialization of data makes working with it more efficient, regardless of what this data is. Finally, in many computer games, from the original Zork to the best-selling CD-ROM Myst, narrative and time itself are equated with movement through space, i.e., going to new rooms or levels. In contrast to modern literature, theater, and cinema, which are built around the psychological tensions between characters. 291. These computer games return us to the ancient forms of narrative where the plot is driven by the subtle movement of the main hero, traveling through distant lands to save the princess, to find the treasure, to defeat the dragon, and so on. A similar spatialization of narrative has defined the field of computer animation throughout its history. Numerous computer animations are organized around a single, uninterrupted camera move through a complex and extensive set. A camera flies over mountain terrain, moves through a series of rooms, maneuvers past geometric shapes, zooms out into open space, and so on. In contrast to ancient myths and computer games, this journey has no goal, no purpose. It is an ultimate road movie where the navigation through the space is sufficient in itself. Aesthetics of virtual worlds. The computerization of culture leads to the spatialization of all information, narrative, and, even, time. Unless this overall trend is to reverse suddenly, the spatialization of cyberspace is next. In the words of the scientists at Sony's Virtual Society project, it is our belief that future online systems will be characterized by a high degree of interaction, support for multimedia and most importantly the ability to support shared 3D spaces. In our vision, users will not simply access textual-based chat forums, but will enter into 3D worlds where they will be able to interact with the world and with other users in that world. What will be the visual aesthetics of spatial cyberspace? What would these 3D worlds look like? In answering this question, I will try to abstract the aesthetic features common to different virtual worlds already in existence: computer games, CD-ROM titles, virtual sets in Hollywood films, VR simulations, and, of course, virtual worlds on the internet such as VRML scenes, World Chat, and QuickTime VR movies. I will also consider the basic technologies and techniques used to construct virtual spaces, 3D computer graphics, digitized video, compositing, and the point-and-click metaphor. What follows are a few tentative propositions on the visual aesthetics of virtual worlds. 1. Realism as commodity. Digit in Latin means number. Digital media reduces everything to numbers. This basic property of digital media has a profound effect on the nature of visual realism. In a digital representation, all dimensions that affect the reality effect, detail, tone, color, shape, movement, are quantified. As a consequence, the reality effect produced by the representation can itself be related to a set of numbers. For a 2D image, the crucial numbers are its spatial and color resolution, the number of pixels and the number of colors per pixel. For instance, a 640 x 480 image of an object contains more detail and therefore produces a stronger reality effect than a 120 x 160 image of the same object. For a 3D model, the level of detail, and consequently the reality effect, is specified by 3D resolution, the number of points the model is composed of. Spatial, color, and 3D resolutions describe the realism of static representations, scanned photographs, painted backgrounds, renderings of 3D objects, and so on. Once the user begins to interact with a virtual world, navigating through a 3D 292 space or inspecting the objects in it, other dimensions become crucial. One of them is temporal resolution. The more frames a computer can generate in a second, the smoother the resulting motion. Another is the speed of the system's response. If the user clicks on an image of a door to open it or asks a virtual character a question, a delay in response breaks the illusion. Yet another can be called consistency. If moving objects do not cast shadows, because the computer can't render them in real time, while the static background has them, the inconsistency affects the reality effect. All these dimensions are quantifiable. The number of colors in an image, the temporal resolution the system is capable of, and so on can be specified in exact numbers. Not surprisingly, the advertisements for graphics software and hardware prominently display these numbers. Even more importantly, those in the business of visual realism, the producers of special effects, military trainers, digital photographers, television designers, now have definite measures for what they are buying and selling. For instance, the Federal Aviation Administration, which creates the standards for simulators to be used in pilot training, specifies the required realism in terms of 3D resolution. In 1991 it required that for daylight, a simulator must be able to produce a minimum of 1,000 surfaces or 4,000 points. Similarly, a description of the CompuScene 4 simulator from GE Aerospace states that a pilot can fly over a geographically accurate 3D terrain that includes 6,000 features per square mile. The numbers which characterize digital realism simultaneously reflect something else: the cost involved. More bandwidth, higher resolution, and far-ter processing result in a stronger reality effect, and cost more. The bottom line: the reality effect of a digital representation can now be measured in dollars. Realism has become a commodity, it can be bought and sold like anything else. This condition is likely to be explored by the designers of virtual worlds. If today users are charged for the connection time, in the future they can be charged for visual aesthetics and the quality of the overall experience, spatial resolution, number of colors, complexity of characters, both geometric and psychological, and so on. Since all these dimensions are specified in software, it becomes possible to automatically adjust the appearance of a virtual world on the fly, boosting it up if a customer is willing to pay more. In this way, the logic of pornography will be extended to the culture at large. Peep shows and sex lines charge their customers by the minute, putting a precise cost on each bit of pleasure. In virtual worlds, all dimensions of reality will be quantified and priced separately. Neal Stephenson's 1992 Snow Crush provides us with one possible scenario of such a future. Entering the metaverse, the SPATIALND net of the future, the hero sees a liberal sprinkling of black and white people, persons who are accessing the metaverse through cheap public terminals, and who are rendered in jerky, grainy. 293. Black and White 18. He also encounters couples who can't afford custom avatars and have to buy off-the-shelf models, poorly rendered and capable of just a few standard facial expressions, virtual world equivalents of Barbie dolls. 9. This scenario is gradually becoming a reality. A number of online stock photo services already provide their users with low-resolution photographs for a small cost, charging more for higher resolution copies. A company called Viewpoint Data Labs International is selling thousands of ready-to-use 3D geometric models widely used by computer animators and designers. For most popular models you can choose between different versions, with more detailed versions costing more than less detailed ones. 2. Romanticism, Adomo, Photoshop filters. From creation to selection, Viewpoint Data Labs models exemplify another characteristic of virtual worlds: they are not created from scratch but assembled from ready-made parts. Put differently, in digital culture, creation has been replaced by selection. E. H. Gombrich's concept of a representational schema and Roland Barthes's Death of the Author helped to sway us from the romantic ideal of the artist creating totally from scratch, pulling images directly from his imagination. As Barthes puts it, HTTEXT is a tissue of quotations drawn from the innumerable centers of culture. Yet, even though a modern artist may be only reproducing or, at best, combining in new ways pre-existing texts and idioms, the actual material process of art making supports the romantic ideal. An artist operates like God creating the universe. He starts with an empty canvas or a blank page. Gradually filling in the details, he brings a new world into existence. Such a process of art making, manual and painstakingly slow, was appropriate for the age of pre-industrial artisan culture. In the 20th century, as the rest of the culture moved to mass production and automation, literally becoming a culture industry, art continued to insist on its artisan model. Only in the 191 OS, when some artists began to assemble collages and montages from already existing cultural parts, was art introduced to the industrial method of production. In contrast, Electronic art from its very beginning was based on a new principle, modification of an already existing signal. The first electronic instrument designed in 1920 by the legendary Russian scientist and musician Leon Theremin contained a generator producing a sine wave. The performer simply modified its frequency and amplitude. *3 In the 1960s, video artists began to build video synthesizers based on the same principle. The artist was no longer a romantic genius generating a new world purely out of his imagination, he became a technician turning a knob here, pressing a switch there, an accessory to the machine. Substitute a simple sine wave by a more complex signal, sounds, rhythms, melodies, and add a whole bank of signal generators and you have a modern music synthesizer, the first instrument which embodies the logic of all new media, not creation but selection. The first music synthesizers appeared in the 1950s. They were followed by video synthesizers in the 1960s, followed by DVE, digital video effects, in the late 1970s, the banks of effects used by video editors, and followed, in turn, by 294. Computer software such as 1984's MacDraw that already come with a repertoire of basic shapes. The process of art making has finally caught up with modern times. It has become synchronized with the rest of modern society where everything is assembled from ready-made parts, from objects to people's identities. The modern subject proceeds through life by selecting from numerous menus and catalogs of items, be it assembling an outfit, decorating the apartment, choosing dishes from a restaurant menu, choosing which interest groups to join. With electronic and digital media, art making similarly entails choosing from ready-made elements, textures and icons supplied by a paint program, 3D models which come with a 3D modeling program, melodies and rhythms built into a music program. While previously the great text of culture from which the artist created his own unique tissue of quotations was bubbling and shimmering somewhere below consciousness, now it has become externalized, and greatly reduced in the process, 2D objects, 3D models, textures, transitions, effects which are available as soon as the artist turns on the computer. The World Wide Web takes this process to the next level, it encourages the creation of texts that completely consist of pointers to other texts that are already on the web. One does not have to add any new content, it is enough to select from what already exists. This shift from creation to selection is particularly apparent in 3D computer graphics, the main technique for building virtual worlds. The amount of labor involved in constructing three-dimensional reality from scratch in a computer makes it hard to resist the temptation to utilize pre-assembled, standardized objects, characters, and behaviors readily provided by software manufacturers, fractal landscapes, checkerboard floors, complete characters and so on. 14 Every program comes with libraries of ready-to-use models, effects, or even complete animations. For instance, a user of the Dynamation program, a part of the popular Wavefront 3D software, can access complete pre-assembled animations of moving hair, rain, a comet's tail or smoke, with a single click. If even professional designers rely on ready-made objects and animations, the end users of virtual worlds, who usually don't have graphics or programming skills, have no other choice. Not surprisingly, web chat line operators and virtual world providers encourage users to choose from the libraries of pictures, 3D objects, and avatars they provide. Ubique's site features Ubique Furniture Gallery, where one can choose images from such categories as office furniture, computers and electronics, and people icons. 25 VRSig from the UK provides a VRML object supermarket while Ariel delivers the virtual world factory. The latter aims to make the creation of a custom virtual world particularly simple, create your personal world, without having to program. All you need to do is fill in the blanks and out pops your world.zh. Quite soon we will see a whole market for detailed virtual sets, characters with programmable behaviors, and even complete worlds, a bar with customers, a city square, a famous historical episode, etc., from which a user can put together his own unique virtual world. 295. While 100 years ago the user of a Kodak camera was asked just to push a button, he still had the freedom to point the camera at anything. Now, you push the button, we do the rest has become you push the button, we create your world. 3. Brecht as hardware. Another aesthetic feature of virtual worlds lies in their peculiar temporal dynamic, constant, repetitive shifts between an illusion and its suspense. Virtual worlds keep reminding us of their artificiality, incompleteness, and constructedness. They present us with a perfect illusion only to reveal the underlying machinery. Web surfing provides a perfect example. A typical user may be spending equal time looking at a page and waiting for the next page to download. During waiting periods, the act of communication itself, bits traveling through the network, becomes the message. The user keeps checking whether the connection is being made, glancing back and forth between the animated icon and the status bar. Using Roman Jacobson's model of communication functions, we can say that communication comes to be dominated by contact, or the phatic function. It is centered around the physical channel and the very act of connection between the addresser and the addressee. 27 Jacobson writes about verbal communication between two people who, in order to check whether the channel works, address each other, "Do you hear me?" and "Do you understand me?" But in web communication there is no human addresser, only a machine. So as the user keeps checking whether the information is coming, he actually addresses the machine itself. Or rather, the machine addresses the user. The machine reveals itself, it reminds the user of its existence, not only because the user is forced to wait but also because he is forced to witness how the message is being constructed over time. A page fills in part by part, top to bottom, text comes before images, images arrive in low resolution and are gradually refined. Finally, everything comes together in a smooth, sleek image, the image which will be destroyed with the next click. Will this temporal dynamic ever be eliminated? Will spatialized net become a perfect utopian city rather than remain a gigantic construction site? An examination of already existing 3D virtual worlds suggests a negative answer to this question. Consider the technique called distancing or level of detail, which for years has been used in VR simulations and is now being adapted to 3D games and VR H4L scenes. The idea is to render the models more crudely when the user is moving through virtual space. When the user stops, detail gradually fills in. Another variation of the same technique involves creating a number of models of the same object, each with progressively less detail. When the virtual camera is close to an object, a highly detailed model is used. If the object is far away, a lesser detailed version is substituted to save unnecessary computation. A virtual world which incorporates these techniques has a fluid ontology that is affected by the actions of the user. As the user navigates through space, the objects 296 switch back and forth between pale blueprints and fully fleshed out illusions. The immobility of a subject guarantees a complete illusion, the slightest movement destroys it. Navigating a QuickTime VR movie is characterized by a similar dynamic. In contrast to the 19th century panorama that it closely emulates, QuickTime VR continuously deconstructs its own illusion. The moment you begin to pan through the scene, the image becomes jagged. And, if you try to zoom into the image, all you get are oversized pixels. The representational machine keeps hiding and revealing itself. Compare this dynamic to traditional cinema or realist theater, which aims at all costs to maintain the continuity of the illusion for the duration of the performance. In contrast to such Tun and Xing realism, digital aesthetics have a surprising affinity to 20th century leftist avant-garde aesthetics. Bertolt Brecht's strategy to reveal the conditions of an illusion's production, echoed by countless other leftist artists, became embedded in hardware and software themselves. Similarly, Walter Benjamin's concept of perception in the state of distraction found a perfect realization. The periodic reappearance of the machinery and the continuous presence of the communication channel in the message prevent the subject from falling into the dream world of illusion for very long, making him alternate between concentration and detachment. While virtual machinery itself already acts as an avant-garde director, the designers of interactive media, games, CD-ROM titles, interactive cinema, and interactive television programs, I unconsciously attempt to structure the subject's temporal experience as a series of periodic shifts. The subject is forced to oscillate between the roles of viewer and user, shifting between perceiving and acting, between following the story and actively participating in it. During one segment, the computer screen presents the viewer with an engaging cinematic narrative. Suddenly the image freezes, menus and icons appear and the viewer is forced to act, make choices, click, push buttons. Moscow media theorist Anatoly Prokhorov describes this process as the shift from transparency to opacity, from a window into a fictional 3D universe to a solid surface, full of menus, controls, text, and icons. 2G three-dimensional space becomes a surface, a photograph becomes a diagram, a character becomes an icon. Can Brecht and Hollywood be married? Is it possible to create a new temporal aesthetic based on such cyclical shifts? So far, I can think of only one successful example, a military simulator, the only mature form of interactive media. It perfectly blends perception and accession, cinematic realism and computer menus. The screen presents the subject with an illusionistic virtual world while periodically demanding quick actions, shooting at the enemy, changing the direction of a vehicle, and so on. In this art form, the roles of viewer and actant are blended perfectly, but there is a price to pay. The narrative is organized around a single and clearly defined goal: staying alive. 297. For Riegel, Panofsky, and computer graphics, regression in virtual worlds. The last aesthetic principle of virtual worlds that I will address can be summarized as follows: virtual spaces are not true spaces but collections of separate objects. Or, there is no space in cyberspace. To explore this thesis further, we can borrow the categories developed by art historians early in this century. The founders of modern art history, Alois Riegel, Heinrich Wolf Flynn, and Erwin Panofsky, defined their field as the history of the representation of space. Working within the paradigms of cyclic cultural development and racial topology, they related the representation of space in art to the spirit of entire epochs, civilizations, and races. In his I 901 Die Strömische Kunstindustrie, Riegel characterized humankind's cultural development as the oscillation between two extreme poles, two ways to understand space, which he called haptic and optic. Haptic perception isolates the object in the field as a discrete entity, while optic perception unifies objects in a spatial continuum. Riegel's contemporary, Heinrich Wolf Flynn, similarly proposed that the temperament of a period or a nation expresses itself in a particular mode of seeing and representing space. Wolflin's Principles of Art History, 1913, plotted the differences between Renaissance and Baroque on 5 dimensions: linear/painterly, plane/recession, closed form/open form, multiplicity/unity, and clearness/unclearness. Finally, another founder of modern art history, Erwin Panofsky, contrasted the aggregate space of the Greeks with the systematic space of the Italian Renaissance in a famous essay, Perspective as a Symbolic Form, 1924–1925. Panofsky established a parallel between the history of spatial representation and the evolution of abstract thought. The former moves from the space of individual objects in antiquity to the representation of space as continuous and systematic in modernity, in Panofsky's neologisms, from aggregate space to systematic space. Correspondingly, the evolution of abstract thought progresses from ancient philosophy's view of the physical universe as discontinuous to the post-Renaissance understanding of space as infinite, ontologically primal in relation to bodies, homogeneous, and isotropic, in short, as systematic. We don't have to believe in grand evolutionary schemes, but we can retain the categories themselves. What kind of space is a virtual space? At first glance, 3D computer graphics, the main technology of creating virtual spaces, exemplify Panofsky's concept of Renaissance systematic space which exists prior to the objects. Indeed, the Cartesian coordinate system is hardwired into computer graphics software and often into the hardware itself. When a designer launches a modeling program, he is typically presented with an empty space defined by a perspectival grid, the space that will be gradually filled by the objects he will create. If the built-in message of a music synthesizer is a sine wave, the built-in world of computer graphics is an empty Renaissance space, the coordinate system itself. Yet computer-generated worlds are actually much more haptic and aggregate than optic and systematic. The most commonly used 3D computer graphics technique to create 3D worlds is polygonal modeling. The virtual world created using this technique is a vacuum filled with separate objects defined by rigid boundaries. A perspective projection creates the illusion that these objects belong 298 together, but in fact they have no connection to each other. What is missing is space in the sense of space environment or space medium, the environment between objects, an atmosphere which unites everything together, the effects of objects on one another. Another basic technique used in creating virtual worlds, compositing, superimposing, keying, also leads to an aggregate space. It involves superimposing animated characters, still images, QuickTime movies, and other graphical elements over a separate background. A typical scenario may involve an avatar animated in real time in response to the user's commands. The avatar is superimposed over a picture of a room. An avatar is controlled by the user, a picture of a room is provided by a virtual world operator. Because the elements come from different sources and are put together in real time, the result is a series of 2D planes rather than a real 3D environment. In summary, although computer-generated virtual worlds are usually rendered in linear perspective, they are really collections of separate objects, unrelated to one another. In view of this, commonly expressed arguments that 3D computer graphics send us back to Renaissance perspectivalism, and, therefore, from the viewpoint of 20th century abstraction, should be considered regressive, turn out to be groundless. If we are to apply the evolutionary paradigm of Panofsky to the history of virtual computer space, it has not even achieved its renaissance yet. It is still on the level of ancient Greece, which could not conceive of space as a totality. And if the World Wide Web and VRML 1.0 are any indication, we are not moving any closer towards systematic space. Instead, we are embracing aggregate space as a new norm, both metaphorically and literally. The space of the web in principle can't be thought of as a coherent totality, it is a collection of numerous files, hyperlinked but without any overall perspective to unite them. The same holds for actual 3D spaces on the Internet. A VRML file which describes a 3D scene is a list of separate objects which may exist anywhere on the Internet, each created by a different person or a different program. The objects have no connection to each other. And since any user can add or delete objects, no one may even know the complete structure of the scene. The web has already been compared to the American Wild West. The SPATIALND web as envisioned by VRML, itself a product of California, even more closely reflects the treatment of space in American culture, the lack of attention to space which is not functionally used. The territories that exist between privately owned houses and businesses are left to decay. The vioval universe simply does not contain space as such, only objects which belong to different individuals. And what is an object in a virtual world? Something which can be acted upon, clicked, moved, opened, in short, used. It is tempting to interpret this as regression to the worldview of an infant. A child does not think of the universe as existing separately from himself. It appears as a collection of unrelated objects with which he can enter in contact, touch, suck on, grab. Similarly, the user of a 299 virtual world tries to click on whatever is in front of him. If the objects do not respond, he is disappointed. In the virtual universe, Descartes' maxim can be rewritten as follows: I can be clicked on, therefore I exist. 5. The whole picture. I have discussed different aesthetic features of 3D virtual worlds. But what would a future ML-blown virtual world feel like? What would be its overall gestalt? One example of a highly detailed virtual world, complete with landscapes and human beings, is provided by Disney's 1995 Toy Story, the first completely computer-animated feature-length film. Frighteningly sterile, this is a world in which the toys and the humans look absolutely alike, the latter appearing as macabre automatons. If you want to experience cyberspace of the future today, visit the place where Toy Story was made, Los Angeles. The city offers a precise model for the virtual world. There is no center, no hint of any kind of centralized organization, no traces of the hierarchy essential to traditional cities. One drives to particular locations defined strictly by their street addresses rather than by spatial landmarks. A trendy restaurant or club can be found in the middle of nowhere, among the miles of completely unremarkable buildings. The whole city feels like a set of particular points suspended in a vacuum, similar to a bookmark file of web pages. You are immediately charged on arrival to any worthwhile location, again as on the web, mandatory valet parking. There you discover the trendy inhabitants, actors, singers, models, producers, who look like some new race, a result of successful mutation, unbelievably beautiful skin and faces, fixed smiles, and bodies whose perfect shapes surely can't be the result of human evolution. They probably come from the viewpoint catalog of 3D models. These are not people but avatars, beautifully rendered with no polygons spared, shaped to the latest fashion, their faces switching between a limited number of expressions. Given the potential importance of any communicative contact, subtlety is not tolerated. Avatars are designed to release stimuli the moment you notice them, before you have time to click to the next scene. The best place to experience the whole gestalt is in one of the outdoor cafes on Sunset Plaza in West Hollywood. The avatars sip cappuccino amidst the illusion of 3D space. The space is clearly the result of a quick compositing job, billboards and airbrushed cafe interior in the foreground against a detailed matte painting of Los Angeles with the perspective exaggerated by haze. The avatars strike poses, waiting for their agents, yes, just like in cyberspace, to bring valuable information. Older customers look even more computer-generated, their faces bearing traces of extensive facelifts. You can enjoy the scene while feeding the parking meter every 20 minutes. A virtual world is waiting for you, all we need is your credit card number. Deregulation/globalization. The loss of cultural diversity? Bernard Saraxby. Towards another brave new world? Today, we are witnessing the rapid installation of the complex systems that will become the technological and commercial foundations of a global information infrastructure. This new, interactive communication space will doubtlessly function as a powerful tool in the service of the economy, but it will also be at the center of radical and far-reaching changes in our societies. From this point of view, the simple admiration of what are merely technical advances, coupled with present-day justifications of a primarily economic nature, threatens to prevail over the higher interests of the cultural life and the social functioning of the peoples of Europe. Among the undeniable responsibilities of public authorities are the protection of essential community functions against possible encroachment and the promotion of the enormous potential of these new technologies for the cultural and social development of all our societies. Present-day monopolistic trends in the future multimedia market observation of the world's financial markets reveals transactions of vital importance in all sectors of the cultural industries. Economic experts already predict a planetary market of several $1,000 billion by the year 2000. For the first time in human history, the cultural sector which, by its nature, is not preoccupied with the race for raw materials, is promising profit-earning capacities that will exceed those of the traditional material-based industries. The market is developing exponentially and is marked by cutthroat competition between strategic alliances and mass buyers at the center of a rapid convergence of three previously separate sectors: audiovisual, computer technology and telecommunications. Currently, a very small number of worldwide corporations are active in this market. They are all impatient to reap profits from their huge investments by setting up the technical, legal, and commercial norms best suited to their own involvement in this future world market. At the same time, in the movement towards the creation of ever more powerful trusts, these same groups manage to take advantage of the discrepancies between national legal frameworks. In the last several years, a handful of giants in the computer and communication world have acquired the status of global 302 players, dominating the activities of the other, weaker competitors in the market. The absence of international law in this field, coupled with the scale of the necessary financial investment, encourages this tendency towards concentration. In view of the imminent liberalization and probable homogenization of this world market, it is impossible not to see that the main objective pursued by these cultural industries is nothing other than the most profitable exploitation of their audiovisual products and future online services. The recommendations of the main representatives of the cultural industries of Europe, Japan, and the United States at the February 1995 G7 conference, held in Brussels, gave clear warning of this single-minded interest. Alongside the demands for a speed-up in the deregulation of the markets and the conclusion of agreements as to certain technical norms, much concern was also expressed as to the public's confidence in this information society. Without this confidence, according to these recommendations, the extraordinary gains to be won from the information revolution could not be completely realized. In the context of the multimedia industry's concern about public mistrust, it is worth quoting Gerald Levin, president of one of the world's leading multimedia giants, Time Warner, who argues that the consumer has never known what he wanted before the industry made him an offer. Der Spiegel Special, March 1995, p. 31. Promoted, then, by an essentially economic discourse, the result of this crusade on a worldwide scale will be the undermining of all sorts of social and ethical norms and the rapid evolution towards a new society, already baptized the Information Society. Although no one can yet measure the scope of the impact of new technologies on cultural life and on the functioning of our societies, or predict the physiognomy of this Information Society, by making us accept its purely technical logic, the promises associated with this illusory vision already outline its marvelous advantages. These are the creation of tens of millions of new jobs by the year 2000, the availability of an educational tool of tremendous significance, a more democratic society, the prospect of free access to information by anyone and everyone, both as consumers and producers. Also expected is the imminent arrival of a better standard of living for Europe, Japan, the United States and, subsequently, to quote the industry's own recommendations at the G7 Brussels conference, for the other regions of the world. The Information Highway Project, the investigation of the MEans of distribution that will bring about all these advantages, reveals a multitude of different techniques, including cable transmission, fiber optics, and satellites. All of these, however, rely on the concept of a high-bandwidth, interoperational global network, generally termed the Information Highway. Constructed by the powerful partners of the telecommunications industries and, in order to obtain a return on the enormous investments required, the infrastructure of this new interactive communication space must serve the same INVs. 303 TOTS, in their capacity as producers and distributors. This will occur through the practically unlimited transmission of information and the exploitation, on a planetary scale, of a multitude of new services, generally classed under the somewhat vague term of multimedia, teleworking, teleshopping, email, instant video, access to administrative services, and even electronic voting. This notion of the information highway, suggesting universal and free access for each and every one of us as consumers, has a prerequisite: the user must dispose of the adequate cultural capital and the financial means to acquire the tech and devices involved and to access the different services offered, which can only be pay services, and probably expensive ones at that. It goes without saying that the essential applications foreseen by the technicians of the powerful industrial groups will go far beyond the present-day and often libertarian experiments in the use of the Internet. As a fantastic instrument of free and individualistic exchange in the fields of science and artistic creation, the Internet cannot really be considered as a precursor to the information highway projects, except in the limited sense of its acceptance by a specialized public and in its technical operating modes. In the face of today's clear trend towards an oligopolistic market, it is necessary to distinguish between the cyberspace myth, a vision of a virtual, cosmopolitan, and liberal universe, and the industrial project of the information superhighway, a powerful TNST movement in the advanced marketing of audiovisual products and other pay services. Contrary to the democratic pretensions in which the information and image industries would have us believe, the infocracy may also have an inherently totalitarian tendency. In the case of their progressive monopolization, the new technologies may also turn out to be an instrument for the worst of totalitarianisms, that of a brave new world in which everyone will be content, well informed about all he or she should know in order to play a useful role, but ignorant of the rest, which need not be known, and amused permanently, even to satiety. Before leaving the field of action open to a purely economic discourse, it is necessary then to address some of the major issues in a more precise manner, associating cultural dynamics and the new interactive communication spaces in Europe. Identities and cultural expressions from whatever viewpoint, a fair appraisal of the reality of the European situation must consider the extraordinary cultural richness of the countries of Europe as the product both of an ancient and shared historical evolution and of an extraordinarily large range of regional traditions. The essential characteristic of this shared culture is its spirit of openness. There is no doubt that European culture has profited from the selection, interpretation, and subsequent assimilation of external and older cultural evolutions, which cannot be dissociated from its own specific identity. Generally, this appropriation was the result of acts of conquest which led 304 to domination and even the suppression of other cultures. By the same token, other cultures have evolved thanks to the intense enrichment brought to them by European cultural values. Conscious of the composite and fragile nature of its own cultural identity, Europe must today show exemplary responsibility where its own cultural heritage is concerned, and with regards to its present-day and future cultural life. This responsibility must involve a greater sensitivity in its contacts with other cultures. Inescapably bound up in permanent exchanges with other evolving cultures, the dynamics of European culture can only be impoverished and compromised by misguided protectionism. Yet, at the same time, faced with the enormous initiatives launched by the United States and by Japan, we also feel deep concern, and justifiably so, regarding the preservation of cultural expressions and identities in Europe. Waiting for the wave of multimedia products to unfurl, products of more or less limited value, designed, fabricated and homogeneous to be easily sold on the world market, this concern anticipates the threat of a profound upheaval in the European media landscape. Thanks to the powerful instrument which the information highway represents, this landscape could be submerged by an ocean of images of which only the smallest proportion has any redeeming artistic content. The specific interest of the European heritage in multimedia creation today, in the multimedia world, European backwardness is often bemoaned, from the perspective of the United States and Japan. But the main question here should not be the preoccupations of European industries, unable to profit fully from the vast potential of a finure market. Everywhere in Europe the traditional cultural sectors are threatened by budgetary cuts, while at the same time there is a scramble to invest in the multimedia sector, in order to stand up against the gigantic economic investments of the Americans and the Japanese. Thanks to its deep roots, enormous diversity, and extraordinary richness, European heritage constitutes the cultural treasure at the center of the specific interest of the multimedia industry. The new interactive communication space will enlarge our horizons, but the price to pay for this incredible mass of ever-updated information may also be a loss difficult to appreciate, in the direct and sensorial contact between ourselves and reality. The rapid evolution of the global multimedia market, pushing the traditional arts and media into the background, may compromise the values and contents of the European heritage, leveling them down to a lowest common denominator. In the long term, the result of this globalization may be an irreversible loss of European cultural identity. As the information revolution accelerates, calling on ever greater financial investments, only a vast intensification of the creative approach, throughout Europe, can succeed in counterbalancing a total commercialization of the cultural sector. Yet the creative participation of all the cultural actors can only be initiated by a cultural policy directed in common at the European level. And the European multimedia industry, by accepting a larger share of responsibility for multimedia artistic creation, can only profit from this engagement in its own field. 305. Mobilization of TB cultural actors. If public authorities in Europe leave the field open to the economic interests of the global players in the vital sectors of information and communication, they must, in the interests of preserving our society's cultural identity, establish norms that will ensure the beneficial use of new technologies. In order to prevent an irreversible impoverishment of European culture, the control of content and of its communication cannot be left to the sole ambitions of the industrial and commercial parties. At the risk of encouraging Euroscepticism, it should be stated that a better promotion of the enormous potential of new technologies for the cultural and social life of all our societies can only come about through a concerted harmonization of cultural and economic policies. These must take into account and respect the cultural richness and diversity of all the societies in Europe and encourage the creative participation of all its cultural actors. This necessary mobilization of creative resources could be based on a growing number of initiatives in the artistic domain. In anticipation of the promising results expected from the association between art and new technology, research centers and centers of artistic experimentation have emerged in art schools throughout Europe. For several years, there have been exhibitions and festivals in this same field. Along with these initiatives, which are often of an institutional nature and which denote a growing acceptance of these new media by the concerned public, we also see the emergence of a large number of private cultural initiatives in the field of electronic networks, such as the Internet. The aim of these initiatives is the study of specific techniques and the realization and presentation of total multimedia works of art. They aim to promote innovation and also to criticize blind enthusiasm for the new communication technologies. In order to preserve Europe's identity and cultural diversity, and bring new life to it, it is precisely in this direction that the concerted efforts of its cultural and economic policies should be oriented. The technology of uselessness. Critic Art Ensemble. I am useless, but God loves me. Mike Kui. The expectation that technology will one day exist as pure utility is an assumption that frequently surfaces in collective thought on the development of society and social relations. This prospect has typically suggested two opposite scenarios of the future. On one hand, there is the utopian millennium predicted by modern thinkers who were guided by belief in progress. This concept slowly began to supplant belief in the concept of providence during the 17th and 18th centuries. Both concepts were characterized by belief in the unilinear development of the human race, but providence was a force that was expected to result in spiritual, rather than in economic, autonomy. The engine of providence was considered the guiding hand of God, which was later amputated and stitched to the cyborg of capitalism by Adam Smith. In early modernity, when belief in providence began giving way to belief in progress, intellectuals and scholars were debating whether the social utopia of the future should be based on spiritual or on secular principles. Philosophers searched for an independent force in the universe that could save the earthly population from its economic shortcomings and its spiritual privation. Thomas More constructed a rather dubious literary utopia that marked the beginning of the shift from God/Christ to science/technology as savior. From More's perspective, neither of the two choices seemed particularly satisfying. Given the choice between El Dorado and the regime of Muhammad the Prophet, Voltaire found the former more tolerable. This type of thought, which valued secular human advancement and cast doubt on spiritual systems, began to tip the scales of judgment in favor of science and technology, but certainly no celebration accompanied this shift. With the coming of the Industrial Revolution, the scales tipped decisively in favor of science and technology once and for all. At last, a foreseeable end was imagined to the problem of production. Soon there would be enough goods for everyone, and with such surplus, competition over scarce goods would cease. The idea of progress began to flourish from this point on. Both the left, Condorcet and Saint-Simon, and the right, Comte and Spencer, Sheridan. 307. Optimism about the future in spite of the wildly divergent destinies predicted by each. For example, council socialism was anticipated by Saint-Simon, and the appearance of Thberge Übermensch was expected by Spencer. Let us not forget Marx in this thumbnail sketch. Although Marx was not one to wax utopian very often, he did have his moments. Marx believed that the factory system would solve problems of production, i.e., scarcity. However, he foresaw a new problem, that of distribution. The crisis in distribution would in turn lead to revolution, by which means the victorious workers would restructure the exploitive roots of bourgeois distribution. Such speculation has continued to manifest itself even later, in utopian visions well exemplified by Rem. Claire in the film A Now La Liberté. The film depicts a time after the Glorious Revolution when the workers enjoy the fruits of zero work, and live only to celebrate, to drink, and to sing, while the machines work dutifully, producing the goods needed to carry this utopia into a shining future. One of the main currents in modern art, Futurism, Constructivism, and Bauhaus, illustrated this soon-to-come secular utopia. All the same, it would be quite unfair to hang the sometimes shameful optimism of the 20th century on Marx. Although he demonstrated how rationalized capitalist economy would end the problem of production, he also realized that people could not be satisfied by goods alone. Marx foresaw that in the epoch of capitalism, although production rates would rise, so would the degree of alienation from our own human nature, from economic process, from economic products, and from other social beings. In terms of individual psychic condition, things would not get better, but would grow tortuously worse. For Marx, once other variables besides production were examined, unilinear social advancement was not to be found. This brings us to the second scenario, the pessimist's dystopia. This point of view seems to gain new proponents with each new mechanized and/or electronic war. Yet even when the idea of progress was at its apex, before the military catastrophes of the 20th century, some critics of the idea were already predicting that human advancement would end in disaster. First and foremost was Ferdinand Tönnies, who argued that advanced technology would only serve to increase the complexity of the division of labor, society, which in turn would strip people of all the institutions that are the basis of human community, family, friendship, public space, etc. After World War I, Oswald Spengler was among the leaders of this line of thought. To his mind, advanced technology and sprawling cities were not indications of progress, rather, they were indicators of the final moments of civilization, one that has hit critical mass and is about to burn itself out. The great sociologist Delirium summed up this perspective in The Crisis of Our Age when he stated, "Neither happiness, nor safety and security, nor even material comfort has been realized. In few periods of human history have so many millions of persons been so unhappy, so insecure, so hungry and destitute, as at the present time, all the way from China to Western Europe." 308. Here then are the two sides, forever in opposition. Today the two antithetical opinions continue to manifest themselves throughout culture. Corporate futurologists sing the praises of computerized information management, satellite communications, biotechnology, and cybernetics. Such technological miracles, they assure us, will make life easier as new generations of technology are designed and produced to meet social and economic needs with ever greater efficiency. On the other hand, the concerns of pessimists, neo-Luddites, retreatists, and technophobes ring out, warning that humanity will not control the machines, but that the machines will control humanity. In more fanciful, generally Hollywood, moments, the new dystopia is envisioned as a world where people are caught in the evil grip of a self-conscious intelligent machine, one that either forces them into slavery, or even worse, annihilates the human race. These are the two most common narratives of social evolution in regard to technology. For the utopians, the goal of progress is similar to the vision of René Clair. Technology should become a transparent backdrop that will liberate us from the forces of production, so that we might engage in free hedonistic pursuits. For the dystopians, technology represents a state apparatus that is out of control, the war machine has been turned on, no one knows how to turn it off, and it is running blindly toward the destruction of humanity. Evidence can certainly be found to support both of these visions, but a third possibility exists, one that is seldom mentioned because it lacks the emotional intensity of the other two. To expand on the suggestion of Georges Bataille, could the end of technological progress be neither apocalypse nor utopia, but simply uselessness? Pure technology in this case would not be an active agent that benefits or hurts mankind, it could not be, as it has no function. Pure technology, as opposed to pure utility, is never turned on, it just sits, existing in and of itself. Unlike the machines of the utopians and dystopians, not only is it free of humanity, it is free of its own machine function, it serves no practical purpose for anyone or anything. Where are these machines? They are everywhere, in the home, in the workplace, and even in places that can only be imagined. So many people have become so invested in seeing technology as a manifestation of value or anti-value, that they have failed to see that much of technology does nothing at all. Recently, there has been considerable fascination with the perception that most people cannot learn to operate their videotape decks. As one comedian put it, I just bought a VCR for $400, and can't figure out how to work it. $400 is just too much for a clock that only blinks 12:00. This situation is certainly exaggerated, but there is an interesting point of truth in it. To program many of the functions on a VCR require skills beyond those of the average consumer. When video first hit the consumer markets, the belief was that everyone would soon have a TV studio in H/ER house, along with a jetpack. The home TV studio would mark the end of progress in video production. Instead, VCRs filled with useless computer chips now gather cobwebs in home entertainment centers. For example, consider the existence of a chip which allows a VCR to be programmed for a month in advance. This is actually nothing more than an homage to the useless. It simply exists in and of 309 itself, having no real-life function. Most programming information is not generally available a month in advance, and even if it were, why would someone need to tape a month's worth of television programs, and who would remember the appropriate times to insert new blank tapes? Why such a chip was made in the first place falls into a web of possibility that is difficult to untangle. First, the perverse desires that consumers associate with utility should not be underestimated. Driven by spectacularized engines of desire, consumers want more for their money, even if what they get is something that will never be used. The corporate answer is to meet a cliché with a cliché, give customers what they want. Consequently, the marketing departments of corporations, in their struggle for market share in the electronics industry, force their engineers and designers to create new products laden with extra features. One main selling point: our machine has the most features for the money. The question for the consumer is, did I get a good deal, i.e., the most for the money? The question of can I actually use what I buy, is never raised. The corporations know of the desire for the useless, a desire that can never be fulfilled, and comply by heaping on their products as much useless gadgetry as possible in order to seduce the bargain-hungry consumer. And so the cycle starts. The cycle begins to spiral as new generations of technology are introduced, in this case depurified technology. The slogan of one electronics company, "So smart, it's simple," one is symbolic of depurification. The corporation is, in a sense, announcing that its technology actually has a use. Consumers can buy it not just for the sake of having it, but because they will be able to make it do something. The slogan also signals that consumers are buying the privilege of being stupid, the ultimate commodity in the realm of conspicuous consumption. There will be no manuals to read, no assembly, no understanding required. The manual is the TV commercial for the product. Having seen it, consumers can make the product function. While the buying patterns of those seduced by pure technology are guided by a perverse consumer activism, thoroughly corrupted by the Veblen-esque nightmare of conspicuous consumption, the patterns of those buying impure technology are guided by a need to keep the apparatus of use as invisible as possible, so as not to interrupt the trajectory of one's lifestyle. This attempt to return to impure technology eventually backfires, and the spiral becomes a circle again. The consumer zeal for simple technology that will not distract from daily tasks is too easily rechanneled into specialized products that rarely deliver the convenience that is so desperately sought. Two types of products emerge from this variety of artificially generated desire. First, there is the product that is a con, such as an electric martini shaker. This is one case where the old-fashioned way works just as well if not better. The second type is exemplified by a consumer-grade pasta-making machine. One evening at home with this gizmo will quickly teach a person the meaning of labor intensification. This is not a technology of convenience. Either way, these pieces of bourgeois wonder will take their rightful place in upper cabinets and in closets as 310. Useless pieces of bric-a-brac that did not even serve the function of delivering enriched consumer privation. Unlike the VCR chip, these pieces of technology require human contact before they achieve purity. In all cases, the desire that consumer economy, the economy of surplus, has most successfully tapped is the need for excess, that is, the need to have so much that it is beyond human use. Pleasure is derived through negation, by not using a product. This form of excess is the privilege of those who enjoy the surplus of production. Although the bourgeoisie has never achieved the purity of uselessness of previous leisure classes, they still aspire with great fear, and with very little success, to total counterproduction. This class typically falls short of the upper level of the hierarchy of master and slave so aptly articulated by Hegel. The products which members of this class consume transform themselves into stand-ins for the obscene debauchery of excess, in which they, as chieftains, should personally participate. The cowardice of the bourgeoisie can never be underestimated. Confronted with the opportunity to test the limits of the possible, they instead let things take their place in the realm of the useless. Within this realm, the products of counterproduction acquire a being analogous to that of the sacred in primitive cultures, and become the icons of secular transcendentalism, accumulating mana by controlling the lives of those around them. The uncanny notion that technology which is out of sight and out of mind best defines human existence within the economy of desire is one that is typically resisted by common sense thought. As William James and Alfred Schutz proposed in their own unique ways, the principle of practicality structures everyday life. Objects are perceived first and foremost in terms of their instrumental value. In constructing a model of individual existence centered around perception, there can be little doubt that the visible will be at the center and the invisible at the margins. Within the middle ground, utility is the primary governing factor. Hence, within this visible realm, the consumption of excess and excess consumption maintains an element of practicality. For example, a wealthy person buys a luxury car. Although it may have many useless elements, the main reason for its purchase is that it is a nice ride. The modifying adjective nice refers to its useless components, while the center component, the noun ride, refers to the product's function. The potential for the car to make an instrumental process pleasurable is what relegates it to the realm of desire and excess, and therefore makes it suitable as a product for conspicuous consumption. Another example is the magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, device. In many cases, the way this diagnostic tool is used in medical institutions may actually be abuse. The MRI is a very expensive piece of state-of-the-art med tech, so it is an investment that must be used to recoup the initial capital expenditure. The MRI can deliver on its corporate promise, as it is the perfect medical sight machine. In a manner far beyond any of its predecessors, the MRI can articulate the space of the body with such clarity that there can be no place for a biological body invader to hide. However, in many cases, the MRI is not needed. An X-ray is often all that is required to diagnose an illness. Excess enters this equation when the MRI is used abusively on the part of the doctor, simply as means to increase profit or to protect. 311. Capital. Much the same can be said even when the machine is used as an extra precaution by the doctor or the patient. In any case, the MRI, like the luxury car, can only strive toward purity, it will never actually reach it. The MRI will always have the practical function of vision associated with it. Unlike these aforementioned examples, the useless is rarely noticed, because it is not a part of limited bourgeois excess. As consumers, we are not trained to witness uselessness or consciously value it. Its psychic roots are buried much deeper in consciousness and in the economy. Too often, excessive luxury in the center realm of the visible is mistaken for the limits of excess, but the limits of excess go far beyond the visible. To comprehend extreme excess, one must go beyond conspicuous consumption. Excess will never be seen, only imagined, and within this ideal space the margins can at least be understood. Whether it is a useless chip in the bowels of a machine, the technology that lives in people's closets, or an underground missile system, the purity of uselessness, the limits of excess, are not visible. The real deployment of power flows in absence, in the uncanny, non-rational margins of existence. Sacrifices beyond the boundary between the visible and the invisible occasionally surface in everyday life. We all know that many people die on the roads and highways of the US every year, approximately 50,000 per year. These people are willingly and uselessly sacrificed to show the sincerity of our desire for transportation technology. No means to end this sacrifice exists, short of closing the roads, and yet no honor is paid to those who give their life for the excess of travel. It remains forever hidden. Philosopher and artist Gregory Ulmer proposed that an addendum be made to the Vietnam War Memorial in which the names of those killed on the highway would be spooled off on a printer beside the monument. Needless to say, this monument was rejected, since such sacrifice and excess must remain hidden in modern societies. To monumentalize death and uselessness is simply too frightening. Monuments to the sacrifices of the state are typical, but are only the beginning. Most of these monuments are abstracted bits of concrete, marble, bronze, or some other material that will signify the longevity of artificially created memory. But there are times when these monuments are brutally honest, and useless technology along with its slaves is put on public display. The USS Arizona, for example, a half-sunken ship with the ship's full complement of corpses, officers included, rests silently in Pearl Harbor. This national monument, a functional item made useless through sacrifice, suggests the metaphysical moment of profound loss through its lack of function. Woe to anyone who does not treat this sacred relic with proper respect, for it speaks of the will to excess, which is grounded in human uselessness in the face of death. But what is even more compelling about this monument is that the ship is carried on the active duty roster. This necropolis is more a symbol of the absent core of the war machine than a monument to the U.S. soldiers who died in the Battle of Pearl Harbor. It monumentalizes transcendental uselessness. Utopian technology is that technology which has fallen from grace. It has been stripped of its purity and reendowed with utility. The fall is necessitated by a return to contact with humanity. Having once left the production table, the 312 technology that lives the godly life of state-of-the-art uselessness has no further interaction with humans as users or as inventors. Rather, humans serve only as a means to maintain its uselessness. The location of the most complex pure technology is of no mystery. Deep in the core of the war machine is the missile system. Ultimately, all research is centered around this invisible monument to uselessness. The bigger and more powerful it becomes, the greater its value. But should it ever be touched by utility, that is, should it ever be used, its value becomes naught. To be of value, it must be maintained, upgraded, and expanded, but it must never actually do anything. This idol of destruction is forever hungry, and is willing to eat all resources. In return, however, it excretes objects of utility. Consumer communications and transportation systems, for example, have dramatically improved due to the continuous research aimed at increasing the grandeur of the apparatus of uselessness. There can be a stopping point to this process, a discovery made by the collapsing Soviet Union. For all the patriots of democracy who gave a collective sigh of relief and boasted that they were at last proven right, communism doesn't work, there still may be a need to worry. The fall of the USSR had little to do with ideology. The US and USSR were competitors in producing the best apparatus of uselessness in order to prove its own respective Hegelian mastery of the globe. Modern autocrats and oligarchs have long known that a standing army puts an undue strain on the economy. To be sure, standing armies were early monuments to uselessness, but in terms of both size and cost, they are dwarfed by the standing missile system of the electronic age. As with all things that are useless, there will be no return on the investment in it. The useless represents a 100% loss of capital. Although such investment seems to go against the utilitarian grain of visible bourgeois culture, whether in socialist or in constitutional republics, the compulsive desire for a useless master is much greater. Japan is an interesting exception to this rule. Unfortunately for the USSR, they were unable to indulge in pure excess expenditure at the same rate as the US. The Soviet techno-idol was a little more constipated, and could not maintain the needed rate of excretion. Consequently, once the limits of uselessness were reached, that system imploded. The US government, on the other hand, has to this day remained convinced that further progress can be made. Reagan in his Star Wars campaign issued a policy radically expanding the useless. Reagan, of course, was the perfect one to make the policy, since he was an idol to uselessness himself. He represents one of the few times that uselessness has taken an organic form in this century. This is part of the reason he was considered such a bourgeois hero. He was willing to personally plunge into uselessness without apology. He did not let a thing stand in for him. Playing on yuppie paranoia, the fascists' friend, Reagan convinced the public loyal to him that a defensive monument, Star Wars, to uselessness was needed, just in case the offensive monument, the missile system, was not enough. He was successful enough in his plea to guarantee that years of useless research will ensue that no one will be able to stop, even if his original monumental vision, a net of laser-armed satellites, should be erased. In this manner, Reagan made sure that the apparatus of uselessness would expand even if the Cold War ended. 313. Indeed, this situation has come to pass. Currently, the US has no competitors in the race to uselessness, but the monument continues to be maintained and even to grow, which is particularly odd, since even the cynical argument of deterrence is now moot. Even though the offensive monument to uselessness seems to be shrinking, missiles are being defused and cut apart with the care and order of high ritual, and technology costing millions of dollars is being laid to rest, having never done anything but exist. Thanks to Reagan's farsightedness, the general system continues to expand. Although many are still in denial, the desire of the bourgeois to subordinate themselves to the useless has become, for the moment, glaringly visible. The research is done, the system is upgraded, but for what reason? The missiles are now aimed at the ocean, so that even if they are used, they will still be useless. The fragments of Star Wars technology have not been released in pure form from the experimental labs, and even if they were, no enemy exists against which Star Wars technology would protect US citizens. The American system has achieved utter transcendental uselessness. This techno-historical moment is the highest manifestation of technological purity. In his rush to save the apparatus of the useless from stalling, Reagan may have made one error. When he put the idea of the defensive monument in the minds of Americans, he disrupted the primary sign of the war machine, mutually assured destruction. He restored hope in American consciousness that perhaps utility could save US citizens from the total annihilation certain to destroy the rest of the world. The disassociation of death and uselessness took previously sacred elements of war tech out of the privileged realm. When these elements became depurified, their value in terms of the satisfaction of bourgeois desire plummeted. This is partly why Reagan's original Star Wars vision has been dismantled. Thus far, however, most war tech has not been depurified due to this ideological shoppage, and the purity of offensive weapons of mass destruction continues to be enforced. Nations that do not understand the code of uselessness but that have state-of-the-art military technology are a cause for great concern. Iraq, Libya, and North Korea are all good examples. The US government is willing to take hostile action based merely on the belief that North Korea and Libya might get weapons of mass destruction and actually use them. In the case of Iraq, the code was actually broken when that government used chemical weapons. Iraq has not done well economically or militarily since that time. The lesson to be learned is that nations that do not subordinate themselves to the bourgeois idols of uselessness will be sacrificed as heretics, and will be denied access to the icons of uselessness. In spite of the common wisdom of using the variables of national interest and utility to explain the relationship between desire and power, it is just as fruitful to do so using the principles of the anti-economy, perversity and uselessness. The economy of unchanged annealed desire and perversity, as suggested by Bidley, penetrates the surface of utility in a most convincing way. Progress in the 20th century has primarily consisted of bourgeois culture looking for a new master. In the time of bourgeois revolution, the aristocracy was destroyed, as was the church with its spiritual hierarchies, but the primordial desire to serve the useless has never been affected. The primitive ritual of offering goods to an angry or potentially angry. 314. God, in order to appease it into a state of neutrality, continues to replay itself in complex capitalist economy. All things must be subordinated to neutrality, to uselessness. One major difference between the age of the virtual and more primitive times is that the contemporary idols have no metaphysical referent. The ones that have been constructed are not the mediating points between person and spirit, or life and afterlife, rather, they are end points, empty signs. To this paper master, sacrifice has no limit. The stairs of the temple flow with blood every day. How fitting for progress to come to this end in the empire of the useless. As this mythic narrative continues to play itself out, the suggestion of Arthur and Marilouise Kroker begins to make more and more sense. We are not witnessing the decline of late capital, but instead, its recline into its own delirious death trance. Contributors: Arthur and Marilouise Kroker are writers and lecturers in the areas of technology and contemporary culture. Arthur Kroker is the author of Spasm and co-author of Data Trash, The Theory of the Virtual Class. Together, they edit both the Culture Texts series and the electronic journal Theory. Their most recent book was Hacking the Future, published by St. Martin's Press, New York, and in German translation by Passagen Verlag, Vienna. Kathy Acker is a leading American writer. Among others, her books include Empire of the Senseless, Don Quixote, My Mother, Demonology, and Blood and Guts in High School. Her most recent novel is entitled Pussy, King of the Pirates. She is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Robert Adrian X is a Canadian artist who has lived in Europe since 1960 and in Vienna since 1972. As a visual artist working in most media, sculpture, painting, video, photography, and electronic art, he has been particularly active in the field of art and telecommunications. He is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Paolo Azzori and Kirk Wolford are writers and electronic artists based at the Academy of Media Arts, Cologne, Germany. Jean Baudrillard is an internationally acclaimed theorist whose writings trace the rise and fall of symbolic exchange in the 20th century. Many of his books are available in English translation, among them Seduction, Fatal Strategies, Forget Foucault, and The Perfect Crime. He is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Caroline Bayard is a professor of French and an associate member of the Department of Philosophy at McMaster University. Her works include More Than 200 Years of Solitudes, Toronto, ECW Press, 1992, and Transatlantiques Postmodernites, Montreal, Balzac, 1996. Hakim Bey is best known for his zine publications that were collected under the title TAZ, The Temporary Autonomous Zone, Ontobjekalanar Poetic Terrorism, and more recently, Immediatism. His most recent book is entitled Millennium, Brooklyn, New York, Autonomedia, and Dublin, Garden of Delight, 1996. Jace Clayton, /Rupture, is a writer, installation artist, and cultural activist. Sasha Kostanzachok, Splice, has been trying to grow something electro-organic, including experimental musicians, visual artists, assorted cyborgs, magicians, and freaks, called Tone * Burst, in the Boston area for the past couple of years. David Cook is professor of political science at the University of Toronto, and author of Northrop Frye, A Vision of the New World, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1983, and The Postmodern Scene, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1986, with Arthur Kroker. He is a member of the editorial board of Theory. 316. B.C. Crandall is the founder and director of Molecular Realities and the founder and president of Mimetic Engineering. His most recent book is entitled, Nanotech and Olog, Molecular Speculations on Global Abundance, Cambridge, MA, MIT Press, 1996. Critical Art Ensemble, CAE, is a collective of 6 artists of different specializations committed to the production of a new genre art that explores the intersections among critical theory, art, and technology. Their most recent book is entitled Electronic Civil Disobedience, Brooklyn, New York Autonomedia, 1997. Michael Dartnell is a lecturer in political science at Concordia University, Montreal. He is the author of Action Direct, Ultra.H Terrorism in France, 1979–1987. He has published several articles on both French political violence and sexual identity. Ricardo Dominguez is part of the editorial collective of BLAST5, managing editor of The Thing Nick http://www.thing.net Thingnio, a member of the New York Committee for Democracy in Mexico, and a former member of Critical Art Ensemble. Alexander Galloway is director of PRESS6 Media, an editorial assistant at Rhizome Internet. He has written on Telquel and the French avant-garde. Sue Golding is a political philosopher and theatre director, and is reader at the University of Greenwich, London. Her latest book as author/editor is entitled The 8 Technologies of Otherness, London, Routledge 1997. Lynn Hirschman Leeson is a professor of electronic art at the University of California, Davis. In 1995 she received the Siemens Media Prize with Peter Greenaway and Jean Baudrillard. An artist in mixed media, including photography, film, installation, and computers, she created the first interactive artwork, Lorna. Her most recent project is the feature film, Conceiving Awe. She is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Ken Hollings lives in London. He is the author of Electronically Yours, Eternally Elvis in the Last Sex, Arthur and Marilouise Kroker, eds. New York, St. Martin's Press, 1993. He recently completed a manuscript entitled Destroy All Monsters. Graham Knight teaches sociology at McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. His interests lie primarily in the areas of contemporary social theory, mass communications, and popular culture. Nobodiek's research, KRNCF, Yvonne Wilhelm, Alexander Dujacek, and Christian Htebulver, is based in Cologne, Germany, at the Academy of Media Arts. KRNCF has won many media art awards, including the Prix Ars Electronica 93. Frank Lance is a computer game designer from New York City. He also teaches game design at NYU and writes software reviews for ID, International Design, magazine. 317. John Lekowski was co-founder and former CEO of Fringeware, Inc., and is currently contributing editor for Hotwired's Piazza, hosting the weekly Electronic Frontiers Forum. He's hung out on the cyber **= punk, activist, foo, etc. fringes for over a decade. Geert Lovink is a Dutch media theorist and a member of Adilno. He is involved with the Digital City project in Amsterdam and most recently has worked in Eastern Europe as an advisor for media art and independent media. He is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Lev Minovich is a theorist and critic of new media. He is currently working on 2 books, a collection of essays on digital realism and a history of the social and cultural origins of computer graphics technologies, entitled The Engineering of Wonfium Constructivism to Virtual Reality. He is assistant professor in the Visual Arts Department at the University of California, San Diego. Lorenzo Migliaioli is an Italian media theorist. He has written 3 novels, Hitler Warhol Experience, the first in and an hypertext novel entitled Radio, and Birhascani is a retrovirus. His new novel, entitled Natura Morta, will be published soon. When he isn't trout fishing or chasing elk, Pat Munday teaches in the program in Society and Technology at Montana Tech of the University of Montana in Butte. His current research interest is trout as modern object/postmodern subject. John Ento is a writer who lives in San Francisco. A volume of his work entitled Psychomotor Breathcapes was recently published by Vaticum Press, San Francisco. He is also the editor of Orpheus Grid, a magazine of poetry, poetic prose, and essays. Marcos Novak is an architect, artist, composer, and theorist investigating actual, virtual and mutant intelligent environments. He originated the study of liquid architectures in cyberspace, and is founding director of the Reality Lab and the Advanced Design Research Program at the School of Architecture at the University of Texas at Austin. Warren Padula is best known for his series, Inferno, Shopping in America. Padula has exhibited internationally and is in numerous museum collections. Padula is a frequent contributor to the Kroker's projects, most recently Hacking the Future. Stephen Fall is the author of the culture texts book, Death at the Parasite Cap. A video maker and performing artist, he is professor of sociology at Boston College and a member of the Theory editorial board. Bernhard Serigs is curator at the Media Museum, Center for Art and Media ZKM, in Karlsruhe, Germany. You can visit their worldwide website at http://www.zkm.de/departments/medienmuseum/main.n.html. Alan Shapiro is a software developer who lives in Frankfurt, Germany. He also taught sociology for several years at New York University. He has published essays in Semiotext, and Then. He is writing about the virtuality syndrome, the gambling boom in America, and fatal theory. 318. Are you? Sirius is best known as co-founder and original editor-in-chief of the first cyberculture magazine, Mondo 2000. He's co-author, with Timothy Leary, of Design for Dying, New York, Harper Edge, 1997. He's a regular columnist for Art Firm International, 21C, and EL75COM, and a contributing writer for Wired. He is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Steelark is an Australian performance artist who uses medical instruments, robots, virtual reality systems and the Internet to explore alternate body possibilities. He has performed with a prosthetic hand, a virtual arm, robot manipulators, and a mechanism inserted inside his body. He is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Bruce Sterling, science fiction writer extraordinaire, is the author of, among others, Iskandar in the Net and the Hacker Crackdown, Law and Disorder on the Electronic Frontier. He is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Richard Thiem is a professional speaker, consultant, and writer. His focus is the impact of computer technology on people and organizations. He helps people understand the relationship of computer networks to their lives. Paul Virilio is the emblematic French theorist of technology. His major works include Pure War, Speed and Politics, and War and Cinema, The Logistics of Perception. Two of his most recent books are Desert Screen and The Art of the Engine. Michael A. Weinstein is professor of political science at Purdue University. Dina Weinstein is professor of sociology at DePaul University. Their most recent jointly authored work is Postmodern Physd, Simul, London, Routledge. Michael Weinstein is most recently the author of Culture/Flesh, Explorations of Post-Civilized Modernity, London, Rowman and Littlefield Publishers, 1995. Dina Weinstein also authored Heavy Metal, A Cultural Sociology, Lexington Ma, Lexington Books, 199-1. They are members of the editorial board of Theory. Daniel R. White is an associate professor in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Central Florida, where he teaches critical theory and cultural studies. His recent works include Postmodern Ecology, Communication, Evolution, and Phy, forthcoming. SUNY Press, 1997, and Labyrinths of the Mind, forthcoming, SUNY, 1998. Louise Wilson is a British artist whose work involves site-specific installations and performance. Siegfried Zielinski has written numerous books in the areas of art, philosophy, and communications, including Audiovisionen, Kino und Fernsehen aus Wissenschaftler in der Geschichte. He is director of Full Academy of Media Arts in Cologne, Germany. He is a member of the editorial board of Theory. Slavoj Zizek, a leading intellectual in the new social movements of Eastern and Central Europe, is a researcher at the Institute of Sociology at the University of Ljubljana, Slovenia. He is the author of numerous books, including Looking Awry, An Introduction to Jacques Lacan Through Popular Culture.